Mesdames et messieurs Mesdames et messieurs les ambassadeurs, monsieur le gouverneur, mesdames et messieurs les représentants des institutions nationales et internationales, mesdames et messieurs les directeurs généraux, chers partenaires, chers intervenants, chers participants. C'est avec un immense plaisir que je vous souhaite la bienvenue à la 3e édition du Smart Green City Benguerir Africa Forum Morocco Roadshow. Nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui autour d'une ambition forte, positionner l'université marocaine comme un catalyseur du développement du territoire intelligent, souverain, durable, inclusif et profondément humain. Cette rencontre n'est pas seulement un moment de discussion autour de la technologie. C'est une invitation à penser le territoire et l'université comme un écosystème vivant, où l'innovation, la durabilité, la gouvernance, la donnée, l'intelligence artificielle et l'action territoriale se rejoignent pour servir le citoyen et améliorer sa qualité de vie. La ville de Benguerir occupe une place particulière dans cette ambition. Elle n'est pas simplement le lieu qui nous accueille aujourd'hui, elle est un territoire d'expérimentation. Un living lab où l'université, la ville, les institutions, les partenaires technologiques et les acteurs internationaux construisent ensemble des modèles concrets adaptés aux réalités marocaines et africaines. Avant de démarrer officiellement, permettez-moi de vous présenter brièvement les grandes séquences de notre journée d'aujourd'hui. Nous commencerons par la cérémonie d'ouverture, suivie d'une première keynote session et une démonstration autour du Smart Campus de l'UM6P. La suite de la matinée sera consacrée à 2 panels. Le premier, dédié au showcase de la Smart Green City Benguerir, et le deuxième, consacré à la souveraineté technologique et à l'innovation frugale au service des territoires. Après le déjeuner, nous reprendrons avec un 3e panel dédié à l'intelligence artificielle sociale et au rôle des universités dans le développement humain et territorial. Enfin, une 2e keynote session clôturera nos travaux avant la cérémonie de clôture. Nous allons maintenant ouvrir officiellement cette journée et j'ai l'honneur d'inviter monsieur... Bien sûr. Alors on reprend, nous allons maintenant ouvrir officiellement cette journée et j'ai l'honneur d'inviter monsieur le directeur de l'école d'architecture et de planification et de design SAP+D, monsieur Tarek Zoubdi.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, aimable audience. Monsieur le gouverneur de la province de Rhamna, Vos Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs et représentants diplomatiques, Monsieur le directeur général de la SADV, Monsieur le directeur général de Casablanca Events et Animation, Mesdames, Messieurs les directeurs et représentants de nos partenaires technologiques, Mesdames les co-organisatrices de cet événement, Mesdames et Messieurs les professeurs et chercheurs venus de tous les horizons, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers invités, chers participants. Benguerir, il y a moins de 15 ans, peu auraient parié sur cette ville du centre du Maroc pour incarner l'avenir urbain du continent africain. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes réunis ici, chercheurs, officiels, élus, diplomates, entrepreneurs, de Rabat à Kigali, de Madrid à Washington, parce que quelque chose d'inhabituel se construit dans ce territoire. Une ville qui pense avant de bétonner, qui écoute avant d'équiper, qui expérimente avant de généraliser. Bienvenue à Smart Green City Benguerir 2026. Permettez-moi de partager une forte conviction que nous portons avec humilité. Le débat mondial sur la ville intelligente a longtemps été dominé par une approche technocentrique. Des capteurs, des plateformes, des algorithmes présentés comme des outils universels. Cette approche a produit des résultats remarquables dans certains contextes, mais elle a aussi montré ses limites, y compris sur notre continent où des projets ambitieux se sont heurtés à des réalités que les catalogues technologiques n'avaient pas anticipées. Ce que Benguerir nous invite à explorer, c'est une autre voie, celle où la question de départ n'est pas quelle technologie déployer, mais quel défi résoudre, pour qui et avec qui, celle où l'intelligence d'un territoire se mesure moins à la densité de ses infrastructures numériques qu'à la capacité de ses habitants à agir, à contribuer aux décisions et à s'engager pour l'avenir commun. C'est dans cet esprit que s'inscrit le thème de cette édition, une IA frugale, souveraine et sociale. Frugale parce que l'intelligence artificielle que nous développons doit être proportionnée à nos réalités énergétiques, financières et humaines, non par manque d'ambition, mais par lucidité et respect de nos ressources. Souveraine, parce que les décisions qui façonnent nos territoires et concernent nos citoyens méritent d'être éclairées par des systèmes que nous comprenons, que nous maîtrisons et qui sont alignés sur nos valeurs et nos cultures. Sociale, parce qu'une technologie qui n'atteint pas la périphérie, qui ne réduit pas les inégalités, qui ne met pas des capacités nouvelles entre les mains des plus vulnérables, passe à côté de sa mission la plus fondamentale. L'Université Mohamed VI Polytechnique est profondément convaincue que les universités ont un rôle central à jouer dans le développement des territoires qui les accueillent. Non pas en se substituant aux acteurs institutionnels et économiques, mais en jouant pleinement leur rôle de catalyseur, former les esprits capables d'imaginer les villes de demain, produire les connaissances nécessaires pour relever les défis climatiques, économiques et sociaux, et assurer le lien entre la recherche de pointe et la réalité du terrain. La diversité des partenaires réunis aujourd'hui, académiques, institutionnels, privés, locaux et internationaux, en est la meilleure illustration. Les solutions les plus robustes naissent toujours du dialogue, de la diversité des perspectives et du croisement des savoirs. Mesdames et messieurs, l'avenir des villes africaines ne sera pas écrit par des algorithmes importés, ni par des solutions clés en main conçues loin de nos réalités. Il sera écrit par nos étudiants, nos chercheurs, nos élus, nos entrepreneurs et nos citoyens. Il sera écrit dans toutes les langues de nos territoires. Il sera écrit avec les outils numériques que nous aurons maîtrisés, à notre service et non à notre place. Je vous souhaite donc à toutes et à tous d'excellents travaux, des échanges stimulants et des liens enrichissants qui, je l'espère, dureront au-delà de notre événement. Bienvenue.
Merci, M. Zobdi, pour ces mots de bienvenue. Nous poursuivons notre discours avec le discours d'ouverture et j'ai l'honneur d'inviter M. Aziz Bounien, le gouverneur de la province de Rhamna. Monsieur le gouverneur.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. Madame la présidente du Smart Green City Benguerir Africa Forum, Monsieur le directeur de l'école d'architecture, représentant du président de l'UMCISP, Madame Son Excellence l'ambassadrice de la République du Rwanda au Maroc, Monsieur le ministre conseiller de l'ambassade d'Espagne au Maroc, Monsieur le directeur général de SADV, Société d'aménagement de la Ville Verte, Monsieur le directeur général de Casa Events et Animation, Monsieur le directeur général Morocco and West Africa Dell Technology, Monsieur le représentant de Honeywell, honorable assistance. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de vous accueillir à Benguerir, chef-lieu de la province de Rhamna, à l'occasion de cette nouvelle édition du forum consacré aux Smart Green Cities. Je tiens à cette occasion à remercier chaleureusement l'ensemble des organisateurs, en particulier l'Université Mohamed VI Polytechnique, ainsi que tous les participants qui ont fait le déplacement pour enrichir cette rencontre par leurs idées, leur expérience et leur engagement. Nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui dans un lieu qui incarne pleinement l'ambition portée par ce forum. À travers la Green City et l'écosystème de l'UMCISP, Benguerir s'affirme comme un espace d'innovation, de savoir et de durabilité qui illustre concrètement la capacité de notre territoire à se projeter dans l'avenir. Benguerir n'est plus seulement lié à son histoire minière et se distingue désormais par une dynamique nouvelle fondée sur la recherche, l'expérimentation, la transition écologique, le développement humain et l'innovation. Une ville intelligente et verte est d'abord une ville pensée pour le citoyen. C'est une ville qui améliore les services publics, qui valorise l'innovation utile, qui favorise la participation et qui fait de la durabilité un principe concret d'action et non un simple slogan. En tant que gouverneur de la province de Rhamna, je tiens à souligner que cette transformation suppose une gouvernance territoriale forte, cohérente et coordonnée. Le rôle de l'État territorial est essentiel pour accompagner les collectivités, soutenir les projets structurants, favoriser la convergence entre les acteurs et créer les conditions d'une action publique locale plus efficace et plus proche des besoins des citoyens. Cette orientation rejoint pleinement les priorités actuelles de modernisation de l'action publique sous l'impulsion de Sa Majesté le Roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu le glorifie. Aujourd'hui, le numérique doit être considéré comme un effet levier de simplification, de performance, de transparence au service des administrations, des territoires et des usagers. Dans cette perspective, le Smart Green Cities Forum constitue une traduction concrète de la transformation numérique lorsqu'elle est mise au service de la bonne gouvernance, de l'efficacité des services et de la gestion responsable des ressources. Au niveau local, la province de Rhamna dispose d'atouts réels pour inscrire cette ambition avec succès. Benguerir offre déjà un cadre favorable à l'innovation territoriale à travers ses infrastructures de recherche, de formation et d'accompagnement, mais aussi à travers une vision urbaine qui associe développement durable, attractivité et capital humain. Je souhaite à cet égard insister sur une conviction essentielle. Aucune ville intelligente ne peut réussir sans investissement dans l'humain. Le savoir, la formation et l'entrepreneuriat, l'inclusion des jeunes et la capacité d'innovation locale sont les véritables fondements d'une transformation durable. La reconnaissance de Benguerir comme ville apprenante dans le réseau de l'UNESCO vient d'ailleurs conforter ce positionnement fondé sur l'éducation, l'apprentissage tout au long de la vie et la cohésion sociale. Notre responsabilité collective est donc claire. Renforcer les synergies entre les institutions les collectivités territoriales, l'université, les services déconcentrés, les acteurs économiques et la société civile afin de faire émerger des solutions concrètes adaptées à nos réalités et porteuses d'un impact réel pour la population. Mesdames et messieurs, ce forum est une occasion précieuse pour partager les expériences, croiser les expertises et construire une vision commune de la ville de demain. Je forme le vœu que cette rencontre contribue à faire avancer les initiatives utiles, réalistes et ambitieuses au service d'un territoire plus intelligent, plus vert et plus humain. Je vous remercie de votre attention et je vous souhaite plein succès aux travaux de ce forum. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Gouverneur, pour ce discours et pour l'attention territoriale portée à cette initiative. We are now pleased to invite His Excellency Mr. Alvaro Ortega, Minister Counselor at the Embassy of Spain in Morocco.
Good morning. Je pensais parler en anglais, je parle en français. English. Okay, thank you very much, distinguished representatives of the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, His Excellency the Governor of the province, Professor Hayar, directors, colleagues, dear friends. It's a great pleasure true honor to be here for the first time in my case in this magnificent campus and to participate on behalf of the Ambassador of Spain in this magnificent opening. Professor Hayar was kind enough to introduce to the Ambassador of Spain last autumn transformative projects and initiatives that are coming into fruition, and he regrets not being able to be here today, but on his behalf, I'm very happy to warmly thank you for this kind invitation and for the remarkable work that you are doing, transforming and positioning Benguerir as a leading hub of innovation, sustainability, and technological transformation in Morocco, in Africa, and in the world. The program of today's forum, I've been looking, that reflects clearly the ambition and the international dimension of these kind of initiatives that brings together universities, public institutions, technology companies, experts from many countries, and around discussions that are linked, that are very important for our society of today. For the Embassy of Spain, it is particularly meaningful to see Spanish universities, companies, and institutions that are participating actively in this collective effort. And I would like to highlight the recent MOU that UM6P has recently signed with two Spanish actors, a research institute linked to the University of Murcia in Tico, and a technology company of Spain, Odin. These kind of initiatives are certainly bringing innovation, but also it creates long-term trust, connectivity, and shared prosperity. So I would like to say that this, we could say that symbolizes what is the evolution of the relation between Spain and Morocco. As we all know, the bilateral relations between Spain and Morocco are very dense in political, economic, human, and cultural terms, but they need and they are ready to advance in a more technological and more innovative and forward-looking forms of cooperation, and as the one we are seeing today. So we know that we all need to establish shared innovation and shared knowledge ecosystem with a strong social sensitivity to face challenges that we have today. Of course, these challenges are being faced with traditional forms of cooperation, investment, infrastructure, but they certainly need now new instruments like shared technology capacity, shared talent, and shared intelligence. So finally, I would like to say that the program shows that there is a strong international and multidisciplinary approach to the forum of today that will enable a conversation that helps for shaping the future of our cities and the future of our societies. So finally, I would like to wish you very fruitful discussions throughout the day of today, and I'm sure that it will be a very successful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your support of international cooperation. And now we have the honor of welcoming Her Excellency Mrs. Akila Kayumutoni, Ambassador of Rwanda to Morocco. Your Excellency.
I'm paperless in Rwanda, so I have to use my iPad. And you'll allow me to make my statement in French. I prepared it in French, so I'm going to make it in French. Votre Excellence, Monsieur Aziz Bounyan, gouverneur de la province de Rahamna, Monsieur Tariq Zoubdi, directeur d'école, Professor Awatif Hayar, Conference Chair, UM6P, Excellencies, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de prendre la parole à l'occasion du Smart Green City Benguerir Africa Forum 2026, ici même à Benguerir, au sein de l'université Mohamed VI Polytechnique, une institution qui s'impose aujourd'hui comme un acteur majeur de l'innovation, de la recherche et de la transformation du continent africain. Je tiens à remercier chaleureusement les organisateurs pour cette invitation, ainsi que pour l'honneur fait au Rwanda d'être associé aux côtés de l'Espagne en tant que pays invité d'honneur de cette édition consacrée à un sujet d'une importance capitale pour l'avenir de notre continent. Le thème de cette rencontre, Universities as Catalysts of Frugal, Sovereign and Social AI for Smart and Inclusive Territories, est particulièrement pertinent. Il nous rappelle que l'intelligence artificielle ne doit pas être perçue uniquement comme une révolution technologique, mais avant tout comme un outil au service de l'humain, du développement durable et de l'inclusion sociale. Pour l'Afrique, la question n'est pas simplement de savoir comment utiliser l'intelligence artificielle, mais comment construire une intelligence artificielle africaine adaptée à nos réalités, à nos priorités et à nos aspirations. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Rwanda considère aujourd'hui l'IA non pas comme une technologie du futur, mais comme un levier concret de transformation économique et sociale. Dès 2022, notre pays a adopté une politique nationale sur l'intelligence artificielle, faisant du Rwanda l'un des premiers pays africains à se doter d'un cadre stratégique dédié à l'IA. Cette vision repose sur une IA responsable, inclusive et centrée sur l'humain. Le Rwanda a également enregistré des avancées importantes dans le développement de son économie numérique. Plus de 96% de couverture 4G de la population, plus de 75% des services gouvernementaux accessibles en ligne. Un écosystème numérique en croissance soutenue, porté par les investissements dans les infrastructures, les compétences et l'innovation, ainsi que d'une ambition claire de positionner le pays comme un hub continental pour l'innovation et les technologies émergentes. Au Rwanda, l'approche des Smart Cities repose sur des solutions concrètes et inclusives: digitalisation des services publics, mobilité intelligente, innovation dans les transports, gestion des données urbaines, santé numérique, technologie environnementale et solutions énergétiques durables. Dans le domaine de l'intelligence artificielle, plusieurs initiatives concrètes sont déjà en cours au Rwanda. L'utilisation de l'IA dans l'agriculture de précision afin d'améliorer les rendements agricoles et renforcer la résilience climatique, des solutions basées sur l'IA dans le secteur de la santé pour améliorer le diagnostic, l'accès aux santé et la gestion des données, des projets liés à la protection des données et à la gouvernance responsable de l'IA, ainsi que des programmes de renforcement de compétences numériques et des talents locaux. Le Rwanda travaille également avec des partenaires internationaux de premier plan, tels que le Forum économique mondial, Singapour et le Commonwealth AI Consortium, afin de promouvoir une gouvernance inclusive et collaborative de l'IA. Dans cette dynamique, le Rwanda accueille aujourd'hui le AI Scaling Hub for Africa, une initiative gérée par le Rwanda Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution en partenariat avec Gates Foundation et visant à accélérer l'adoption des solutions d'intelligence artificielle à fort impact à travers le continent, en facilitant le passage des projets pilotes à des déploiements à grande échelle, notamment dans les secteurs prioritaires tels que la santé, l'agriculture, l'éducation et les services publics. Le Rwanda et Singapour ont également collaboré au développement et au lancement du AI Playbook for Small States, un guide stratégique destiné à accompagner les petits États dans l'adoption responsable, inclusive et durable de l'intelligence artificielle. Cette initiative reflète notre conviction que même les pays à ressources limitées peuvent jouer un rôle majeur dans l'économie numérique mondiale lorsqu'ils misent sur la collaboration, l'innovation et le capital humain. Nous croyons profondément à une IA africaine conçue pour répondre aux réalités africaines. Une IA frugale capable de fonctionner dans des environnements à ressources limitées. Une IA souveraine reposant sur la gouvernance locale des données et le renforcement des capacités nationales. Et surtout, une IA sociale centrée sur les citoyens et sur l'amélioration du bien-être collectif. Parmi les initiatives les plus emblématiques figure le projet Kigali Innovation City, conçu comme un écosystème intégré réunissant universités, centres de recherche, start-up technologiques et entreprises innovantes afin de stimuler l'économie du savoir et l'innovation urbaine. Cette initiative ambitionne de faire du Rwanda un hub africain des technologies, de l'intelligence artificielle et de l'innovation. Les institutions universitaires rwandaises développent aujourd'hui des programmes spécialisés dans les domaines de l'intelligence artificielle, des systèmes intelligents et de la cybersécurité, de la data science et des infrastructures durables. Elles travaillent en partenariat avec les acteurs internationaux afin de former une nouvelle génération de talents africains capables de concevoir des solutions adaptées aux réalités du continent. La présence à Kigali du Carnegie Mellon University Africa illustre également cette ambition. Cette institution contribue activement à la formation d'ingénieurs et d'experts africains dans les technologies avancées, l'éthique et la cybersécurité, tout en renforçant la recherche et l'innovation appliquées au développement urbain intelligent. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nos universités et hubs d'innovation encouragent également l'entrepreneuriat étudiant, les Innovation Labs et les partenariats publics-privés afin de permettre aux jeunes chercheurs et start-up de développer des solutions locales répondant aux défis urbains et sociaux africains. Mais nous sommes également conscients qu'aucun pays ne peut réussir seul la transformation numérique et écologique de l'Afrique. C'est pourquoi la coopération Sud-Sud, et particulièrement la coopération entre le Rwanda et le Maroc, revêt une importance stratégique. Sous la vision éclairée de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, le Maroc s'est affirmé comme un acteur majeur de l'innovation, des énergies renouvelables et de la formation et du développement durable sur le continent africain. Le Rwanda apprécie les avancées remarquables du Maroc dans les domaines des villes intelligentes, des infrastructures durables, de l'enseignement supérieur et de la recherche scientifique. Nos deux pays partagent une conviction commune. L'Afrique doit être non seulement consommatrice de technologies, mais également productrice de connaissances, d'innovations et de solutions adaptées à nos réalités. Comme vous le savez, le président Paul Kagame du Rwanda plaide pour que l'Afrique adopte activement, adapte et crée l'intelligence artificielle pour stimuler la croissance économique plutôt que d'agir simplement en tant que consommateur. Il souligne que l'IA devrait être appliquée de manière stratégique pour résoudre les problèmes locaux dans les secteurs clés tels que l'agriculture, la santé et l'éducation. C'est dans cet esprit que nous devons renforcer les passerelles entre nos universités, nos centres de recherche, nos start-up, nos collectivités territoriales et nos secteurs privés. Je suis convaincue que les universités africaines ont un rôle historique à jouer dans cette nouvelle phase de transformation du continent. Elles doivent former des talents capables d'innover avec responsabilité, elles doivent produire des connaissances utiles à nos sociétés et elles doivent contribuer à construire des territoires plus intelligents, plus verts et plus inclusifs. L'avenir des smart cities africaines ne dépendra pas uniquement de la technologie. Il dépendra surtout de notre capacité collective à placer l'humain, l'éducation et la coopération au cœur de l'innovation. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique possède aujourd'hui l'une des populations les plus jeunes au monde. Cette jeunesse représente notre plus grande richesse. Si nous investissons dans son éducation, sa créativité et son accès aux technologies, elle deviendra une force extraordinaire de transformation. Notre responsabilité collective est donc de créer un environnement où les jeunes Africains peuvent non seulement utiliser les technologies de demain, mais également les concevoir, les développer et les gouverner. Je voudrais conclure en réaffirmant l'engagement du Rwanda à poursuivre et à renforcer sa coopération avec le Royaume du Maroc dans les domaines de l'innovation, de l'intelligence artificielle, de l'enseignement supérieur et du développement durable. Je souhaite plein succès aux travaux de ce forum et formule le vœu que cette rencontre permette de faire émerger de nouveaux partenariats, de nouvelles idées et une vision africaine ambitieuse pour les territoires intelligents et inclusifs. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your inspiring speech and for highlighting the importance of cooperation, dialogue, and shared perspective between our countries. Nous poursuivons avec l'intervention de M. Ali Shkron, directeur général de la SADV. M. Shkron.
Bonjour à tous, Ses Excellences, Monsieur le Gouverneur, Excellences, Madame l'ambassadrice, l'ambassadeur, Madame la Ministre, Madame Hiyar. Tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier l'université et tous les participants, et à sa tête, Madame Hiyar, pour cette initiative très importante. Je pense que tout a été dit, mais je vais me concentrer sur le rôle un peu de SADV et les challenges qui nous attendent, notamment sur ce volet de Smart City. Donc ce projet de SADV, qui a été lancé par Sa Majesté, que Dieu le glorifie, en 2009, et depuis presque 15 ans, tous les équipements qu'on voit aujourd'hui est le fruit d'un travail acharné. Et aujourd'hui, le fruit est là. Il y a beaucoup d'infrastructures qui existent, notamment à travers le pôle du savoir, l'université Mohamed VI, Polytechnique, avec toutes les infrastructures environnantes, que ce soit les laboratoires, les écoles, le centre Health City, avec les 5 hôpitaux, à peu près 500 lits. Il y a 2 hôtels, il y a l'école américaine et l'école française, Tech Park. Donc il y a beaucoup d'activités qui ont été faites. Donc une première étape, aujourd'hui, a été consolidée. Il faut dire que la masse critique de l'université est là. Et la deuxième étape, aujourd'hui, c'est la feuille de route que m'a tracée M. le Président, c'est la petite, lors de mon arrivée, il y a à peu près 6 mois. 4 axes majeurs. 1, c'est une ville, donc on dépasse le stade du campus, évidemment. Deuxièmement, verte, donc il faut qu'elle soit verte, qu'elle continue à l'être. Smart, elle n'est pas tout à fait, mais il y a beaucoup de choses à faire et on a eu beaucoup d'études, donc on est sur la bonne voie. Et 4e point, aujourd'hui le groupe a beaucoup investi sur la ville et aujourd'hui il est temps d'ouvrir partenariat et les investisseurs privés. Donc ces axes-là, depuis 6 mois, qu'on a travaillé, qu'on a élaboré un peu la feuille de route, pour une durée de 4 à 6 mois, pour qu'on puisse avancer sur tous les volets. Il faut savoir qu'on a un challenge et une occasion unique, c'est 2030. 2030, avec la Coupe du Monde, il y a beaucoup d'infrastructures qui sont projetées. Il y a le TGV, dont les travaux sont en cours. Et ça, c'est un point très important. Il y a une station TGV à Benguerir et il y a la navette RER entre Marrakech et Benguerir. Avec ces infrastructures aujourd'hui, en plus de l'écosystème, il y a Parc X, il y a l'agropole, il y a Mzinda, et toutes les infrastructures et les zones industrielles sur la région de Rhamna. Tout ça fait que Benguerir est aujourd'hui dans une dynamique très positive. Mais nous devons saisir l'occasion, parce que 2030 c'est demain, donc on n'a pas réellement beaucoup de temps. Donc on a élaboré un peu une feuille de route avec 3 axes très importants. Le repositionnement, parce que depuis 13 ans qu'on travaille, les acquis aujourd'hui sont là, mais on est en train de updater un peu l'étude de positionnement de la ville verte, mais de la ville dans sa globalité, pour voir comment on peut attirer les investisseurs privés. Très important, avec l'intégration évidemment du tissu global, la ville verte, la ville, etc. Il y a un deuxième axe, c'est les études urbanistiques qu'on est en train de mener avec la province et toutes les autorités, sur un périmètre beaucoup plus large pour maîtriser le développement de la ville dans sa globalité, avec des études de mobilité d'une manière générale, que ce soit avec l'autoroute, le TGV, et puis les accès de la ville et de la ville verte, avec une stratégie, bien sûr, des espaces verts, l'économie d'énergie, l'économie d'eau, etc. Et un troisième point, c'est le volet positionnement et exploitation du site. Donc aujourd'hui, la ville verte elle est gérée par SADV, mais il y a un modèle de transition pour la gestion globale qu'on est en train d'étudier avec monsieur le gouverneur et les autorités, afin d'établir un modèle définitif d'ici 2 ans. Donc il y a 3 axes très importants. Ce qu'il faut savoir aujourd'hui, c'est que la ville verte, c'est une surface à peu près de 1400 hectares, avec 80 sur l'université, 350 dans la première phase. 1400 hectares, c'est la ville la plus importante du Maroc aujourd'hui. Il y a Tamsort à Marrakech qui fait 1200 hectares. Il y a Temsna, c'est 840 hectares. CFC, 350 hectares. Donc tout ça, ces chiffres, de temps en temps, on oublie qu'on est en train de travailler sur un projet à moyen long terme qui est très important. La défense, c'est 560 hectares, qui a été lancé en 1960. Pour voir le développement un peu stratégique qu'on est en train de faire, ce qui a été réalisé, c'est juste exceptionnel. Maintenant, on passe à la deuxième phase. Donc, au niveau de tout ce qui est exploitation, etc., le volet smart, on a fait beaucoup d'études, mais aujourd'hui, grâce à la relance de cet événement, ce qu'on souhaite aujourd'hui, c'est de réaliser. Aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup de choses, on a étudié beaucoup de choses. Il y a une feuille de route sur 4 à 6 mois, il faut qu'on commence à réaliser. Comme ça, on a des quick wins et comme ça, on peut avancer. Et ça devait, on s'est restructuré, une organisation, pour faire face à tous ces défis. On a renforcé les équipes, notamment pour le volet développement, positionnement marketing et commercial, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on doit s'ouvrir vers les investisseurs privés. Donc voilà, donc on vous remercie et ça devait à une grande responsabilité, nous le savons, mais nous sommes confiants. Et ça fait plus que 30 ans que je travaille. Aujourd'hui, j'ai constaté une chose, c'est que la province, les autorités sont là en permanence, on a des comités en permanence, chaque mois, on a presque un guichet unique, la vérité. Avec le groupe qui est derrière, l'université, c'est la concentration la plus élevée de matière grise, donc il n'y a pas de raison qu'on ne réussisse pas. Une chose, il faut coordonner. Chacun, effectivement, a ses besoins journaliers, mais si on ne coordonne pas, on va oublier, on va louper un peu le rendez-vous. Donc la matière est là. Il faut fusionner, il faut avancer. Et merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Shkolon, pour votre intervention et pour votre éclairage sur les enjeux de développement et d'aménagement portés par la SADV. J'ai maintenant le plaisir d'inviter Monsieur Mohamed Jauhari, directeur général de Casablanca Event et Animation. Monsieur Jauhari.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Monsieur le gouverneur, mesdames et messieurs l'ambassadeur, madame la présidente, madame Awatef, monsieur les directeurs généraux, chers partenaires et invités, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un honneur pour moi d'intervenir aujourd'hui dans ce campus d'excellence, symbole de l'innovation et de l'ambition marocaine. Je tiens à saluer l'organisation de cette nouvelle édition de Smart Green City Benguerir 2026, consacrée au rôle stratégique des universités dans le développement d'une intelligence artificielle frugale, souveraine et sociale au service des territoires intelligents et inclusifs. Cette thématique résonne avec une force toute particulière pour Casablanca, métropole africaine en pleine mutation qui place depuis quelques années déjà l'innovation, l'intelligence collective et la durabilité au cœur de sa vision de développement territorial. Depuis le lancement de Casablanca Smart City en 2016, nous avons fait le choix d'un modèle de ville intelligente profondément ancré dans les réalités de son territoire. Une Smart City frugale, inclusive, humaine et durable. Pour nous, l'intelligence artificielle ne peut être pensée uniquement comme une avancée technologique. Il doit avant tout être un levier d'impact au service des citoyens et un outil capable d'améliorer concrètement la mobilité, l'accès aux services, la gouvernance urbaine, la résilience territoriale et surtout la qualité de vie. Notre conviction est claire. L'avenir des villes africaines ne réside pas dans la reproduction des modèles importés, pertinents soient-ils, mais dans notre capacité à construire des solutions souveraines, adaptées à nos contraintes, à nos usages et à nos priorités sociales. Et c'est précisément là que le rôle des universités devient essentiel. Mesdames et messieurs, ma présence aujourd'hui parmi vous témoigne de la qualité et de la profondeur du partenariat qui unit Casa Events et Animation à l'Université Mohamed VI Polytechnique à travers différentes initiatives communes, notamment le Smart City Morocco Roadshow. Nous avons démontré que la coopération entre le monde académique, les collectivités territoriales et les acteurs économiques constitue un moteur indispensable de la transformation urbaine. Cette dynamique collaborative nous a permis de favoriser le partage d'expertise, de valoriser les expériences territoriales marocaines et de promouvoir une vision commune de la ville intelligente adaptée aux réalités et aux ambitions marocaines et africaines. Je souhaiterais saluer à cette occasion la contribution remarquable de notre professeur Awatef Hayar, qui accompagne depuis une décennie, aux côtés de Casablanca Events et Animation, la construction d'une vision scientifique ambitieuse et innovante pour Casablanca Smart City. Merci. Cette expertise nationale de haut niveau a largement contribué à la qualité des réflexions menées, à la pertinence des débats et à la profondeur des thématiques abordées, positionnant Casablanca Smart City comme une plateforme africaine majeure de réflexion sur les transformations urbaines, l'innovation territoriale et le nouveau visage de l'intelligence artificielle. Cette dynamique illustre parfaitement la capacité de nos institutions académiques et territoriales à co-construire une intelligence territoriale made in Morocco, capable d'apporter des réponses concrètes aux défis africains, notamment dans des domaines stratégiques comme l'intelligence artificielle, la mobilité intelligente, la transition écologique ou encore la gouvernance des données urbaines. Mesdames et messieurs, l'année 2026 marque une étape symbolique majeure pour Casablanca Smart City et pour Casa Events, puisque nous célébrons, Inch'Allah, dans quelques jours, la 10e édition de Casablanca Smart City les 10 et le 11 juin prochains. Placé sous le haut patronage de Sa Majesté, le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu le glorifie. Cette haute sollicitude royale constitue pour nous un immense honneur et une reconnaissance forte de l'importance stratégique des enjeux liés à l'innovation urbaine, à la transition digitale et au développement durable de nos territoires. 10 années durant lesquelles cette plateforme a accompagné les transformations de Casablanca et permis de construire un espace de dialogue entre institutions, entreprises, start-up, chercheurs, étudiants et citoyens autour de la ville de demain. Cette édition anniversaire portera une ambition forte autour du concept de Smart City augmentée. Nous explorerons, Inch'Allah, la manière dont l'intelligence artificielle, les jumeaux numériques, la data et les nouvelles technologies peuvent enrichir les politiques urbaines tout en restant profondément connectés à la créativité humaine, à la culture, au sport, à l'inclusion sociale et à l'expérience citoyenne. Dans la perspective des grands rendez-vous internationaux que le Maroc accueillera à l'horizon 2030, Casablanca entend ainsi renforcer son positionnement comme laboratoire africain d'innovation urbaine et plateforme de réflexion sur les nouveaux modèles de métropole résiliente et inclusive. Je voudrais d'ailleurs, et je souhaiterais à cette occasion, adresser une invitation à l'ensemble des partenaires présents aujourd'hui à Benguerir afin de poursuivre ces échanges, Inch'Allah, à Casablanca, les 10 et le 11 juin prochains, à l'espace Sacré-Cœur, et continuer ensemble à écrire ce nouveau chapitre de l'intelligence urbaine africaine. Je vous remercie de votre attention et souhaite plein succès aux travaux de cette édition 2026 de Smart Green City Benguerir. Merci à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Jouheri, pour votre intervention et pour le partage de la vision autour de l'événementiel, l'animation territoriale et le rayonnement des villes. So, to chair the Honeywell's vision on innovation, we are pleased to invite Mr. Fehmi Jabri, Chief Commercial Officer at Honeywell.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Unfortunately, I don't speak French, so I'll stick to my English. Your Excellency, Ashab Sumul, my friends, colleagues, and partner at UM6P, it's a privilege here to be here with you today in this event. On behalf of Honeywell, I want to express our deep appreciation of this event to bring us all together to discuss the future of smart cities, how we make our city is more connected, more sustainable, and more safe and secure. Cities, like the concept smart cities is not optional anymore. It's not something that it's a good to have anymore. It's a must. With the pressure of urbanization, the pressure of lack of skilled labor in the market, and the pressure of energy, and especially with what we're going through nowadays, it's not optional. We need to do something. We need to improve our cities to be much more sustainable and connected. Honeywell, for those who don't know Honeywell is a Fortune 100 company. We're about a $40 billion company. We've been there for more than a century. And for the last 2 decades, we've been developing smart and connected city solution for the world. And we've helped many cities around the world right now to become very sustainable and smart. The recent one that we have is in Egypt, the new capital, sorry. It's a completely smart city that's connecting every aspect of the city. Everything is connected to a central command and control center, and to what Dr. Awatif talked about this morning, the social aspect of that city is very well taken care of. So we have a lot of social engagement of the citizens because, again, I'm quoting Dr. Awatif, cities are made out of people. We can pull a lot of engineering systems and technologies, but if we don't take the social aspect of these cities, we will fail. So this is something that we focus on a lot. Recently, last GITEX, earlier this year, we signed an MOU with the university here, UM6P. And this MOU is not just a gesture or just a ceremonial MOU. It's a start of a journey, which we've already actually started. A journey to transform, first of all, the campus into a smart and connected campus, and then take this experience and take it more to the city, to Benguerir, to make it more smart and green, and hopefully, inshallah, to take it more to make Morocco as well a smart and more secure country as well. So at the core of this MOU, we have 2 solutions that we're going to discuss, or we discussed as well, is the Honeywell City Suite, which is an IoT platform that connects all the aspects of the city into one command and control suite. And that helps the government, the different entities within the government to take care of their actions within one centralized solution. Also, we have underneath this IoT platform that is AI enabled as well, we have the Forge platform, which is actually an enterprise operational and management layer, where it has multiple modules that can take care of different aspects of the building. For example, we can talk about energy management module, we can talk about predictive maintenance, preventive maintenance, because we don't want to wait till things break down to go and fix them. We can, today, with the AI-powered solution that we have, we can look at what could go wrong and fix it before it goes wrong. So between these 2 solutions, we believe that we can transform cities into a much more livable cities, so we can all, with the citizen, enjoy those cities. This strategic partnership with UM6P is very important for us. And as I mentioned, it's not about deploying technology only. We want to develop the technology. We want to enable the Moroccan people to develop those technology. We are right now, in general in the region, we are users of these technologies. We want to be the developers of those. We have a lot of smart people around us, and we need to enable them, give them the tools and the knowledge to do that. And we want this university to be the cornerstone of transforming this generation into a giving generation instead of just consuming generation. So we're already started with a proof of concept where we installed some solution to optimize the energy of the campus, and hopefully we'll build on this to make the whole campus a connected and smart campus. And from there as well, we discussed with the university that we're going to develop curriculum with them to educate the students and to give them the tools to practice as well. It's not only theoretical knowledge. We don't want them to read about smart cities from books. We want them to test with their hands and to develop modules for their cities as well. So this is one of the main important points that I want everyone to remember, is that it's not just theoretical, something that they will learn and use with their hands. We're also talking about co-funding PhD program to develop generative AI and digital twin capabilities within the universities. And just to give you an overview of the solution that we're talking about, the solution that we're talking about is a sovereign solution, so you can have it in the city here and in the university. But it's open enough that you can have modules, you can build your own modules to solve certain case study. So let's say that someone is working on a case study for social engagement or social media engagement with the people, or to understand the perception of the people. They can build that module utilizing all the technologies that is in the city. And this is what we're trying to enable the university and the student of the university to do. So ultimately, this partnership will make this campus a living lab for the students, not only for the students as well, for entrepreneurs, investors, and inventors to be able to practice and to develop more and more for Morocco. At Honeywell, we believe in empowering people. We believe in using the technology to advance our cities, to advance our people. And we believe that with this partnership and with the vision of Dr. Awatif and the vision of the university and the vision of this country, we can make Morocco a cornerstone of the smart cities in Africa, if not in the region. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and looking forward to discussing with you more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jabri, for your contribution and for sharing Honeywell's vision on innovation, smart technologies, and sustainable solutions. We'll now move to remote intervention. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Pierre-Manuel Patry, Head of MEA at Akila, who is joining us remotely. Please, the video, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pierre-Manuel Patry, and I'm Head of EMEA at Akila. Also, I cannot be here with you in Benguerir today. I'm very pleased to take part in this event through this video. And I will take a moment to share with you our perspective on the collaboration between Akila and UM6P. Let's start with a brief introduction regarding Akila. We develop AI-native digital twins for smart buildings and smart cities. We have delivered projects all around the world, including Europe, United States, Asia, and of course, Africa. And our focus is always very concrete, turning data into actionable insights with measurable environmental and operational impact. But smart cities is not only about technology. And this is the reason why I'm very happy to participate to this event. We strongly believe at Akila that smart city is also about people, real operational challenges, and local specificities. And I think that the way we delivered Smart Campus project together with UM6P demonstrated. UM6P is not just an academic institution. It is also an experimentation ground for sustainable and intelligent urban solutions for Morocco and for Africa. Our collaboration with UM6P is about bringing global smart city experience of Akila into a highly contextualized African environment. Together, we worked on operational use cases tailored for local priorities. Our partnership demonstrates how universities can serve as anchors for resilient, sovereign, and inclusive AI-enabled territories. At Akila, we firmly believe that the future of smart cities in Africa will not be copied from elsewhere. It will be designed locally, tested on real territories, and built through strong partnerships between academia, public authorities, and industry. We are very, very proud to contribute to this journey alongside with UM6P, and we hope that we will continue to extend this relationship in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patry, for joining us today. Pour clôturer cette séquence d'ouverture, j'ai l'honneur d'inviter notre cher professeur Madame Awatef Hiyar, Conference Chair à l'UMCSP.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. Mr. the Governor of Province of Rahamna, Madame l'ambassadrice, Monsieur le directeur de l'école d'architecture, représentant Monsieur le Président et Monsieur le directeur général. Monsieur Zodi, il est là au nom de Monsieur le Président et Monsieur le directeur général de l'UM6P. Nos invités, Madame Excellence, Madame l'ambassadrice de Rwanda, qui est un pays invité cette année à cette édition, donc Smart Green City Benguerir 2026, Africa Forum, et aussi Monsieur le ministre conseiller représentant, Monsieur l'ambassadeur d'Espagne, qui est aussi le deuxième pays invité à cette édition today. If you allow me, I will switch to English so that our foreign guests can also understand my speech. So I just said that today, this edition we have two guest countries, Rwanda and Spain. So Spain, we will see all the experience from Europe and international. And there are a lot of very innovative solutions. But also in Rwanda, there is a very interesting project and also leading Smart Africa initiative and also member of a program that was funded by IFD, which is Aston Africa Smart Cities, and Benguerir is member of this coalition. So, dear General Director, Monsieur le Directeur Général of SADV, Green City of Benguerir, and Monsieur le Directeur Général de Casa Events and Animation, I would just to say that Monsieur Le Jouahri, he's representing the city of Casablanca and also leading as it was presented, the Smart City Casablanca that we co-organized since 10 years ago. I would like also to mention Madame the Strategic Director at SADV and co-organizing this year this edition with UM6P and the Prefecture of Rahamna. And I would like also to mention Madame la Vice-Doyenne de la Faculté des Sciences BEMSIC University Hassan II of Casablanca, representing also Monsieur Le Doyen of the Faculty BEMSIC University Hassan II of Casablanca, Mr. the CCO, Mr. the Chief Commercial Officer at Honeywell from Africa and Middle East, and the delegates, guest delegates today with us from Honeywell, also the representative of Dell Technology, representing Mr. Dell Technology Morocco, representing Mr. the General Director, who was unfortunately cannot join us for an urgent matter. Also, this distinguished keynotes, speakers, and panelists, guests, esteemed professors, researchers, students, partners, and media stakeholders. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you all at UM6P at Smart Green City Benguerir 2026, organized this year under the theme of universities as catalysts of frugal, sovereign, social AI for smart and inclusive territories, jointly co-organized between UM6P, SADV, and the Prefecture of Rahamna. Today, territories across the world are facing unprecedented challenges in achieving sustainable, inclusive, and human-centered development. Rapid urbanization, climate change, demographic transitions, economic instability, and growing social inequalities are reshaping the future of cities and regions. In this context, sustainable territorial development can no longer be limited to economic growth alone. It requires a holistic and human-centered approach that promotes inclusion, social protection, gender equality, youth empowerment, and equitable access to the opportunities. The development of resilient and smart territories must place people at the center of innovation policies and strengthen local capacities, governance systems, and community participation. At the same time, artificial intelligence is rapidly reshaping economies, institutions, and societies. Yet the key question before us is not only how powerful AI can become, but rather what kind of AI do we want for our communities, our territories, and our future generations. We believe in an AI that is frugal because innovation must remain accessible, energy efficient, affordable, locally rooted, and adapted to local realities, societal needs, and limited resources. Sovereign because nations and territories must develop their own capacities, infrastructures, talents, data governance, models, and technological independence. Social because it is built upon a hybrid human and algorithmic augmented intelligence designed to advance human dignity, inclusion, equity, ethics, and sustainable development. Frugal, sovereign, social AI is not merely a technological vision, it is a societal project. It is a call to place people, communities, and ecosystems at the center of innovation. It is an invitation to build AI systems that strengthen resilience rather than dependency, cooperation rather than exclusion, and collective intelligence rather than concentration of power. In this perspective, the Kingdom of Morocco, under the visionary leadership of His Majesty, King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has placed the strengthening of the social state at the heart of its national development model. Through ambitious reforms aimed at expanding social protection, improving access to healthcare and education, empowering youth and women, and reducing social and territorial inequalities, Morocco is pursuing a human-centered vision of sustainable development. This strategic orientations reflects the kingdom's commitments to investing in human capital as fundamental driver of inclusive growth, social cohesion, innovation, and long-term prosperity. By placing people, dignity, and equal opportunity at the core of public policies, Morocco is building the foundations for a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for present and future generations. Universities, research centers, public institutions, startups, and international partners, civil society, all have a crucial role to play in this transformation. Together, we must empower a new generation of researchers, engineers, professionals, and innovators capable of designing solutions rooted in local realities while contributing to global knowledge. In particular, universities must serve not only as center of knowledge, education, and high-quality human capital development, but also as a strategic catalyst for the emergence of frugal, sovereign, and social AI ecosystems dedicated to inclusive and sustainable territorial development. By fostering interdisciplinary research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and international cooperation, universities can help shape ethical and inclusive technological model that respond to societal needs and support the development of smart, resilient, and inclusive territories. Through their capacity to connect science, policy, industry, and communities, universities are uniquely positioned to drive sustainable territorial development and transformation and ensure that artificial intelligence remains aligned with human values, social inclusion, and sustainable development objectives. Through academic innovation and international cooperation, Africa and the Global South have a historic opportunity not only to adopt AI technology, but also to co-create new models of ethical, inclusive, sustainable, and sovereign innovation for the world. This event is therefore more than a scientific or academic gathering. It is a platform for a dialogue, collaboration, and collective action. It is a space where idea meets territories, where science meets societal needs, and where innovation meets responsibility. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all speakers, experts, professors, researchers, institutional partners, innovators, who contributed to shaping a rich and multidisciplinary program covering different dimensions of the innovation ecosystem in service of sustainable and inclusive territorial development. From universities and research centers to territorial governance, stakeholders, public institutions, enterprise, startup, and community actors committed to building smarter, more resilient, and human-centered territories. We would also like to warmly thank our two guest countries, Spain and Rwanda, two inspiring models from the North and the South, for sharing with us today their valuable experience in the field of smart and inclusive cities. Our heartfelt thanks are also extended to the UM6P and to our partner SADV and the Prefecture of Rhamna for their valuable support in making this event possible and for their strong belief in innovation as a strategic lever for the development of smart, sustainable, and inclusive cities and territories. May our discussions, exchanges, and collaborations during this event contribute to shaping a future where artificial intelligence, driven by universities, research, and collective innovation, serves sustainable development, human prosperity, social inclusion, and the well-being of present and future generations. Thank you, and I wish you all a highly successful and inspiring event. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Merci beaucoup, professeur Hayar, pour cette intervention et pour votre contribution à la structuration intellectuelle et scientifique de cet événement. Merci beaucoup à l'ensemble de nos intervenants pour ces messages à la fois inspirants et engageants. Cette ouverture nous rappelle une chose importante. La ville intelligence commence quand les acteurs intelligents décident de travailler ensemble. Nous allons entrer maintenant dans le cœur des grandes mutations technologiques, scientifiques et humaines qui redéfinissent les villes intelligentes avec notre première keynote session modérée par professeur Awatef Hayar. Madame Hayar, je vous passe la main. Je vous laisse le soin de présenter.
Thank you very much, Madame Ibtihal Abbasi. So I am proud and honored to moderate this session, this first keynote session with four very inspiring participants from anthropologist approach to technical approach, and with the demo at the end of this session. So we have Professor Arthur Serra Hurtado, former president of I2CAT, and anthropologist by, profile and experience, but also technical anthropologist. He will maybe talk for sure about that. And also Monsieur Saïd Al-Hamdiwi, who is, Professor Artura is from Spain. Monsieur Saïd Al-Hamdiwi is a professor and head of computer engineering laboratory and working in semiconductors. And also we have Mr. Hussam Al-Shukri from Honeywell, and he will present the vision of Honeywell for this frugal social sovereign approach for smart cities. And last but not least, Madame Sarah Bouriad from UMCSP. She will present the demo about existing and ongoing projects for AI-powered smart campus here at UM6P. So I will have the pleasure and honor to call the first speaker at this session, Mr. or Professor Arthur Serra Hurtado. So Arthur, please join us. words about your very rich career and bio. So Professor Arthur Serra Hurtado, technico-anthropologist, former deputy director of ITUCAD Foundation in Spain. Arthur Serra holds a PhD in cultural anthropology in the field of technico-anthropology, University of Barcelona. He designed and co-created different digital centers and laboratories, such as CANET, Center for Internet of Applications at University Politècnica de Catalunya, the ITUCAD Foundation at University Polytechnic of Catalonia, and very, very innovative project I had the chance to visit it, which is the City Lab in Cornellà, in the area of Catalonia, the first European citizen laboratory for social and digital innovation in the metropolitan of Barcelona. He participated in the launching conference of the European Network of Living Lab at Helsinki, the network ENOL, European Network of Living Labs. And in 2024, he organized with ITUCAD and ENOL a session in New York City about the Living Labs and Global Digital Compact, the United Nations initiative to generate the first common agenda on digital policy, and finally approved at the United Nations Summit for the Future in September of the same year. Now he is exploring how the Global Digital Compact and the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations can find ways of cooperation toward the civilizational transition. Very inspiring talk we are looking for. Thank you very much. So Arthur, you have the floor.
Thank you very well. Thank you very much, Professor Ayar. I am very honored your friendship. I know Professor Ayar since 2015 in Barcelona. We were both in the Smart City World Congress, and I know a little bit the evolution of the career of Professor Ayar, very rich and complex. And I thank you very much for this invitation. It's an honor for me to be here. This is the beginning of our friendship in the Smart City World Congress in Barcelona. But normally when we talk about the Smart City, we normally talk about the collaboration between the public sector, the governors of the cities, and the companies, even the citizens. But we forgot very much the role of the universities. And I'm happy that this session is just highlight the role of the universities, particularly in my experience, the role of technological universities, digital universities. I love the UMC's Polytechnic N, because that's mark characteristic that for me is very important. Thank you very much also to the inventors, the creators of this dream of the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic. This is spectacular. And this university reminds me the initial project we started and the collaboratory effect. All this talk will be about this idea of collaboration, and the term collaboration has this lab. This is a collaboration for innovation. This is a term that we have developed, Professor Colobrans, a friend of mine in ITUCAD, when we're beginning to expand the concept of living labs to the whole region and even at the international level. The story started in this university, Carnegie Mellon. I think the ambassador from Rwanda mentioned the Carnegie Mellon University. This is a crazy project a group of anthropologists developed from the University of Barcelona, visiting, doing an ethnography role in Carnegie Mellon. Angel Jordan was the provost of this university. It was really surprising that the anthropology could be interested in technology. And he invited us to visit and to analyze his tribe of computer scientists. The term tribes is how we normally work in anthropology, but never normally unify tribe with computer scientists. And this is what we did. We did a project not about the technology, but about the technologist. Because normally when we talk about the technology, we put the human after the technology. But the secret we discovered in this university is how the humans are before and after the technology. This is, we need to thank this kind of specific human called technologies, the people, the person who develops, who creates, who invent the technologies that then offer to the rest of the humanity for their use. This is a very strategic point for your university and your country. And I will put an example very important for European. Europe is a digitalized continent, but it is not yet a digital continent. One thing is digitalize a society, another thing is to build in a digital society. One thing is doing a smart user of the digital technology, but another thing different is preparing the citizens to develop and to design their own smart city. This is very important. If this problem is not solved, we will develop a new kind of colonialism, because we will use all the time the technologies for our city that we don't develop, that we don't know. This is like a black box, that we don't know what is in the black box. We are the users of the black box, but the problem is someone has designed the black box. This is not coming from the heaven, it's not growing from the terrain, it's our job. The humans are creators of technology. And this is what we discovered in this university. That university was unique. Normally we know very much Stanford, Silicon Valley, and MIT, Route 128, but we don't know the enormous transformation that happened in this particular university that in the 90s was called the Computer University. It was a joke because CMU, but it was real. This university wanted to be excellent like your university in one particular field, the computer science. And they create a strategy to be the #1 in computer science in the #1 country, United States. The computer science ranking marked that since the beginning until 2019, computer science was the #1 university in the presenting paper in all the disciplines in computer science. This is really the result of this university. This is very important. It's very unknown, but this is important. And this technology, they developed in the university, but also they have an enormous impact in this city. This is Pittsburgh. This is the capital of the steel and the coal of the America in the 21st century. This is the city that helped America to win in the World War II. This is a picture of Pittsburgh, the smoky city in 1945. This is the Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie was the first tycoon, the first man real rich in the United States. It's like the Rockefeller, this is the first one. And this man designed, was Scottish in the origins, the land of James Watt. You remember, the inventor of the steam machine and the industrial revolution. The idea was a school of training the workers and the son of the workers of their machine. But at the end, that school evolved in the Carnegie Tech and the Carnegie Mellon University. And the result is this city. This is Pittsburgh in the 80s. It was the Renaissance city because there was enormous effort. You talk about the green city. This is the first effort systematically done by a city in the United States to clean all this smoke and to renew completely the city. That is the role of universities that develop their technology and they apply it in the renewal of the city. Now is the capital with artificial intelligence, digital technologies, health, etc. The mind behind this transformation is this person, Herbert Simon. I recommend all of you to read this book, The Sciences of the Artificial. This is a real polymath. He was a political scientist from Chicago University. He was leading the artificial intelligence with Alan Newell in the Dartmouth conferences, was the people who presented the first artificial intelligence working program, logic theorist. They developed the cognitive sciences, and at the end, they developed the strategy for transforming Carnegie Mellon in this computer university. And from this man, we learn the difference between discover and invent. Western science is about discovering, but computer science is about to design and to invent. The computer science, they are humans, but they think in a different way. They think about possibilities, what the things can be. Not what the things are, but what the things can be. It's a little bit like architects, engineers, architects are working on artificial artifacts, people, man-made or human-made things. Remember the question of Alan Turing. Can a machine think? Can a machine think? This kind of mindset was the fruit of the collaboration of the scientists that became engineers in the World War II. Have you seen the movie Oppenheimer? This is it. It's a physicist, but they became an engineer of atomic bomb. Turing was a mathematician that became the father of computer science. All this transformation of the knowledge is what we study in this university. This project was paid by the government of Catalonia. We didn't go to Silicon Valley. We go to the places where the people and the mind of the people develop a new way of thinking. And the rest is how a group of anthropologists learning from this kind of new mindset try to socialize, democratize this knowledge to empower everyone to innovate. You have here the share of the Knoll. The share of the Knoll European Network Living Lab has a main motto, empowering everyone to innovate. This is a standing, opening up this culture of innovation that you will, this is a historical moment for the humanity. I will explain you then why, from the anthropological viewpoint, is so important this moment. The important is, for the first time, we enter in the Anthropocene. We are responsible of the changes we are producing. The global climate change is an anthropological change, anthropogenic change. We are doing that. It's not like the dinosaur. We are doing this kind of change. And because we are doing, we are responsible. But because we are doing, we can solve the problem. This is the mindset we need to begin to be our mindset. The formula is human, machine, human. It's not machine, human, machine. Human, machine, humans. That means we are building this machine for the humans and for the rest of the nature. But this is a sentence that Alan Perley, these are the three founders of the computer science department at Carnegie Mellon. And this sentence is very important. Education reveals that the computer's role is shaped by people and not by the machine itself. The problem we have in Europe and the rest of the country is because we are not being creator of this technology, the technology arrives to us, and then we use it. But the problem is, this is not rain from heaven. Someone developed these technologies. And this is very important that universities like your universities and other universities and other communities beginning to understand this, the urgent need to develop a new mindset. This is what we're doing in anthropology. Let's go to when I came back from Carnegie Mellon after 3 years, I was working in the beginning of the Smart City Barcelona. This is a very important project, I suppose you know already. It's a digital urban project. We have Ildefons Cerdà, who designed the modern Barcelona. We have Gaudí, who designed this kind of magnificent churches, etc. But this anonymous guy, Miquel Barceló, is as important as Ildefons Cerdà or Gaudí. Nobody knows this engineer. This is the engineer that, learning from the Ildefons Cerdà, blended urbanism and technology. They used a urban qualification 22A, this is a urban qualification for industry, to put the at. And with this simple action, they changed completely the paradigm of a city. You see below the industry neighborhood in the industrial era. And you see in the top the new 22 in the city of Barcelona. And this is very interesting because they are building a kind of new kind of urbanism, the urbanism of the smart city. This is the beginning. The architects, and I like the speech of the architects, of the professor of the School of Architects, to blend in digital technologies with the old professions. This is very important. And this is what I discovered in Barcelona in 2000. But what we beginning is, what is behind Miquel Barceló? Was Miquel Barceló was trained? How they developed this kind of mindset? And we arrived to the UPC, University Polytechnic of Catalonia. We have only 4 polytechnical universities in Spain. We need a long future for learning about technologies. Spain is a country of wonderful artists, wonderful writers, painters, but in science and technologies, we have centuries of abandon. There is a sentence in Spanish say, que inventen ellos. Miquel de Unamuno say, que inventen ellos. Maybe the people, the Protestant people of the North or whatever, know the Spanish. That means my generation is the first democratic generation in the modern Spain, has a responsibility to introduce science and technology as a culture in the Spanish nation. I came from humanities, but I understand that we are in a technological era. And we, the social scientists, beyond to complain all the times about technology is not humane, we need another responsibility, understanding the technologist, because the future of our countries depends on that. We need to master the technology, to learn from the countries that has centuries of advance in relation with humanist country. I know that can be politically incorrect what I'm saying, but I really believe about that. And I think in your case has the same responsibility. In Africa, we need to train generations of young generation in this kind of mindset. And you can change things. You have the power to change. You can. It's not only Obama. You can means that you can change things. This is the technologies I learned in United States. I know that now United States is not like the 90s, but it doesn't matter. I know doing politics. I'm thinking the result of a research that for us has been crucial. This university generated this kind of centers. The Supercomputing Barcelona is the big center, but there are other centers I took at, the Center for Telecommunication and the Center for Artificial Intelligence that are also incubated in this big university. I am responsible of the design of the I2CAT. I tell you why. Because with this professor in Carnegie Mellon and then in the National Science Foundation, they defined the National Collaboratory in 1988. What is the novelty on the concept National Collaboratory? They understood that internet is not only a computer network. It's a network of people and computer. It's a digital laboratory. We think that ARPANET is a network. No. ARPANET is the network of the people that work for ARPA. The Department of Computer Science of Carnegie Mellon was called the ARPA iLab, like the Department of Computer Science of MIT, like the Department of Computer Science on Stanford. There were the 3 iLabs. And they are crucial for understanding this national collaboratory. Because this person, what did is taking the ARPA from the military and giving it to the whole academic community. He was the father of the National Science Foundation Net. And the National Science Foundation Net was the beginning of the opening the internet to everyone. Normally people think connecting computers, but from the anthropology side view, it's not connecting computing, it's connecting people and computers in an innovative way. This is why we designed I2CAT with the internet as a collaboratory. That was my small anthropological contribution to my colleagues on computer networks, saying, what we are designing is not only a computer network, it's a collaboratory. And this is what we did. For doing that, we put together different kind of institutions in the board, politicians, academicians, companies, all together. We don't ask for money to the government to do our research. We put politicians, academicians, and the companies in the same boat with the same responsibility, each with the different capacities, but to row together. And we got this prize from the community of telecommunication in Barcelona. But what is the next with it? If the internet is for everyone and internet is a collaboratory, it could be an open collaboratory for everyone. Is it possible in the next future open up our innovation systems as a universal innovation ecosystem? Do you imagine a university of innovators, of people that are responsible of this kind of mindset? This is the next step. And this is, with this I finish, the City Lab of Cornellà. The City Lab is the first citizens laboratory, and this is our vision. The vision of anthropology, and I did with this friend, he was a politician from the city of Cornellà, is transforming the old industrial and abandoned factory in a citizens laboratory. In a city with a lot of industrial tradition that was going down. Say, no, you don't need to go down. You can take this wonderful building and transform it in this kind of digital laboratory. And we did the same. We put with the mayor of the city, with the university, with the companies, an alliance to put in this collaboratory governance. And what we did is this motto, learning to innovate. Not learning in one side and innovating the other, learning to innovate. Creating smart citizens, very important, from the childhood, because they are the people who will design the future cities. We discovered the city's innovation life cycle. It doesn't matter if you are young or older, if you are women or men. You have, since the kids till the end, an innovation cycle during your life. Now we're beginning with artificial intelligence, and then we discovered the European Network of Living Labs with the same mindset. Is it possible in open innovation? And that's all. These are my lessons. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Arthur Serra, for this inspiring talk about how universities can be drivers of the city and territory transformation and the building together with the city hand in hand the smart city. So without losing time, but before switching to calling the second keynote, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Bertrand Poche, the director of the AFD, Agence Française de Développement here in Morocco, and also welcome the president of Enol, Mr. Wim de Kinderen, and also the president of the CEO of Fireware, and the representative of our partner audience from Spain. And so now I will call the second keynote, Professor Saïd Al-Hamdiwi. Please join the stage. Chair Professor of Dependable Emerging Computer Technologies and Head of Computer Engineering at Delft Technology and in the Netherlands, and Head of Computer, as I said, Engineering at Delft University, a distinguished leader in both academia and entrepreneurship. He is the founder and CEO of a startup specialized in advanced manufacturing test solutions. This venture was established following his receipt of the prestigious 2025 European Innovation Council Transition Grant dedicated to transitioning his patented research into high-impact industrial applications. Professor Hamdiwi is a member of the Netherlands Academy of Engineering and consistently ranked among the top 2% of the world's most influential scientists by Stanford University and Elsevier. He contributes his strategic expertise to several international boards, including the Scientific Committee of the European Nanoelectronics Association and Advisory Board of Departments of Computer and Information Engineering in Khalifa University, playing a pivotal role in shaping the global technological landscape. His career is punctuated by extensive industrial experience, a sought-after keynote speaker at major international forums. He serves on multiple editorial boards and has received numerous global awards in recognition of his exceptional contribution to the field. Professor Hamdiwi, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Hayar, for giving me the floor to share with you some of my philosophy about smart cities. This is the second time I'm in Benguerir, and each time I come back, I get more impressed and impressed, really impressed. So thanks for having me here. I would take 20 minutes. Professor Hayat, please give me a sign like this once I have 5 minutes left, because I would like to get stuck to my budget only, right? In the next 20 minutes, what I will do, I will give you my philosophy about smart cities. I will argue that there are no smart cities enabled by frugal, sovereign, social AI if there is no national silicon. If you don't have silicon at home, if you don't control your chips, I'm sorry, I'm arguing that probably you are creating an illusion. So how will I do this? Actually, this is a picture from our campus. The tall building on the left side is our faculty. I am on the 10th floor with my team. So how I will do this? First, I will highlight the hidden, the invisible crisis of smart cities and AI in general. Then I will explain to you how chips, how silicon, how small pieces are really the brain behind frugal, sovereign, but also social AI. And because I have only 20 minutes, I will only talk about 2 aspects and not social. And then thereafter, I will give you my philosophy. Is it feasible that we can have a control on silicon in Morocco, in Africa? I am a believer in yes. A poor man is not the one who has no cent, but is the one who has no dreams. So I do dream, and I do believe that Morocco has the capability to have silicon at home, as well Africa. But I will show you my philosophy, and as I am an engineer, I will give you the evidence that this is feasible. And finally, I will conclude my talk showing how this millimeter silicon is not only enabling smart cities and infrastructure, actually is deciding the geopolitics. It's redefining the power around the globe. It's all that small silicon. All right, let's start. If I will ask any of you what is smart cities, they would tell me it's an urban area where we integrate digital technologies like AI or IoT in the infrastructure, in the services, in order to improve the quality of life of residents. Yeah? And usually when you say smart cities, you think about cloud, data centers, AI, software. Well, if you go inside these data centers, you're going to find these small pieces of silicon called integrated circuits. So without actually everywhere If you look around here in this room, this screen, these speakers, this thing, everything runs on this small piece of silicon. If that small silicon of silicon collapse, everything will collapse. If that small piece of silicon is not trustworthy, nothing is trustworthy. So this is how these small things are crucial. So actually talking about only software and models and algorithms to describe smart cities of AI is, in my view at least, incomplete without covering real semiconductors. If you, in your silicon, AI cost will exponentially increase. The energy, energy. Do you know that Google already asked the US government to build nuclear plants to serve the data centers? This is not sustainable. Cost. Do you know that AI companies are not making money? OpenAI, who owns ChatGPT, they lost about 14 billion last year. They are not making money. Who is making money? Companies making silicon. NVIDIA is now a trillion company. Quite remarkable. Do you know that training ChatGPT-3, which is just only text, no video, no images, cost about $10 million. And ChatGPT-4, $100 million. So the bigger, the higher the cost. CO2. Training of ChatGPT-3 was responsible for emitting CO2, which is equal to having 1,300 cars, 1,300, 1,300 cars running for 2 weeks non-stop. The amount of CO2 that these cars, 1,300 again, will emit in 2 weeks non-stop is exactly what training of ChatGPT 3 only, not 4, not 5, will emit. And of course, don't talk about sovereignty. If you don't control the chip, I'm sorry. You are in serious troubles. So, in your silicon means actually that AI, which is still in the beginning, will not be able to scale at large. It will probably break at large. So we really need to think about it. And these are just a few examples. So what I would like to argue in the rest of my talk is about how this silicon is very important, these pillars driving smart cities. Frugal, sovereign, but I will not talk about social because I don't have much time. And these pillars are really deeply connected. So let me start. How is chips very important for frugal energy efficiency? I am a scientist, so I like numbers. You see this figure on the left side, no, on the right side, on the right side. So you see, it shows the years on the x-axis and the computing power on the y-axis. What is the computing power? How much computing they need to do some operation. We measure it in petaops, or 10 to the power operations per second. How many operations, plus, minus. So from 1988 to 2010, typically we're using Intel processors, single core, multi-core, and it will mainly driven by Moore's law. Moore is the inventor or the founder of Intel. So actually, how much computing we could do, it was doubling every generation. And generation is 1.5 to 2 years. So if it's 1 over 2 years, it's 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. And we had a conceptual architecture, what we call computation of the memory. These processors, they have a memory, and they have a processing unit, separate. The brain is different. The brain has a memory and processing together. The synapse and the neurons are interconnected. But traditional architectures, and now I'm linking a little to the technology, making a link to the technology. So the CPUs and the memory were separate, which means if you're going to do a calculation, you have to get out from the memory, go to the processor, bring the data, go back to the memory, bring the data again, bring it to the processor, who will do the calculation, and then he will bring the result to the memory. You see, there's a lot of back and forth, back and forth. This costs money and energy. And then starting from 2010 on, the GPUs, the NVIDIA was booming. And GPUs, they use what they call near memory computing, which means they put the memory very close to the CPU to minimize the area. But also, they had a lot of units within the GPUs to speed up the parallelism, how many operations they can do in parallel. And you see, this had as a consequence that the computing power I could do was doubling every 2 to 3 months. Wow. From 1 to 2 years to a couple of months. Bro, that's very impressive. That's NVIDIA. And let me tell you now, so it's clearly you can see that the computing power we need is increasing, but bigger is more costly. ChatGPT-4 is more costly to train and consumes more than GPT-3 and so on. And let me now give you a feeling about how much cost. Take a look at ChatGPT-3, right? To train ChatGPT-3, train, not inference, you need almost 10,000 GPUs. And a GPU costs typically between $30,000 to $70,000. You do the math, you see how much millions you need for the infrastructure. And this you can reserve them for 2 weeks non-stop. 2 weeks non-stop. How much energy? About 1,300 megawatt hour. What does that mean? It's what actually a city of 60,000 people will consume in 24 hours. ChatGPT consumed it only for training. What about CO2? I already mentioned that. It's equivalent to what a 1,300 cars we release in 2 weeks non-stop. This is just ChatGPT. If you consider the entire infrastructure, data clouds, data centers, we are talking about 240 to 340 terawatts hour a year. How much consumes Morocco a year? 30 to 40 terawatt hour. Right? So you see how significant is the energy consumption of this asset infrastructure. Clearly, this is not sustainable. No way. You need to do something about it. Sooner or later, you have to do it. Otherwise, you will not be able to afford AI everywhere. I asked ChatGPT, asked them, do you know Saeed Hamdiwi? And if you know him, so it's me, do you know him? Give me a figure to illustrate the guy. So it's me, I'm asking him about myself. So he got me that picture. But my philosophy was just to calculate how much it consumes during the inference, right? So doing inference, so there is training this, when you use ChatGPT, you are doing inference. So how much it consumes? Typically depends on how you add text, you want text or video or whatever. It can consume between 0.001 to 0.01 kilowatt hour for one query. This is 10x less than Google. Then you see immediately the difference, 10x difference between Google. Okay, let's say typically we get 1 billion query a day only for ChatGPT, only, not DeepMind, Gemini, no, only ChatGPT. You would consume about between 1 giga and 10 gigawatt hour. That's what city like Fez consumes. If you go for the whole year, wow, we are talking about up to 3.6 terawatt hour. A country like Estonia consumes about 6 terawatt hour. So this is again only ChatGPT. What about Gemini, Chatbox, Copilot, Claude, etc.? Again, this is not sustainable. No way. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. I did this picture, I tried to make it as simple as possible because I know that not everybody has background. Oh, 5 minutes, so we have to speed up. Okay, maximum speed up. Okay. So historically, you see the years, we used to use CPUs, Intel processor, AMD. But the speed, how much computing they can deliver was staggering in 2012. And then you see the pictures, how does it look, but anyways, and then we had these GPUs. Very important, what you see there, the GPU is very close to each beam. These are memories. And they are on a single interposer because very close to each other. This is good, but not enough as I showed you. So we need something radically new. How we do it. And that's exactly what my team works in. We develop new architectures, we explore new technology, new architecture, new integrations to show that we can realize not 10%, 30% improvement, no, order of magnitudes, 10x, 100x, 1000x, 10,000x. And here I have an example. She is a Moroccan student, Asma Al-Arasi from Insa, Morocco. She joined my team and she was behind this architecture. So developed architecture, did the design. We compared with commercial solutions like GPU, TPU, but also with emerging solutions with TSMC. We find 100 to 1000x improvement. And you see the chip there, and I have the privilege because I bought the chips with me to show them to you. Here you see, let me show them to you. So these are AI chips. These are AI chips we manufactured, designed, and everything in my team. So why not in Benguerir or in Morocco? That's feasible, right? And of course, these are very expensive stuff, of course. In the coffee break, I can let you show and touch them and get a feeling about it. Okay, let me go ahead because I don't have much time. Okay, so it's feasible, right? Well, again, the 10%, 5% improvement, thousands times improvement. Now, we will go to the sovereignty. I will be very brief. If you say I want to build my data centers using foreign infrastructure, or I'm going to use foreign infrastructure, clouds, right? You will not control the data. Anything you write, you send it to the data, to the cloud. So you are giving data for free. You will not control cyber attacks. They can do it. You even not realize. Latency. If you are using AI for embedded systems, real-time applications, if there is a delay between the data center somewhere in the globe and me in Benguerir, that delay can mean catastrophic consequences. Geopolitics. I'm always saying the only unconditional relationship is between parents and kids. Only. The rest is all conditionals. You are my friend today, but if the interest goes different direction, you may be my enemy. Or at least I will not serve you as I used to do. So we have to be very, very careful. And we should learn from the history. Cost. If you are, I'm serving you, I am the only one serving you, I can decide about the price I want. You cannot say anything, right? And if you can, when you have an IP, you put it on publicly on the data center somewhere, you are giving your IP away. But you can say, no, we can develop our data centers using AI chips. We buy AI chips and you build it. You still have the same problem. Supply chain. I will sell it to you tomorrow, not. Hardware security, I can put by purpose, listen carefully, I can put something in my chip and I sell it to you and I can control the chip remotely. I can turn it off and on remotely. Is that an illusion? No, it's a reality. And I know what I'm talking about. Microarchitecture, so if you buy chips, you can never innovate, you can never create, you can never improve. And of course, I can decide about the price if I sell you the products. It's a problem. You get luck to me. I can do whatever, you become a slave of mine, right? And of course, your IP, you cannot protect it, you cannot put it in the system. In conclusion, without having your own silicon, it's an illusion to have smart cities. But how we do it, I have my philosophy briefly, we take 2-3 minutes, I am done. So I think we need to fully integrate the philosophy of creating chips and semiconductors in our roadmaps, in Morocco, in Africa, as entire. It's not a business. It's a strategic vision. We can learn from Europe, who in the 90s decided to become fabless and fablite, and now they are investing heavily in CHIPS Act to bring fabs back to the continent. So this is a very strong message. Once we create this, we can integrate electrical computer engineering programs in our universities, prepare talents, which could go in line with research centers where we can innovate, create chips and startups, and this means creating a semiconductor ecosystem. Is that a dream or reality? Here is a fact, an evidence. Again, I am an engineer. Malaysia. Do you know Malaysia? I highlighted some numbers in green and read them. 25% of GPT, which is about 100 billion, is coming from semiconductor. Do you know that Malaysia has at least top 3 companies doing AI chips for Malaysia, like Sky Chips and Grid ASICs? Do you know that Malaysia have their own processor called Persona? And they started only over the decennia, so it's feasible. In conclusion, I hope to see in my lifetime that picture. Okay? The key point is that the future is about silicon, owning the silicon, and be aware where it's designed. I would like to have it in Morocco, in Africa. So silicon, why? It can help you to generate energy efficient computing. Location, it controls sovereignty. So AI is not only software. I'm sorry to say that we are mainly using AI. Just using, come out a model, read the data, train it, do classification. We are just using AI. So if you're going to do go deep in AI, we need one step ahead, right? And again, this AI is defining geopolitics around the world. It's redefining the power around the world. So we have to be careful, and we have to start as soon as possible. And finally, I would like to acknowledge my team with over 20 nationalities in a single team. You see the nationalities around the world. And of course, I would like to thank my sponsors, the companies all around the world, the European Commission, etc. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure.
For this excellent but scary talk about when we see how much energy is consumed for one click. So without losing time, I will call the third speaker, keynote speaker at this session, Mr. Hussam El-Shukri from Honeywell. So please join the stage. El-Shukri is Smart City Solutions expert and system integration, project delivery leader with over 20 years of experience in engineering and project management. He has led to design and end-to-end delivery of several smart city mega projects across the Middle East, spanning corporate, commercial, and mixed-use real estate development. Active contributor to the global innovation, serving as an individual expert in the Cityverse initiative co-led by ITU, United Nations and Digital Dubai, where he supports the development of AI-driven interoperable digital twins and immersive technologies for future-ready cities. An IEEE member and publisher author, recent work includes a paper on leveraging smart city technologies to enhance disaster management, presented in 2024 at the Mediterranean Smart Cities Conference. So please join me to welcome Mr. El-Shukri. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Awatef. It's truly a pleasure to be here, actually. And the amount of energy and the momentum I've seen brought from the university is unprecedented. I would claim not only on the North Africa or even Africa level, but even on the entire Middle East level of academic institution. And this is usually coming from the fact that at some moments we still go into the discussion on whether smart cities is a nice to have thing or something is a must to be implemented within the smart cities itself. And this is what we're going to touch along with this. The clicker, please. Sometimes I would say leaders and decision makers deny the fact that cities are being strained. If we're looking into the latest statistics that came up from the United Nations, we see that there is an expectation by the 2050 that 55% or even 68% of the world population will be living in cities. In the same time, this number of population will bring different and diverse issues and the challenges to the cities or municipalities as well. For example, for resources, whether it's for energy and whether for water or something, demand for water supply is expected to be drastically reduced due to the high demand, whether in Africa, whether in other continents as well, since it's a global issue. On the other hand, there is other multiple issues associated with the high number of population that's expected to be coming within cities as well, whether the carbon emission, whether the energy consumption, and other aspects like energy shortage in general. Not only that, cities also are facing challenges with regard to the climate change and natural disaster. All of these aspects should not make us look at a negative way, or I would say something terrible or something. The key insight that we're coming up from here is that traditional methods of operating cities are no longer suitable for running cities with all its complication and the challenges. And this is where technology is coming into the picture, not as a magic stick to resolve all the challenges faced by cities, but a strong tool and enabler for cities for decision-making and effective operation as well. And this is what we call as a technology to address a challenge. By the way, this was a kind of debate at the beginning of the smart cities technologies, because there was always a claim that instead of having technologies resolving issues, technologies were kind of fit for companies selling technologies. But again, this has started to be a kind of another motto called technology with a purpose, where the purpose behind technology is to resolve a problem, not to fit in a mold or not to put some kind of, I would say, just a talk without actions or without practical implications. This is why there was always a kind of user-centric design for the technologies, so that whatever is coming from the technology or whatever outcomes is being delivered from the technology part, it resolves an issue for one of the operations or one of the operators, whether from, I would say, a perspective of occupants, residents, visitors, or even the persons who are involved in operating or running a city or community in different domains, whether it's related to the operation of the city itself or whether within the IT or OT systems, so that eventually it can come up as connecting system along between people and digital systems as well. Eventually, if we're looking into this from a bigger perspective or from a vision perspective, the vision behind that is to enable the transformation of cities. Smart cities in itself is not a kind of, I would say, a theoretical concept. It's a change in the way cities operate. It's an operating model within its nature in which you are using data and technology so that you can transform the way cities are being running into a data-driven decision-making and data-driven operation. And this is for the purpose of achieving the resilience, efficiency, sustainability, and inclusion for all the city residents and occupants. And this is what we're aspiring for in spite of all the challenges that we have just mentioned. And this is, I would say, the promise that technology is offering for all the cities, decision makers, and operators itself. We're not talking theory here. Luckily, I would say the domain of the smart cities as well has started to produce a lot of promising results. We have Barcelona, which achieved around smart lighting energy reduction with 30% due to the use of advanced smart cities technologies. And we have other use cases within Asia, like for example, Singapore, which has used the real-time transportation data as well to improve the commute time and reduce the trip time for the vehicles and within the city with around 15% as well. So again, we're not talking about theory here, we're talking about actions on the ground. This talk about technologies, and it would make us need to decompose the word of technology itself. When we're talking about technologies involved within the smart cities domain, we have multiple main dominant technologies that have to be part of the technology stack associated with the smart cities solution itself. One of them, of course, or the most domineering part is the IoT, which is the Internet of Things, in which are connecting different sensor or sensing element or devices to a platform so that eventually you could be able to receive, I would say, hundreds, thousands, even millions of streams of data, which are gonna be monitoring or benchmarking the performance status of each aspect within the city. When we're talking about devices here, we're not talking about free devices only. We're talking about utility networks or devices associated with the utility networks so that you can measure or benchmark the energy, the water demand, even within systems like the traffic and parking system. It's a way so that you can collect all the data so that eventually you could be able to measure and benchmark how your city is operating. And this, by the way, reminds me with an old and famous saying I still remember so far, which is, what cannot be measured cannot be improved. If you're not able to measure how your city will be performing, your vision will stay into a closed discs and will not turn into reality. And this is why we're clearly emphasizing that smart cities is an operating model rather than just, I would say, solid technology without outcomes. No, it has to be a transformation rather than just, I would say, a normal technology use. Other than the IoT, there is always some relevant technologies also associated. We have the big data. Reason for that is that when you imagine data streams coming from different cities domain or different physical spaces within the city, You can imagine utility networks. You can imagine traffic and transportation networks as well. You can imagine smart lighting and parking within the streets. Hundreds of millions of data streams coming all over the way. These data streams need to be handled and processed with a different technology than traditional data storage mechanism. And this is where the technology of big data came into the picture, so that you can be able to ingest billions or hundreds of billions of data stream, and not only ingest it, process it, store it, and visualize it. Eventually, the outcome or the end result is that you provide an outcome with those data to the decision makers and the leaders, so that they can have some actionable insight that help them to get their decisions more effective and their operation more up to the point and straight to the point. We have also the 5G network. Connectivity plays a major or a pivotal role with regard to the transfer of data between the sensing element and the processing or the platform processing these data. Of course, we have the AI and the machine learning, since you have, I would say, tons of giga or terabytes of data. Machine learning come into the picture so that it can be able to drive more analytical insights associated with those data, so that, again, it can provide multiple analytical use cases to the operator and the decision maker. And in addition to that, we have the typical business intelligence and analytics, in addition to the cloud computing, so that you can also have some pilots or starting models of implementation of the smart city platform without need for a physical infrastructure. But some of the cities starts their pilot using cloud, so that they can start with a lesser capital in terms of the infrastructure. The use of the technology brings to the picture a very important aspect, which is that citizen-centric smart cities. We have talked about architecture, we have talked about technology, we have talked about problems with the city itself. Eventually, the outcome of all these combination of different elements should be towards the citizen. If citizen will not have the outcomes of those technologies together, then the vision is not working in the right direction out there. This is where the citizen-centric smart cities concept start to pop up very heavily, to ensure that the technologists and the practitioners of the smart city always developing their vision, so that it can benefit the citizen and the occupants of any community or any city associated. To be more particular, principles like inclusivity, accessibility, and transparency should be emphasized within the design of the smart cities use cases and services from a digital and from technology perspective in this regard. Using all the background with regard to the technologies and with regard to the, I would say, the issues that we address, technologies of the smart city can help address several issues within one of the, I would say, most pressing domains within the city. And for example, the emergency management. Most cities suffer or kind of having a problem with regard to the emergencies, whether it's associated with a natural disaster, whether it's associated with some public safety and security issues within the city itself. With the use of the data and with the use of the monitoring system associated with the smart city platform, there is an observation that you might be reaching a level of 30 to 40% fewer crime incidents. This is not a magic, but when you get into the data, into the picture, decisions would be more effective, your resources will be managed more effectively, so that you can eventually make the best use out of your management model or operating model, and eventually the citizens and residents will enjoy the benefits out of this. Not only the emergency management domain that we are addressing here, we have also the resources management, whether the energy management, which is taking a lot of importance in our collaboration with the UMP6. We also have in other areas with the water management part, especially in which the water demand has started to be a pressing problems during different cities, whether within the Middle East or even outside the Middle East itself. Monitoring of the consumption data and adopting some strategies with regard to the use of those resources can help you, for example, in terms of the water management, have 25 to 80 liters of water saved per person per day. If you're looking into a city or community level, this amount can make a huge saving in terms of the water management, addressing one of the problems associated with it. Apart from this, we have also, I would say, the concept of the smart cities or the the change of the operating model to be more digital and more informed using the data would definitely reflect on the operational efficiency. If we remember, data means better decision, timely decision as well, which means more effective outcomes. This reflects on the operational efficiency, and eventually this reflects on the citizen and the services that they receive from this part. One big important aspect or realistic aspect here, apart from the theoretical work, is looking into the smart cities as a digital transformation project. We have encountered in multiple projects or multiple experiences associated with the smart cities that organization change the technology, but do not put the same care to changing people using those technologies. I remember at one of the experiences that we have in which we're deploying a project for a civil defense authority, we had to set into the morning lines of those civil defense people for 2 weeks so that we can simply understand what they are doing. Otherwise, we'd be deploying systems that's not suitable to the operating model we have. So understanding what current people is doing so that you can consider it while upgrading their systems is truly a crucial topic when you are implementing or deploying a smart city project. This is why I truly mentioned that looking into it as a transformation project rather than a supply and administration project is a different angle, but much more effective and much more practical in that sense. Other than this, also, of course, we have the time management with regard to the domains like the traffic transportation, smart parking. We have also a great impact or outcome with regard to the environment, whether in terms of the environmental monitoring, which can reflect of 10 to 15% of reduction in GHG, or waste management, in which smart waste management technology can be used so that it can provide a reduction in recycled solid waste. Citizen engagement is definitely one important aspect with regard to the smart city services or smart community. Even sometimes smart cities technologies can be used so that it can provide a kind of, I would say, feedback for the operators and the ideation streams in terms of what can be implemented within the city. For the first time, it can initiate a kind of direct connection between the operators and the decision maker and the citizen himself, without the use of ballot boxes, without use of any other mechanism. And this is what digitalization can enable for this part. This is how, and I would say, the promise of the technology that's being provided by the smart cities, a change within the operating model of the cities, which would definitely deliver outcomes in different domains and different aspects. Then the question right now, how this is gonna be achieved from architecture perspective. The solutions of the smart city follows, I would say, a typical or standard 4-layer architecture. Definitely sometimes it's subject to change due to some circumstances to increase, for example, to address some of the technology issues, but most of the time, this is the typical structure of a smart city solution. It starts with the field devices or sensing elements, in which I call it similar to the, I would say, the neurons that exist within the body. The neurons exist within the body, has a role in order to transmit all the signals so that eventually you can take an action, whether moving your hand or whether having any sort of physical activity. Those devices in terms of the smart city, or those enablers for the data to be streamed from any domain or for any physical space within the city, so that eventually it can be transferred into an actionable insight to the operator or actuator for another action within other system or other domain. Once these sensing elements are being installed within the city, whether it's a utility meter, parking sensor, smart street lighting controller, bin sensors as well, environmental sensors, cameras, traffic controllers, vehicle mounted displays, or even social media tools as well. Eventually, these data all are being ingested into the IoT platform so that it can be all consolidated in one storage area. These data are being ingested, processed, and stored as well, so that eventually it comes to the third layer, which is the layer of the smart city application, in which end user visualizes the outcome of the application itself, and either would have some kind of insight about benchmarking the performance of a certain domain, or have monitoring or clarity on the events that's happening on the city in a day-to-day basis or in a real-time basis, if you want to be precise and particular here. Outcomes, as we have already mentioned, improved response time. the more data you get, the better clarity on the situation that you're involved on, which means more effective decisions and more faster decision as well. This also reflects in the operational and efficiency and effectiveness and the greater visibility and transparency as well. This is how we put the smart city platform at a 360-degree view, showcasing the alarms, showcasing the GIS or the geospatial coordinates and video visualization of those events. And there is usually a fourth layer of the digital twin where operators can see a replica or a 3D replica for how their cities or communities can be enabled. Outcome as well is, I would say, an executive dashboards similar to what we see on here in the screens. This is the value of the information or the data being communicated here. When you are trying to make a decision or analyzing some issues within your city, using traditional methods, you cannot relate a problem with mobility related to the environment, or you cannot correlate a safety issue associated with the sustainability. Only Smart City platform can give you the insight associated with correlating different city events together along with those type of dashboards. So this is the aspiration or the delivery or what we're planning even to do similar things here to the UMP6 within our pilot project that we are currently working on so that we can deliver the Smart City platform. And all of the Smart City application, we do it in compliance along with the standards associated with the city, with the different Smart City domain, and of course the different definition of the smart cities like the UN Habitat, World Bank, OECD, and IOTU, and BSI. And of course, on top of that, the Sustainable Development Goals in which different cities are contributing into and participating on that. I'm going to be showing a quick video.
Campus life is reimagined. One smart platform connects everything: mobility, learning, lifestyle, and services. Powered by AI, designed for you by Honeywell. Move smarter across the campus. Autonomous, connected, and sustainable transport, seamlessly guiding every journey. Real-time routing, effortless mobility, designed for the campus of tomorrow.
At the heart of the smart campus, intelligence comes together. A unified command center delivers real-time visibility across every operation: security, mobility, energy, and environment, powered by advanced analytics and AI, enabling faster decisions, safer spaces, and optimized performance. When an issue arises, intelligence takes control. Detect, prioritize, and dispatch in real time. From alert to resolution, every step is connected, ensuring performance, efficiency, and reliability across the UM6P campus.
Energy becomes intelligent. AI continuously optimizes every building, balancing comfort, efficiency, and sustainability. From classrooms to labs, performance adapts in real time. Lower energy use, reduced emissions, and smarter operations. Maintenance becomes predictive. AI detects anomalies early, enabling smarter planning and fewer disruptions. Equipment health and spare parts are optimized, keeping operations efficient and resilient.
Data inspires a new generation of thinkers and innovators. Students and researchers transform real-world insights into meaningful solutions, exploring energy, mobility, sustainability, and community life. In a culture of collaboration and discovery, campus data becomes knowledge, innovation, and real-world impact. Digital services unlock new possibilities. From EV charging and dining to leisure, events, and campus marketplaces, every experience is seamlessly connected through one smart platform, empowering partners, enhancing student life, and creating new revenue streams through real-time insights and engagement. A smarter ecosystem for a thriving campus community.
Knowledge connects to real-world innovation. Through collaboration with Honeywell, students explore smart cities, AI, and digital twin technologies, building the skills, insight, and leadership shaping the next generation of smart city pioneers. Innovation meets excellence on a global stage. A smart campus where sustainability, technology, and human potential come together, empowering students, advancing research, and shaping the future of education.
That at the end of the video. It's really an inspiring vision that was established by the UM6P, and thanks to Professor Awatif and the leadership team, in which we're trying to collaborate so that we can turn this vision into reality as well. To give you a glimpse of what we're trying to implement here, this is a kind of demo with regard to the energy management system, in which Honeywell Forge software is collecting the energy data from all the building systems together, and in the same time, the analysis module within the platform itself supports the analytics action and comes up with a suggested action in order to optimize the use of the energy associated with the university campuses or university building. Not only about that, the module has different or multiple features as well. One of the very exciting one that I'm really like is the predictive asset maintenance. For building operator, when you know the failure or the fault of the system as early as possible, this means a saving in money you have. And this is what the predictive asset maintenance works. It monitors or benchmarks the operating parameters with regard to the systems associated with the buildings, like for example, the HVAC system, the lighting, and it identifies any anomalies or any, I would say, abnormal operating condition. With the use of the machine learning algorithm on the system, it can identify the issues or the expected or the predicted failures within the equipment itself. And with all the data gathered, it can even make or provide an AI insights associated with the diagnostics of the issue, and even provide a recommendation to the operator or the maintenance team so that they can work into the resolution and issue fixation in itself. In addition to that, the energy monitoring associated with the platform itself can capture data from all the campuses, can capture data from all the buildings associated with the university, so that it can eventually provide a kind of benchmarking or operating performance for each and every parameter. Not only the comfort, but also the asset performance and the energy demand and the energy use associated with the expected savings in energy as well, which I would say can be reaching even from 15 to 20% in some of the heavy use building, like what we had in other earlier or similar projects similar to this. So that's it. Thank you very much, Professor Awatif. Thank you.
Hussam, for this very interesting presentation about key Honeywell technologies for enabling citizen-centric smart cities, and also the project we are working on now to build in UM6P, which will integrate existing projects that we have with other partners, under a platform for data governance. This is the very important thing, and data will be exported to students so they can build apps and they can build models for the campus, and we will implement them in the campus. And of course, it is also open, because we work also with Fireware for open source platform, and we will have open platform integrating professional, proprietary open source bricks to set up AI-powered smart campus. So now we will move to the last presentation in this session from Sarah Bouriad. So please applaud Sarah, and Sarah, please join me at the stage. So Sarah Bouriad is lead of multi-technical services at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. She's an electrical and energy engineer with over 10 years of experience in leading the transformation of large-scale infrastructures towards smart and sustainable ecosystem. She leads the integration and optimization of critical technical systems driving the transition towards smarter, more efficient and sustainable environment. Her work focuses on leveraging digital technologies, data and innovative approach to enhance operational performance and support strategic decision-making. Sarah is particularly engaged in translating smart campus innovation into scalable smart city approaches, integrating AI, IoT, and data-driven systems to support sustainable urban development and enhance user experience. So Sarah, in 5 minutes, she will present us the real-time digital twin that we have built here in UM6P with Akila, with the NVIDIA, and with Dell Morocco technology in Morocco. And the demo will be live in real time. So Sarah, you have the floor. Merci, cher professeur Awatef.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, aujourd'hui, l'UM6P couvre 1,8 million de mètres carrés de surface couverte, soit 15% de plus par rapport à 2025. Quand votre parc immobilier croît de 15% en un an, vous ne pouvez plus gérer l'énergie avec des tableaux Excel. À cette échelle, chaque pourcentage d'économie énergétique se chiffre. Donc il nous faut un cerveau numérique qui capte, analyse et réagit en temps réel. La question qui se pose maintenant, peut-on transformer un bâtiment existant en bâtiment smart avec une couche d'intelligence? La réponse est oui. Et je vais vous le présenter en direct. Ce que je vais vous montrer, ce n'est pas un projet futuriste, mais un projet pilote qui fonctionne ici, aujourd'hui, au campus de Benguerir. Le pilote déployé dans l'un des bâtiments de ce campus, qui est le Riyad Center, marque une étape décisive dans la digitalisation intelligente du bâtiment. Ce bâtiment est initialement conçu autour d'une GTC classique et une organisation technique par lot, intégrant plus de 5000 points de contrôle et commandes. Ce que vous voyez dans l'écran, c'est la plateforme du Digital Twin du Riyad Center, co-construite entre l'UM6P et Akila, avec nos partenaires Dell et NVIDIA. Cette vue 3D est une réplique virtuelle, alimentée en temps réel par l'ensemble des capteurs. Maintenant, entrons dans entrons dans l'invisible. Donc, ce que vous voyez ici sur l'écran, c'est ce qui se cache derrière les murs, les gaines, les réseaux de distribution, etc. En passant en mode équipement, on accède à l'arborescence complète du bâtiment, à savoir les équipements techniques, les CTA, les compresseurs, les transformateurs, les ascenseurs, etc. En cliquant sur n'importe quel équipement, vous êtes placé à son emplacement dans le Digital Twin et sa fiche apparaît avec les données en temps réel comme vous le voyez dans l'écran. Par exemple, sur cette CTA, on voit le statut de la CTA, les alarmes, aussi les températures de soufflage, de reprise et les points de consigne. Ici, on bascule vers le pilotage. Vous voyez d'abord le dashboard et les KPI du lot technique fluide, à savoir la consommation d'eau du bâtiment, le unit cost de consommation surfacique et les indicateurs clés, à savoir la température, le taux d'humidité aussi, et ainsi que la répartition de la consommation d'eau par appareil, par niveau d'étage et aussi la courbe de charge. Ici, vous voyez le dashboard et KPI du lot technique courant fort, à savoir la consommation d'électricité du bâtiment et le unit cost aussi, avec une répartition de consommation par appareil, c'est-à-dire par type de charge, par étage, ainsi que la tendance énergétique. Et ici, vous voyez le flux énergétique du bâtiment. Le Riyad Center est alimenté dans la période sélectionnée à 80% par le réseau public et 20% par le photovoltaïque. Ce diagramme permet de tracer le parcours de l'énergie depuis la source jusqu'à chaque étape et chaque type de consommation. Le lot CVC, c'est le lot le plus énergivore de ce bâtiment. Voici la page de rapport et de données IA. Donc ce graphique montre le diagnostic de la consommation énergétique. Chaque courbe représente la consommation réelle comparée à la baseline IPMVP. Et ici, l'optimiseur CVC IA est le cœur du système. Il analyse les données en temps réel, à savoir la température extérieure, la température intérieure, l'occupation des salles et la performance des équipements, et ajuste automatiquement les consignes de fonctionnement des packs et peut prédire la consommation dans les prochains mois. Concrètement, quand la température baisse, le soir, le système réduit sa production des groupes. Quand une salle, par exemple, elle est vide, la ventilation s'adapte. Ce que vous venez de voir, ce n'est pas de la supervision, c'est un bâtiment qui apprend, qui anticipe et économise. Là, c'est les résultats. Sur le Riyad Center seul, le pilote a permis de réduire la consommation de 17%. C'est l'équivalent de 180 000 dirhams économisés sur la période de l'année 2026, 150 000 kilowattheures d'énergie préservée et 9 cas de CO2 évités. L'UM6P n'est pas juste un campus, c'est un living lab pour les villes africaines de demain. Chaque innovation testée ici est pensée pour être scalable. Et pour conclure, nous allons vous laisser avec une vidéo qui illustre concrètement la vision de l'UM6P.
As one of the world's top 500 research universities, University Mohammed VI Polytechnic is committed to advancing knowledge and driving innovation, not only in research and education, but also in the way its campus operates and evolves. In partnership with Akila, NVIDIA, and Dell, the university has introduced an AI-powered smart campus digital twin at its main campus in Benguerir, Morocco. This platform brings together data, artificial intelligence, and simulation to better understand and optimize building operations, supporting efforts to reduce environmental impact while improving comfort and safety for all who live, work, and study on campus. At its core, the digital twin is a dynamic living model of the campus. It continuously collects and processes data from energy systems, security infrastructure, and the surrounding environment, creating a digital foundation for smarter management and planning. This capability is made possible by combining Akila's AI and data platform, NVIDIA's Omniverse 3D simulation engine, and Dell's high-performance computing. Together, these technologies enable real-time insights that extend far beyond building management, helping to reveal complex interactions between space, environment, and human activity. Through real-time connection with the campus's monitoring systems, the platform can analyze movement patterns of people across campus. This helps anticipate demand for energy and cooling throughout the day, contributing to more responsive operations and safer spaces. One of the most immediate applications is in HVAC optimization, where AI combines real-time data on occupancy and weather forecasts to simulate different energy scenarios, continuously and autonomously implementing the most efficient configuration. This allows the system to continuously adapt to changing conditions, improving performance while reducing energy consumption. Looking ahead, the potential of this platform reaches beyond the boundaries of the university. Designed for scalability, it holds promise for supporting the development of smarter, more sustainable urban environments. In Morocco, across Africa, where the university is helping to advance the conversation on technology and sustainability, and beyond. Through this initiative, University Mohammed VI Polytechnic is contributing to a broader conversation on how data, technology, and collaboration can help address shared challenges, from climate action to urban development. This is not just about creating a smart campus. It's about exploring how the insights gained here can help shape smarter, more resilient cities for the future.
Campus intelligent aujourd'hui, des villes intelligentes demain, un modèle né en Afrique pour l'Afrique. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
So before closing this talk of Sarah, I would like to thank all our partners that were cited before, Akila, NVIDIA, and Dell Technology, but I want to mention also Access, Atlas Cloud Services, and I would like to thank the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, the president who trusted us when we presented this project here, AI-powered smart campus. A year ago, there were nothing from all these environments, and now we have this digital twin integrating all the equipment of this building. And I want to thank the engineers that are here. Monsieur Talbaoui Mohsin, he's somewhere, I think. Madame Ibtihal Abbasi, la maîtresse de cérémonie aujourd'hui, et Madame Sarah Bouriad, and the whole team. And on the top of this team, there is Monsieur Hassar, Sharaf Hassar. We don't forget the IT and all these people work during weekends and nights to deliver these really outstanding achievements here in Morocco, because this is the first digital twin built in university and even built everywhere in Morocco. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hayat.
Dean, so the first point, yes, invite us, please. You are computer scientists, you're talking about smart city, and so positively, okay? And the second question is to Professor Saeed Hamdiwi. So we met before in a context. So the questions, please, Si Saeed, and I agree that, sorry for taking some time, that having the chip is very imperative for sovereignty. And sovereignty in digitalization is a state direction. But let's say you have the floor to build the whole stack of the chip industry. So when I say the stack, I'm talking about the material, the embedded software, all what goes with it. Let's say you start tomorrow. How long do you need, please? Question.
Should I ask the question already now? Oh, okay, yep. So my question is, it's a great work, the digital twin, it really looks great. My question would be where the data is. Does the data owned by the UM6P or the platforms? And the second question is, if we want to change this platform to something else, does the data moves to the other platform? That's it. Thank you.
Very much. I will first answer a part of the question of professor from Computer College, and then I will give the floor to the. So just to clarify, here we are not doing research, we are not doing teaching, we are doing operation. The department here, the Direction des Affaires Générales, is operation department. So our challenge was how we can reduce energy consumption and optimize the operation of the campus. But the next step that we are starting now, and we have the approval from the presidency, is to work with all the actors. And you have seen with the Honeywell, we are working to build this data governance, because we need to collect data from everywhere and give it to these researchers, to computer science, but also to architecture departments. So now we are working and to build this open source platform with also fireware, so that we can have a data lake house and export data to the researchers so that they can develop apps. We have also Harmony with us, this is a startup, and they're working in innovative solutions. So this is the next step, and we already, the presidency had already given the approval for that, and we will invite you for a board. I had also talked with Mr. John Salami also for research, and with Mr. Lotfi Belmahi for innovation. So we will have like a board, and we will open the platform to the researchers. But at the first time, we were more concerned about operations. It's more operations than academic and research. But thank you very much, Professor, for your interest. Really, I am happy to hear it. The data is here. There is a server. The data is located in UM6P. But a part of the data is here. But the model is, of course, we talked about sovereignty. The mathematical model is not in Morocco. So the model access through internet to and the gateway to the data, and use the data for optimizing, for AI optimization. But we have the data here at home. The next step is to have also the model and everything located here. But you know, this is a big challenge, and this is why we want to train our students to develop, and researchers with computer science, of course, to develop mathematical models that are Moroccan and African and located here. But we insisted on having the data here, but for the moment, it is accessible from outside the university. Okay, I will give the floor to the panelists to answer, maybe Mr. Al-Hamdiwi, about the sovereignty.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, Siabit, for the very complex question. The question was, if I correctly heard you, is that... Okay, yeah, of course. Okay. I will answer in 1 minute, right? Semiconductor ecosystem is extremely complex. There is not a single country that can start immediately and be there in 10 years. But I can divide this ecosystem in 3 phases. Phase 1 is you can develop, design architecture, to design new microprocessor, new AI chip. This you don't need a fab. You need people, you need a vision, you need resources, and you need talented people. And you need, of course, software tools, cadence, synopsis, etc. This is feasible with any university in the world. That's number 1. Number 2, you need to after you have that, you need to manufacture the chip. And in manufacturing, there are 2 phases. There is front end and back end. Front end is extremely complex and expensive process. TSMC, Global Foundries are leading in this. But what we can do, you can send your design to these fabs to be manufactured, right? It's your design. You know what's inside. You control it 100%. You send it to be manufactured, like you cook for a pizza and you send it to the oven to cook the pizza, and then they will bring the wafer back to you, and in-house you can do slicing, packaging, bonding, etc. That's exactly what I'm doing in my team as well. So this is feasible. We can actually, this we call the backend. So the backend is cheaper, is feasible. You can do it at large. We can, for example, easily in Africa, have lab facilities or test facilities, assembly facilities, etc. We're leading European companies, ST, Infineon, Micro, etc. They can, instead of going to far Asia, they can come to the Morocco and do the testing, packaging, assembly. So in my view, it's feasible, at least the first part, the design, etc., and the backend. And for front end, once you start generating cash from the backend, you can think about investing in front end. And I don't need to compete in 3 nano, 2 nano, etc. I can do 45, 90 nano to serve the local market first. And we can have more discussion during the coffee break. Thank you.
Other reaction before taking the photo? we already answered this. Thank you very much. So please join me to applaud these excellent speakers, keynote speakers, and now we will have the photo.
Thank you. Merci, Madame Pierre. Thank you. Thank you. Alors, nous constatons un léger retard par rapport à notre planning prévu. Nous allons donc poursuivre notre programme et, afin de respecter au mieux le déroulé de l'événement. Nous lançons maintenant le premier panel qui est le Smart Green City Benguerir Showcase, modéré par M. Tarek Zobdi, directeur de l'école d'architecture, de planification et de design. Et je cède la parole à M. Tarek Zobdi. Je vous laisse le soin de présenter les panélistes.
Rebonjour tout le monde. Merci pour toutes les belles idées qu'on a partagées le long de cette matinée. On va commencer le panel 2 qui va porter sur la Green Smart City. Donc j'appellerai mes collègues pour commencer ce... Merci beaucoup. J'appellerai mes collègues qui vont me rejoindre sur la scène. Je commencerai par Madame Mounia Hello, directrice de Urban Strategy and Territorial Development, la SADV. On l'applaudit. Monsieur Bertrand Poche, directeur adjoint à la AFD Maroc. Merci beaucoup. Et Monsieur Youssef Ibrak, Advisory Sales Engineer, Dell Technologies. Oui, Monsieur Badr Ben Hishou, directeur Smart Cities and Territorial Transformation, Harmony. Et en dernier, Monsieur Salah Hasbi, Senior Engineer at Province Hamna. Merci à tous. Alors avant de commencer, on va demander à Madame Mounia Hello de partager avec nous sa présentation qui porte sur ce qui a été fait jusqu'à maintenant. Le socle de départ, ça va être l'expérience existante pour que par la suite, on rebondit avec la discussion avec le reste des collègues sur leurs expériences respectives. Donc, je vous laisse la parole. Merci Mounia.
Bonjour. Et bonjour tout le monde. Je suis ravie d'intervenir aujourd'hui pour présenter la ville verte de Benguerir, la ville smart verte de Benguerir, après toutes les présentations très intéressantes de ce matin, où on a vu comment les universités peuvent intervenir et peuvent porter la Green City. Et c'est aujourd'hui un projet réel que je vais vous présenter, où l'université est le centre de la Smart City, un projet sur 1400 hectares, très ambitieux, Benguerir, ville verte, qui se veut une passerelle de l'Afrique vers le monde, un projet qui est porté par des principes de durabilité, des ambitions d'innovation, d'inclusion et de rayonnement africain, un écosystème complet qui se base sur 4 piliers stratégiques, le savoir, et quoi de mieux, on est au cœur du savoir à Ville Verte, l'Université Mohamed VI Polytechnique, l'innovation avec tous les équipements aujourd'hui qui ont été mis en place pour encourager l'innovation, et je vais vous montrer quelques-uns tout à l'heure. La nature au cœur de la cité avec plus de 26% de l'espace de ce projet de ville verte qui est dédié aux projets naturels et aux projets verts, et l'humain au centre de tout ça, avec tous ces talents qui sont aujourd'hui en train d'être formés, en train d'éclore au sein de ce projet, un projet d'envergure sur près de 1400 hectares, avec 100 000 habitants cibles, juste pour la partie ville verte, qui ambitionne d'avoir 12 000 étudiants et chercheurs, qui est porté par SADV, qui est une filiale du groupe UM6P, donc d'un groupe d'universités, avec une ambition d'avoir 20 mètres carrés d'espace vert par habitant, au moins 20 mètres carrés d'espace vert par habitant, et qui ambitionne d'avoir 64 000 emplois à terme. Un écosystème complet autour de l'enseignement, autour de l'excellence et de l'innovation. On a l'université, le LIDEX, les différentes écoles internationales et marocaines. Le Tech Park, qui est la zone d'activité et d'innovation, qui demain, nous espérons qu'elle deviendra, comme a dit l'intervenant tout à l'heure, la Silicon Valley de cet espace, marocaine, benguerienne et marocaine, et pourquoi pas africaine. Des coulées vertes et des trames vertes sur plus de 200 hectares, du résidentiel, de la santé, très important, équipements de santé, la Health and Smart Care City, et puis une mixité, une centralité urbaine qui se veut le lieu de service et de mixité de fonctionnement et de mixité sociale à l'intérieur de tout cet espace. Plus de 15 ans de développement. Plus de 15 ans d'infrastructures, de construction, d'implémentation de cette vocation forte au sein de ce territoire. Donc depuis 2009, et ça a commencé depuis avec l'ouverture en 2013 de l'université jusqu'à la dernière grande réalisation qui est la Smart Care Health City. On est à plus de 350 hectares en cours de finalisation d'aménagement, plus de 600 000 mètres carrés construits, aujourd'hui plus de 7 000 étudiants et chercheurs et plus de 30 000 arbres et arbustes plantés. Donc, comme je le disais, ce qui a été réalisé déjà, c'est d'abord l'Université Mohamed VI Polytechnique, qui est le cerveau et aussi le cœur de la Smart City, le cœur de Ville Verte de Benguerir. Sur 70 hectares, un campus ambitieux, un campus lead, un campus qui abrite plusieurs écoles, laboratoires, centres de recherche dans plusieurs domaines, dans l'IA, l'agriculture intelligente, l'architecture, le codage et autres enseignements. La Smart Healthcare City avec plus de 400 lits, avec un CHU, un centre de soins et de rééducation qui est le premier centre au Maroc, un centre de gériatrie qui est le premier centre au Maroc, le centre hospitalier provincial et le centre d'oncologie qui font en totalité cette cité de la santé. Beaucoup de digital, beaucoup d'équipements de digital et d'intelligence. On a le data center, le Toubkal, on a la fibre qui est une infrastructure dans toute la ville verte qui a été déployée par toute la ville verte. On a la 5G, on a des partenariats éditeurs pour la cybersécurité et bien sûr le Toubkal pour avoir un cloud souverain. On a plusieurs plateformes de green energy, dont le Green Energy Park, qui est une plateforme de recherche dans les technologies solaires, opérationnelle depuis 2014, avec un partenariat avec les Resen et porté par UM6P. Bien sûr, le tissu entrepreneurial et de start-up est porté par Startgate, qui aujourd'hui, depuis 2019, incube plusieurs start-up, adossé à plusieurs fonds de l'université qui aussi encouragent ces start-up. La fameuse 1337, qui est l'école de codage, qui est ouverte pour tous, entièrement gratuite. Et puis, comme je l'ai dit, la nature et la durabilité au cœur de ce projet, avec 367 hectares dédiés aux espaces paysagers, et donc 26,5% de la ville, qui est un pourcentage très important et qui positionne Ville Verte dans les meilleures normes de villes vertes et paysagères. Alors, ce qui rend Benguerir unique, un campus futuriste, je viens d'en parler, une ville organisée, planifiée, où on retrouve l'ensemble des choses, des principales fonctionnalités de la ville. Sinon, si elles ne sont pas déjà réalisées, elles sont programmées. Un urbanisme qui se veut durable, avec des normes, avec de l'architecture bioclimatique, avec le respect de l'environnement. Un projet d'avenir qui se veut d'avenir. C'est un hub d'innovation qui se veut le futur des villes marocaines. Une ville étudiante, un modèle africain, une ville humaine à l'échelle humaine et finalement une ville ouverte et verte. Alors pour faire tout ça, évidemment, ce sont nos objectifs. La Smart City n'est pas en elle-même un objectif, mais pour nous, le Smart est un moyen pour appuyer tous les objectifs autour desquels est construit Ville Verte. On a fait un petit benchmark des principales ou de quelques Smart Cities dans le monde, très intéressantes. Tout ce qu'on peut dire, c'est que le projet Smart City de Benguerir se base sur le savoir, la durabilité et l'humain. Tous les moyens Smart devront être mis en place et c'est aujourd'hui un partenariat que nous lançons avec l'université, mais aussi avec la province et tout le dispositif local pour mettre en place les outils Smart qui nous permettraient de garder notre cap et de garder notre ambition. Benguerir étant pas un projet cyberfuturiste, on n'est pas axé sur la technologie, mais on est sur la Smart Sustainability. Nos enjeux essentiels sur cette question de Smart, c'est de garder un modèle durable et un concept transposable avec la préservation des ressources, la viabilité économique, l'inclusion urbaine et sociale, les services et l'investissement, et que tout ça ait un impact de développement global sur l'ensemble de la région et pourquoi pas sur encore plus loin. Nous avons des challenges très spécifiques. La gestion, il faut savoir que nous sommes dans un territoire où certains espaces sont publics, certains espaces sont privés, et donc nous avons une gouvernance qui doit être mise en place, qui est multi-acteurs, qui nous permettra d'avoir une maintenance durable de tout ce qu'on a mis en place et de gérer aussi les données urbaines de manière souveraine et de manière sécurisée. On a un challenge d'efficacité pour optimiser les ressources, l'optimisation énergétique, l'optimisation de l'eau et évidemment construire une mobilité intelligente. Et quand on parle de Ville Verte de Benguerir, nous parlons aussi de tout Benguerir, de tout le grand Benguerir, et d'où le troisième challenge qui est celui de la participation citoyenne pour que ce soit réellement une ville ouverte, qu'on ait une inclusion numérique et que tout ça soit co-construit. Bon, notre ambition, c'est faire de Benguerir un modèle de Smart City africaine centré sur l'humain où Benguerir n'imite pas mais synthétise, adapte et innove pour le Maroc et pour l'Afrique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Mounia. Je commencerai peut-être par une question que je t'adresserai directement au sujet de... J'ai vu sur ta présentation que l'université est un élément central. En fait, c'est le déclencheur de tout ce développement territorial. Donc, je voudrais rebondir sur la question de l'importance du sujet du savoir pour le développement de la ville dans sa globalité. Et comment l'écoulement de ce savoir-faire qu'on développe au sein de l'université va éventuellement aider au développement de l'ensemble du territoire au-delà des frontières du campus.
Merci pour cette question, Tarek. En fait, toute l'idée aussi de participer à cet événement, à cette conférence, est dans ce sens-là. en ayant répandu, et je remercie Madame Hayar d'avoir fait appel à SADV pour voir quels sont les axes de partenariat qu'on peut mener entre l'université et la ville verte dans le cadre de la Smart City. Madame Hayar nous montre ce qu'elle nous a montré tout à l'heure, ce que les équipes nous ont montré tout à l'heure, et nous sommes tout à fait, en tant que gestionnaires et en tant que développeurs d'un espace public urbain, tout à fait sensibles et intéressés par toute cette connaissance qui est en train de se développer au sein de l'université et qui pourra être exportée au sein des espaces publics en rajoutant d'autres couches de gouvernance, d'intérêt public, de choses un peu plus complexes qu'un bâtiment privé qui est l'université, qui est déjà assez complexe, mais en rajoutant d'autres complexités. Je pense que cette construction sur des choses qui sont développées au sein de l'université, c'est une... nous avions besoin de ce déclic, même au sein de Ville Verte, nous avions besoin de ce déclic pour permettre que réellement l'université incube la ville, comme la ville incube l'université.
Excellent. Oui, en effet, toutes les recherches qui se font au sein de l'université doivent peut-être avoir en tête de manière permanente comment ce travail de prototypage qui est développé au sein du campus puisse rayonner au-delà et servir de base d'expérimentation pour aller, on va dire, déployer des solutions testées et vérifiées au-delà sur le reste de la ville et ailleurs. La question de la scalabilité se pose aussi et tout. Donc exactement. Donc je passerai pour faire le parallèle avec l'expérience sur Berkane, donc l'équipe Harmonie. Je pars du fait que ces deux villes entre Benguerir et Berkane qui se valent en termes de taille, avec des enjeux différents parce que dans le contexte de Berkane, on n'a pas ce hub de savoir qui est là, mais on a peut-être d'autres potentialités. Je voulais savoir s'il y a des choses, des similitudes et des leçons à tirer de votre expérience sur la ville de Berkane.
Merci beaucoup. Franchement, Berkane, c'est une ville qui a peut-être la même taille que Benguerir. Je parle de la commune, non pas de la province, sauf que nous, on a travaillé sur toute la province. Et au début, on a aussi travaillé sur on a utilisé l'approche Research Action, c'est-à-dire recherche et développement, et puis concrétisation du travail qui a été objet de recherche. Mais avant tout ça, on a travaillé sur ce qu'on appelle l'inclusion de plusieurs parties prenantes pour la prise de décision depuis la phase stratégique. C'est-à-dire, lorsqu'on parle d'une approche participative ou bien de l'inclusion, c'est-à-dire l'implication de plusieurs parties prenantes, on ne parle pas seulement de l'université, mais plutôt de plusieurs administrations. Des collectivités territoriales en premier lieu, aussi les agences urbaines, les agences de bassin hydraulique, les agences, bien sûr, des services publics, tout acteur qui existe dans un territoire et normalement doit être impliqué pour réussir un projet de Smart City. Donc, cette approche participative nous permet de comprendre quelles sont les priorités des citoyens. Vous savez très bien que les territoires, ce sont des systèmes qui ne sont pas identiques. Chaque ville, chaque commune rurale ou urbaine, pour ne pas se limiter au contexte urbain, chaque système a ses dynamiques sociales, bien sûr ses capacités de gouvernance, ses contraintes environnementales, bien sûr réalité économique et surtout priorités citoyennes. Donc, et lorsqu'on parle de priorités citoyennes, là on implique les anthropologues. Tout à l'heure, je suis vraiment ravi de savoir qu'il y a une notion de techno-anthropologue. Des fois, on a besoin des ethnologues pour comprendre la profondeur de la chose avant de dresser une feuille de route sur laquelle on peut digitaliser. Donc, il n'y a pas que il n'y a pas que dans cette affaire de Smart City, il n'y a pas que les technologues qui travaillent. Donc, c'est un travail qui traite les priorités de profondeur avec l'hygiène istichéria, les comités consultatifs qui sont qu'on doit consulter au niveau de... Ce sont les représentatives des citoyens au sein des collectivités territoriales. Et ce que j'aimerais bien souligner, pas uniquement à Berkane, parce que je peux vous dire une chose commune. Je travaillais pour Riyad, la capitale de la Saudi Arabia, Medina al-Munawwara, Dubaï, pour quelques projets, en Europe aussi. Donc l'élément essentiel, c'est le porteur du projet, qui est toujours, les projets qui réussissent sont l'autorité locale, franchement. Et
ça
non,
nous parle en tant que professionnel de l'urbanisme, de l'architecture, et en face de clients avertis qui ont les outils et le savoir-faire pour comprendre les intentions des concepteurs et des porteurs de projets. Forcément, c'est la matière première qui permet la réussite de tous les projets. Je retiens dans ce que vous avez dit le mot gouvernance, et ça me permet de faire la transition avec M. Salah Hasbi, qui est senior engineer dans la province d'Arhamna. Je sais que c'est un projet central porté avec monsieur le gouverneur depuis plusieurs années. Je voulais poser la question sur cette question de gouvernance et la capacité de fédérer surtout le citoyen au sein de la ville de Benguerir plutôt, pour réussir le projet de Benguerir Green Smart City.
Merci. L'intelligence territoriale, comme vous le saviez, se situe aujourd'hui à la croisée des grandes évolutions technologiques et des impératifs de gouvernance locale. Le territoire, en tant qu'espace vivant et complexe, peut tirer un bénéfice de ces avancées pour améliorer sa gestion et sa planification. Mais planifier durablement ne se résume pas sur la dimension technologique. Une planification durable repose aussi sur la mobilisation des ressources financières.
Vous brûlez les étapes, on va poser la question au monsieur de l'AFD.
Oh, pardon.
Continuez.
Voilà, donc c'est de répondre aux besoins présents et futurs. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Alors, vous m'avez permis la simplicité de la transition. Donc, je m'adresserai à l'équipe AFD en la personne de monsieur Bertrand Poche. Donc, j'ai vu sur votre parcours que vous avez intervenu dans différents endroits sur des sujets relatifs au développement territorial. Et je voulais poser la question, comment l'AFD voit son rôle au-delà d'un bailleur de fonds, parce que je suppose que c'est quelque chose qui peut peut-être être lourd à la langue qu'on vienne vous voir uniquement pour chercher des sous. Comment l'expertise que vous avez développée en construisant beaucoup de projets partout dans le monde vous permet maintenant d'aider d'autres acteurs qui commencent peut-être dans ce genre de projet à éviter des obstacles ou trouver des solutions intelligentes et on va dire pérennes d'un point de vue économique surtout.
Merci beaucoup. Non, mais c'est normal qu'on vienne nous voir pour les sous. C'est notre raison d'être. Et merci encore de nous inviter pour essayer de mettre ça en lumière. Effectivement, quand on passe après des porteurs de projets, des industriels, des apporteurs de solutions ou même des anthropologues, c'est dur en tant que bailleur de fonds, simple banquier, je dirais, de mettre des images sur ce que la pièce du puzzle que nous on apporte en dehors des financements. Mais c'est là où je mettrais le rôle particulier de l'AFD, et en l'occurrence au Maroc, où on s'inscrit dans cette relation bilatérale d'une intensité, je dirais, inouïe en ce moment. La cible première, et ça a été mentionné par les collègues qui ont parlé auparavant, c'est les objectifs de développement durable. Derrière ça, je rejoins ce qui a été dit par le professeur anthropologue juste alors, ou monsieur Hamdouidi sur les ressources naturelles. Ce qu'il y a derrière, c'est des stratégies, c'est de l'humain aussi. Nous, on ne vient pas seulement financer des infrastructures, on vient aussi, par l'intermédiaire de nos financements, demander à nos différentes contreparties, en l'occurrence ici au Maroc, que ce soit l'État central, les collectivités locales, les ingénieurs, les bureaux de réalisation, par nos financements, par leur structuration, on participe à cette coordination globale qui, derrière un amoncellement d'infrastructures, de projets, viennent y mettre de la coordination et viennent mettre du smart dans ce dont on parlait juste alors. On ne parle pas simplement de villes, d'infrastructures. Ici, on parle d'une vision. Pour Benguerir, on a eu l'occasion, l'AFD, moi je n'étais pas encore là, mais l'histoire est bien plus longue que ma petite personne, et il y a déjà eu des collaborations entre l'AFD et Benguerir. C'est une vision partagée ici, une vision entre l'institution qu'est l'AFD et la vision marocaine, qui vise très loin désormais, que ce soit à Benguerir ou même sur les sujets d'IA. On l'a vu avec Digital Morocco ou aussi AI Morocco. On sent qu'il y a une projection à long terme, très alignée avec les objectifs de développement durable, et ce qui a un écho particulier avec l'ambition française, européenne aussi. Donc il y a de la convergence entre des visions, et c'est là, je pense, qu'en tant que bailleur de fonds, nous, on essaye, avec nos outils, de participer à cet alignement de vision, et à la fin de faire des projets cohérents, où les moyens mis ensemble participent à une certaine mutualisation, et arrivent à des objectifs desquels on peut être fier. Nous, AFD, on a rarement des images, parce que nos images, c'est des échéanciers, c'est des appels d'échéance. C'est pas très sexy, comme on dit. On se sert des images de nos partenaires, parce que c'est nous ce qu'on permet, mais en deuxième rang. Et donc, on essaye d'apporter de participer, encore une fois, à une gouvernance souhaitable et souhaitée, je pense, par tous les acteurs ici, pour arriver à des projets beaux qui servent des stratégies communes et des objectifs communs.
Oui, ça fait de belles aventures quand il y a on va dire, un alignement entre les objectifs des bailleurs de fonds, ceux qui portent en quelque sorte les moyens économiques pour réaliser nos ambitions, et les acteurs locaux qui portent le projet. Donc forcément, donc maintenant je rebondis on va dire des moyens économiques vers les moyens technologiques. Donc ça me permet de m'adresser à M. Youssef Ebrak pour dire, on sait que Dell Technologies, ça fait un petit moment que vous êtes installé au Maroc.
Plus de 20 ans.
Plus de 20 ans, voilà. Je pense avec Kazanir Shore, si ma mémoire est bonne. Donc, je voulais savoir, est-ce qu'il y a un département spécifique au sein de Dell Technologies qui focalise ses efforts sur les sujets de management territorial, en envisageant un certain nombre de solutions technologiques en laboratoire, et dans le but de les déployer sur le territoire marocain.
D'accord, merci pour la question. Si vous permettez, j'aimerais bien répondre en anglais, comme ça.
Oui,
d'adresser le maximum.
Vous l'aurez remarqué, on est bilingue ici à l'UM6P.
Donc, voilà. First of all, I want to extend my recognition and gratitude to Professor Hayar. So, we had a great experience to deliver the demo you have seen. It was a real project that we worked with her. Really, she showed extreme leadership. So thank you so much. Back to your question. Dell Technologies has been installed in Morocco since 2003, and we are almost 2,000 employees in Morocco. Actually, we are, just to give people more insight about what we do as Dell Technologies. So we are more in creating the technology that drive the human progress. So we are in creating the compute, the data storage that can help deploying all the solutions that we have been talking about. So when it comes to smart city, smart territory, and all of this stuff, definitely the project we have done in Morocco, it was a following of many projects that we have done in other countries, especially in Austin City, which the headquarters of Dell is, and in different cities in Barcelona as well, and in France. So definitely we have our R&D team that they are working extensively on developing new technologies. And actually our strength as Dell Technologies is about our capability to bring different players, like we do in the demo you have seen. We can bring Akila, we can bring NVIDIA. We are playing the role of glue and being able to integrate different players. So we've done this, and we are going to be the partner of choice definitely for UM6P for the upcoming projects because of all those qualities we have and all of those technologies that Dell Technology can offer to
Thank you so much. Je remercie professeur Hayat parce que pendant que je discutais avec les différents intervenants, je vois en fait qu'on a la liste des intervenants nécessaires pour qu'un projet de Smart Cities puisse vraiment réussir. Donc avec l'appui des institutionnels juste en face, donc voilà. Donc, et du coup, en effet, pour résumer, on a besoin de toutes les bonnes volontés, ceux qui portent l'expertise technologique, ceux qui appuient d'un point de vue économique, ceux qui portent l'expertise urbaine, le savoir-faire et la connaissance du contexte, les expériences vécues et surtout le cadre institutionnel, la gouvernance locale et la bienveillance des autorités locales pour pouvoir fluidifier et faciliter l'aboutissement de ces projets dans les cadres réglementaires qui sont les nôtres, ainsi de suite. Et du coup, ça me permet peut-être de donner la parole aux représentants de la province, parce que je crois qu'il a une présentation à partager avec nous. Donc, je voulais vous laisser peut-être la parole. Peut-être que vous allez prendre place. Voilà. Je suppose qu'il y a un support visuel. Merci beaucoup.
Voilà, bonjour. Donc, quand je dis... Bonjour. Donc, l'intelligence que j'ai déjà mentionnée, territoriale, se situe aujourd'hui à la croisée des grandes évolutions technologiques et des impératifs de gouvernance. Donc, le territoire, qu'un espace vivant et complexe, peut tirer un bénéfice direct de ces avancées pour améliorer sa planification et sa gestion. Mais planifier durablement ne se repose pas sur le volet technologique. Une planification durable d'un territoire est basée sur la mobilisation des ressources financières suffisantes pour accompagner et répondre aux besoins actuels, présents et aussi futurs. Dans cette perspective, la mobilisation des recettes fiscales, et particulièrement la fiscalité foncière, constitue un pilier stratégique. Donc ce travail, je rappelle, s'inscrit dans une démarche institutionnelle suivie de près par Monsieur le gouverneur et rendre la donnée territoriale un véritable outil de pilotage et de développement local. Voyons maintenant comment cela se traduit concrètement à Benguerir. C'est à travers la taxe sur les terrains non bâtis. Donc la taxe sur le terrain non bâti place une place stratégique car elle est liée directement au foncier urbain et potentiel d'urbanisation. Le foncier, ressource de base, alimente plusieurs flux fiscaux tels que la TMB, la taxe sur des services communaux, les droits d'occupation du domaine public, etc. Donc une gestion optimisée du foncier renforce les capacités financières et réduit la dépendance aux subventions externes. Donc pour atteindre cet objectif, nous avons mobilisé deux leviers majeurs. C'est la digitalisation et le pilotage. Et grâce au système d'information géographique, nous avons procédé au recensement, l'analyse et la valorisation exhaustive du patrimoine foncier. L'utilisation de la donnée spatiale permet de cartographier, d'actualiser et d'optimiser l'assiette fiscale avec une précision inégalée. Donc, il génère automatiquement des cartes, des fiches TMB claires, directement exploitables pour la régularisation. Et ce support, bien sûr, permet à la commune d'engager des actions efficaces et ciblées. Concrètement, comment cela se fonctionne? Donc, nous avons mis en place un processus SUIG automatisé pour le calcul de la TMB. Ce processus commence par l'intégration des données et il se termine par la production d'un atlas géographique. Commençons par la première étape. La première étape consiste à l'intégration de l'ensemble des données issues des relevés topographiques et différentes sources de données foncières disponibles. Par la suite, la structuration et la centralisation des données dans une base de données spatiale unique afin de constituer un référentiel spatial solide. Par la suite, un contrôle de cohérence géométrique bien sûr et attributaire avant l'intégration de l'ensemble dans un environnement SIG automatisé. Voilà, une fois les données consolidées, nous procédons à la délimitation du périmètre concerné. Dans notre cas, c'est la limite territoriale de la commune de Benguerir, puis l'application des limites du plan d'aménagement et le croisement avec le plan sectoriel. Par la suite, la production d'une couche précise, limitée au terrain potentiellement imposable. Après identification du périmètre, nous appliquons les traitements liés aux exclusions réglementaires. Un traitement spatial automatisé qui permet d'exclure d'une manière automatique les équipements publics, les parcelles déjà bâties et les parcelles exonérées conformément au référentiel fiscal, telles que les terres collectives, du cas des Benguerir qui se trouve à la partie sud de la commune. La base obtenue par la suite est vérifiée avec les données cadastrales officielles. Donc nous effectuons une comparaison entre la couche SIG produite et le plan cadastral officiel. Ça permet de détecter les incohérences éventuelles, telles que les écarts de limite, les parcelles absentes ou différentes de superficie. Les titres fonciers aussi, les propriétaires et les références cadastrales sont également vérifiés afin de garantir la fiabilité des données fiscales. Après validation des données foncières, nous passons au calcul fiscal automatisé. Et conformément aux décisions 99 relatives au zonage des secteurs équipés, moyennement équipés et faiblement équipés, un tarif au mètre carré attribué à chaque parcelle selon sa zone. Le calcul de la TMB est ensuite généré automatiquement à partir des paramètres fiscaux bien définis. Les résultats sont consolidés par parcelle et par titre foncier, puis soumis à plusieurs niveaux de vérification bien sûr, afin d'assurer leur fiabilité. Donc l'ensemble des résultats est finalement structuré sous forme d'un atlas géographique. Le projet a permis de la production d'un atlas complet, regroupant de plus de 600 cartes individuelles couvrant l'ensemble des terrains urbains non bâtis de la commune de Benguerir. Chaque fiche cartographique fournit une vision détaillée sur la situation fiscale et foncière des parcelles concernées. Cet atlas constitue un véritable outil d'aide à la décision pour les services bien sûr communaux, parce que les modalités et les mécanismes de mise en œuvre relèvent toujours des compétences de la commune. Donc cet atlas constitue un outil d'aide à la décision pour les services communaux comme j'ai mentionné. Donc chaque fiche contient notamment le montant annuel de la régularisation TMB calculé, les informations administratives qui représentent la statut juridique, la situation juridique du parcelle, et en plus la localisation et l'emplacement exact du terrain. Finalement, je mentionne que la concrétisation de ce projet résulte d'un travail partenarial fondé sur la collaboration entre les institutions et dans une démarche de co-construction et de partage d'expertise. Je note notamment le ministère de l'Intérieur, l'Agence urbaine de l'Esrarna, l'Agence nationale de conservation foncière et du cadastre et de la conservation foncière, Trésorerie générale du Royaume et l'Agence. Donc en conclusion, le SIG permet aujourd'hui de transformer la donnée territoriale en un véritable outil de pilotage, de gouvernance et d'optimisation fiscale. Une donnée fiable et structurée permet ainsi aux collectivités de mieux planifier, mieux gérer les ressources et renforcer le développement durable. Je vous remercie. Merci à vous, monsieur.
Merci beaucoup, Salah. Merci pour ces belles informations et éclaircissements sur les déroulements et la contribution des autorités locales sur le bon fonctionnement du projet futur. Donc, on est tous d'accord qu'on est au début d'une belle aventure, très très prometteuse, très ambitieuse. Maintenant, je m'amuserai à demander aux différents partenaires de s'engager moralement en exprimant chacun une promesse sur séance tenante. Je vous demanderai d'acter, Madame Hayar, tout ce qui sera dit ici. Comment vous pouvez chacun, de son point de vue, contribuer avec nous sur la suite. Donc, je vous laisserai une petite minute chacun réagir les uns et les autres sur comment vous pouvez nous aider sur la phase future. Je commencerai par Madame Mounia.
Sous le contrôle de Siali, SADV s'engage à être un living lab pour l'université. Et donc de permettre à l'université de trouver des projets et des pilotes au sein de la ville verte et avec Benguerir.
Merci beaucoup. Faudra faire mieux. Non, je parle pour les autres partenaires. Merci d'avoir élevé la barre.
J'espère que la barre est pas trop haute, même si elle m'en a tout l'air. Non, non, d'un point de vue AFD, alors pour Benguerir, je ne sais pas en l'état, mais encore une fois, on a différents angles pour financer des projets, que ce soit par l'État central ou les collectivités territoriales. Peut-être mentionner, pour faire écho au projet qui vient d'être présenté, le fait qu'on est en train de formaliser un appui budgétaire au Royaume sur le sujet de l'eau. Et dans cet appui budgétaire qui est financé avec l'équipe Europe, il y a beaucoup d'assistance technique et notamment un projet qui, avec de l'IA et de l'imagerie satellitaire, permettra justement de capter plus aisément que ça ne l'est fait aujourd'hui les ponctions sur les réserves d'eau du Maroc qui sont faites de manière illégale. Donc on voit un exemple aussi là très concret de comment on n'est pas sur de la city ici, mais on est sur du smart, ou comment la mise en lien d'intelligence artificielle plus d'ingénierie humaine permet de faire ça. Et si je devais faire une promesse aujourd'hui, en lien avec ce point, c'est peut-être l'offre que l'AFD a remise récemment au ministère de la Transition numérique et de la réforme de l'administration, qui consiste à proposer un appui global de nos outils, des appuis budgétaires jusqu'au financement des startups avec notre filiale secteur privé Proparco. Et on a proposé d'orienter nos financements vers les réseaux Jazari, qui nous semble aussi là être un objet très intéressant de mise en commun de plusieurs capacités, que ce soit les universités, les régions, les entreprises privées aussi, pour aller vers des objectifs, encore une fois, très alignés avec ce que l'AFD promeut, et la France et l'Europe aussi. Donc voilà, c'est une offre qui est sur la table aujourd'hui. On est en discussion avec le ministère de la Transition numérique, mais ça me semble très en lien avec tout ce qui est présenté aujourd'hui. Ça pourrait être un engagement. Désolé, j'ai fait plus qu'une minute.
C'est pas tombé dans l'oreille d'un sourd. On vérifiera tout ça. Tout ça, c'est filmé. Donc, je passerai à notre partenaire technologique.
You know, when we talk about corporate, it's about dollars. So I will try to be politically correct. So Professor Hayar, she has the contacts of our big boss who manages $7 billion. So she can get all the support when it comes to financial side. When it comes to local team, we had the experience. So we demonstrate how we are fully engaged because this project represented us inside the company because, you know, in multinational, like football. So they are Egyptian, Jordanian, and Moroccan. So whoever can make his country rise the bar from project technology and so on, he will do it. So this is what we are doing. We are the ambassador of UM6P inside Dell, and commitment of the local team, Professor Hayar now, how we are committed, and we'll keep, if not, we'll hire the bar, the same commitments for you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Et en dernier.
Alors pour nous, nous allons travailler peut-être ensemble sur l'ensemble de la fiscalité locale. Si vous travaillez sur les terrains urbains non bâtis, on peut attaquer tout ce qui est panneaux publicitaires occupation temporaire, toutes les sortes les motifs imposables en général, on peut les traiter moyennant le know-how. On va vous montrer comment utiliser le mobile mapping system qui est très précis. C'est du laser, c'est de lasermétrie, que ce soit embarqué par drone ou bien ce sont des capteurs laser qui peuvent être embarqués par drone ou bien scan terrestre. Nous avons l'algorithme qui traite et qui classifie le nuage de points en vue de savoir où sont exactement ces motifs imposables d'une manière automatique. Donc on est là pour vous accompagner à prendre en main ces plateformes que nous avons développées en interne avec grand plaisir.
Merci beaucoup. C'est ça là, je me permettrai de répondre à votre place. La simple présence de monsieur le gouverneur ici est suffisante comme garantie pour la fluidité de l'ensemble de ce qui nous attend. Donc je vous remercie à tous. Merci pour l'intérêt, merci pour la présence. Et je laisse la parole à madame Hayar. Je suppose que... Oui, la photo... oui. Ok, ça marche. Pour une fois.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de bien vouloir reprendre place, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour. Bon, avec cette réduite audience, on va passer au panel 2. Donc, si vous me permettez, je vais parler en anglais pour le bénéfice de toute l'audience. Donc, je m'appelle Francisco Cano. My name is Francisco Cano. I'm the director for Africa for Odins. Odins is a Spanish company that is specialized in smart solutions integrated for energy, water, and other devices. So I'm not going to talk much about Odins, not me. So let me just introduce the moderator. So Mr. Fahmi Jabri from Honeywell, please come to the stage. And Mr. Chandra, Honeywell, please. Mr. Chandra Chaloganda is the CEO of Fireware, and he will introduce himself shortly. Joe Appleton from BizTech, please. You can join us on stage. And Adrian, please, my colleague from Odins as well, electrical engineer specialized in smart solutions, also join the stage. So before getting into questions and debate, maybe just let me give 2 minutes for the people who's not been introduced, not spoken before, so he can maybe introduce Chandra, maybe, and Joe and Adrian.
Yeah, I'm Chandra, CEO of Fireware Foundation. It's an open data platform ecosystem driven by community. So we do reference platforms for smart cities, smart infrastructures around the world. We have been around for 15 years. The Fireware Foundation formed because 15 years ago, someone thought that there is a requirement for non-vendor locked an open platform with an open standards, which is accessible by everyone around the world, irrespective of the capacity. We also do a lot of capacity building. So we have trained approximately 20,000 software professionals or developers around the world. The community is more than 20,000 strong. We don't know exactly how much deployments are there, but our estimation is that there is a 600 smart cities around the world, all the way starting from Japan till USA to South America. But there are also smart transportation, smart ports are using a Fireware as a core. And I think for us right now, when it comes to the sovereign tech and the sovereign stacks on the vendor, I think Africa is as fast as Europe in adapting this right now. So that is what we see, because we have a lot of heat spots in Africa, similarly as what we have in Europe. I'm glad to be here, and thanks for this opportunity.
Hello, hello. Yep, it works. My name is Joe Appleton. I'm the Smart City Director for a company called BizTech, and we specialize in immersive and operational digital twins. I've been in the smart city industry for about nearly 9 years now, and I also work as the ambassador for Poznan City Lab. Poznan is a small tech hub in the west of Poland, and we have a great City Lab initiative working with digital twins, and I'd love to tell you all about it, hopefully in this panel, to all 5 of you in the audience, if they come back from lunch. That's me.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation here in this forum. My name is Adrian. I work also in Audience Solutions. I'm a software engineer and also a system integrator at Audience. I have also a great experience in the American Navy and also in the Spanish Navy. I have experience in marine electronics, and I lead projects for smart irrigation at Audience, and also projects for communication between IoT devices underwater. And I'm glad to be here, and I want to talk a lot about this sovereignty of the AI.
Thank you. Thank you, Adrian and Joe and Chandra, for your introduction. So we have heard from the different speakers and professors and people which is very experienced in this subject, about frugal, social, green, and smart. So how do you think realistically this can be deployed in a country like Morocco or in Africa? And I want to put an emphasis in applying, deploying these solutions compared to these commercial off-the-shelf solutions in a efficient manner. So when we talk about frugal or social or green, we are not talking about losing efficiency. It's deploying exactly the same solution that we can get or even better. So maybe let me start with the devil defer.
Thank you very much for this good question. Frugal, as you mentioned, doesn't mean cheap. We cannot compromise on quality, we cannot compromise on the performance. But we can do that by what we call the integration by design. One of the most costly function in the smart cities is the integration between the different systems. And that comes usually when we design the systems in silos. So I have a fire alarm system that's designed separately, and then BMS separately, and then security separately, and then civil defense equipment separately, and so on. And then we invite people to integrate them. Here where you can get into a lot of issues and troubles into integrating these systems together and making them talking to each other in an efficient way. Compare that versus when we start, I want to design a smart city. I start with the end in mind. So I know what I want to do with this smart city. I know what the outcome of that smart city. And I start designing from the top down. So I start defining the platform that will give me that outcome. And then underneath this platform, I will ask for the systems to be able to achieve certain functions. With that, I will eliminate a lot of redundancy and improve a lot of efficiency. And in some cases, the same sensor can give the reading to 4 or 5 or more applications. So instead of duplicating these sensors, I can have one that can help me to do multiple things. So it's just this shifted mind, and we were discussing before this session, the shift of mind when you start designing using open data sets in mind, it's completely different and it's much more efficient.
So basically what you're saying is that we need to be very smart in the way we are defining the design in the model at the beginning, and then we can scale it as a prototype, etc. Okay, 100%. Very good. And Joe, what do you think about the integration in between existing scenarios where you have multiple vendors with multiple different devices, with obsolete or non-obsolete solutions? How do you handle this one at BizTech?
Well, that's a great question. How we handle this most of the time is we try and ally ourselves with existing members of the FireWare Foundation, which I'm sure Chandra will discuss more at length shortly. But what we have then is we have interoperable data straight away by design. So every member that contributes to some of our projects, or if one city that I'm working with is looking for a particular solution, as part of the tender process, it must make sure that it's interoperable with existing data, interoperators and context. So that's the best way of getting around it. Otherwise, it becomes a very lengthy process of trying to link things together, stick together solutions, and it just wastes time and effort and resources. And you have very intelligent islands rather than one intelligent city. With the original question in mind towards sovereignty and frugality, I want to ignore the topic of sovereignty completely, because the definition may have changed from our colleague at the university in Netherlands this morning about owning silicon chips for yourself. And so I'm staying away from that topic. But in terms of frugality, what's most interesting is some of the most innovative solutions have come from a frugal backbone, where financial constraints have actually led to very impressive innovation. It's required a lot of co-developing and working together with other solution providers to create an interoperable system that benefits cities and citizens altogether.
So provided that, imagining that we cannot get out of this ideal world, or we need to go back to the reality, and we have to abide by the fact that we have to work with existing models from abroad, and microprocessors that come from abroad, and solutions that come from abroad. How can we make sure that we are not in Morocco or in the university, we are not just mere users or consumers of the information, but we can actually learn and be able to be more or less independent. Chandra, what do you think about this?
Okay, well, that's actually one great question, because the thing is, we had a discussion about this just before the panel was, it's actually, so what is actually, so what I think, look at the smart city platforms which were actually deployed in before 2010. And there was a smart city within Europe at that time also, and there was a lot of data platforms which were deployed there. They are now struggling with the vendors that how do they basically get access to this data and how they basically get a citizen or help to the local society. And I think this is the realization which came in, and that's where actually the 5-year came out of this realization. And let's talk about the frugal point of view on this one, and I'll come back to your answer on this, because the necessity of reaching a goal within a particular time, and definitely a vendor like Honeywell can help, right? Because they have existing everything. As long as they are actually able to give access to the data, able to give that data to the to whom it belongs. So in the smart city structure, the data belongs to the city, the data belongs to the municipality, the data belongs to the citizen of that city. So the data actually has to be given access to them. And apart from all these activities, when we are talking about it, so how we can actually start? So can we start small? Can we start slowly? So let's actually deploy one sensor, put a one small server locally, and start a smart city platform. Yes, that can be done. That is what actually Fiverr can give you, which is take a server with 4 GB RAM, 2 CPUs, put a context broker, connect a server, start collecting the data. When it has to be scaled across the city, put another server, make it a federation of all these things. So gradually, one by one, can be grown about this one. But one thing which is also very true, and I'm thankful for raising this issue for me, is that not every sensor is intelligent. So there are some dumb sensors. So you need to have a way to read that data. So that means that, do you want to put a temperature sensor so for example, you have a floor lightings, right? Let's take it in the conference hall. There are 4 floor lightings. You know? How do you make them intelligent? Do you want to go and add a processor to all of those lights? That is too much of a expense, for there are hundreds of lights here, right? So we can maybe collect one of these lights into one single context broker, and the data is standardized. So it can be exchanged between other context broker. When it is, and you can actually contextualize the data from the day it is actually coming, or from the source itself. And the reason why the contextualization of the data is very important, because that makes sovereign AI, that is the key for sovereign AI. That is the 90% enabler of the sovereign AI. You actually just do a simple experiment. I'm sure a lot of you are using ChatGPT, Claude, Anthropic Claudes, and all that. So dump a small data, or not small, get an Excel CSV file or Excel file with a lot of data, dump it to this one of the ChatGPT, and ask it to figure out a context, ask it to figure out what it means. It will come out with various things of this context data, and it might be not true at all. But you add a context to the data, saying that this data belongs to this is how this is linked to it. Then it can create an intelligent learning for you, an intelligent analysis for you. So the important thing is that from the day one, you need to really think about what is your longer vision. You want to own the data, you want to own the intelligence. If you own the data, you own the intelligence. If you own the intelligence, then you actually own the sovereign AI. You basically can create an artificial intelligence. So this is what the long-term vision we need to have. And how are you going to do it? You can use definitely a vendor, but as long as you own the intelligence and you own the data.
That's a very good point also, Chandra. Thank you very much, because it also gives me the chance to ask Adrian about sovereignty. So you said you were interested in talking about sovereign experiences or projects. So what can you tell us about that?
Well, for example, in my company, we have a problem, because we try to know when a pest is going to affect in the agriculture. So the problem is we work with companies that may grow some kind of agriculture, some kind of fruits, that the process is, we could say that is secret. So which is the problem? We have deploy a hardware that is able to run a little model of AI inside the hardware, and it's possible to monitorize in real time the insects and be sure if we are going to have a pest or not. But the problem is what we do with this data. So we use also firmware to send all this data, collect all this data, and we send it directly to our cloud. But also we are developing some kind of microelectronics, some kind of microchips that makes us able to protect the data from end to end, from the device to the cloud. So this is, I think, sovereignty of data. It's not only to have the data in our local storage, we could say, in our data center, but also be sure that this data is sent from the device to the end user, and you are sure that this data has not been manipulated or is a real data. So I think this will be.
So basically, the data is encrypted at the chip or this micro device, and it is transferred to a local secure also environment.
Yeah, exactly. As we said before in the keynote, we were talking about that we made the design of the semiconductor here in Spain. We are not able right now to develop the semiconductor, but we also have the white room where we process the semiconductor when we make the injection of the cryptography keys. So we are sure that the data where we put this semiconductor is a good data and is a secure data. So yeah, that's the key.
So I had prepared another question, but Chandra has killed it twice because I wanted to ask about where the data should stay in all this massive amount of data that we generate in the smart cities or smart campus. No? Whether it's within the campus, who is the owner? No, we know who is custodian, keeping this data, but who is the real owner? Is the university, is the citizen, is the government, is all of them? But as long as it's been posed, I would like maybe to ask another question a bit more generic. No? The universities are very interesting areas for us that are working in commercial world, because it's a bit of a mix in between research and real world. So most of the things that we see now that are live in AI, they were concepts 10 years ago, and now they are operational. So how can we accelerate this research that is happening now in the universities in order to accelerate the incubation of new companies? We in Audience, for instance, we are a spin-off of the University of Murcia 12, 15 years ago. But there was a lot of aid from the European Union, from the Spanish government, etc. How can we try to do this from the commercial point of view, from firmware in training maybe, from Honeywell in terms of cooperation, as you mentioned before, in this, practical studies, PhDs, funding, etc., and maybe from BizTech and Odin. So maybe start with Fabi.
Sure. So definitely every company has a social responsibility as well. So absolutely we have shareholders that we need to satisfy, but a part of this satisfaction is the social improvement as well. And this is where as well we try to invest a lot into research with other universities to improve the business and to improve the technologies in general. So what we do here, or what we're trying to do here with UM6P, is not the novel idea, of course. We do that with a lot of universities around the world to develop new products, and we invest in a lot of these new technologies with these students, because imagine that you have all these brains that are put around a specific problem and they're working on it for a couple of years, aided with a lot of resources that helps them. Now, there's a big difference between having just theoretical studies versus having a living lab. And this is what we're trying to do here. Having just a theoretical study that you're reading from the books and you're trying to do some research is completely different than when you have a living lab and you're trying to improve on what's existing right now.
Because the living lab is like a real test room. It's like a more sun room where we can test what we're doing and trying to maybe expand it to Benguerir and the rest of the. Thank you very much. So Chandra, what are you saying about the 5-year commitment to accelerate incubation of University of Mohammed VI?
Yeah, so the 5-year has, let me put it this way, even though the inception of the 5-year is a major telecom vendors in Europe and the European Commission it started. But if I actually take an examples of how it went, I would say, I would not use the word viral, but okay, let's say that a little bit of a lower version of that is, I think the movement started in universities. So when actually the big organizations started using it, especially in Spain, actually, and let me put this right away, then one of the initial founders of 5-year Foundation was also Orange, France. There was a lot of companies which basically started looking at it, and then the students who are aspiring to become a computer scientist or a smart infrastructure developers or anything in that area, they started actually reaching out and figuring out how do they basically can develop their skills in 5-year. So the demand came from there, and then 5-year started something called trainings and the certifications and qualifying the platforms so that they are 5-year certified, which actually are evaluated very strictly, also going through the community. And the university started this into the PhD programs. They even, some of the students even need a certificate to get their PhDs, that they have spent some particular amount of hours to basically get their PhD, thesis passed or something. This is actually on the education side. So when these students came out, they are experts in 5-year, how they use it, they contributed. And that's where actually even though it's a niche number, when we talk about the big open sources, there are millions of developers there doing something. But on the niche side, there are 20,000 dedicated developers who all came from the universities for 5-year. Then let me take another example of this one. So in India, there's an Indian Institute of Sciences, which is actually one of the top 5 universities, research universities ever known in India. So, and they started an initiative called an Indian Urban Data Exchange Platform. So a little bit of background about this one was that India started this 100 Smart Cities initiative with $7 or $8 billion US dollars. And I think this was back a big buzz in 2016-17. And there were millions of tenders, like tenders worth of millions were released. They were all taken by and vendor locked. So the data basically were locked in the platforms. Then the government really have to, they invested so much of money, like 7 to 8 billion USD, but they are not able to see the return on investment on it. So what they said is that, well, the data is not open. So if you put the data outside, then there would be startups, there would be an ecosystem, there was an AI, all these things will come up, which is not happening. So they have to start another new initiative called Indian Urban Data Exchange Platform, where they have to really mandate all these platforms to open their data and make it available for the whole ecosystem using a standardized API. So they've evaluated all of the standards around the world, and in 2019 they decided to go with the 5-year based standard. So no matter what the data is coming from, whichever the vendor the data is coming from, they are able to pull the data, create the conversions, and open the data for everyone so that it can be used freely and openly. There were many, many applications which came out of it. And the commitment side on the 5-year, we were involved heavily into that activity. Now there are, I can proudly say that around 100 cities of all Indian data is openly available in IUDX platform. It extended the same platform to AgriX and also security and AI. This data is being used and harvested. So on the 5-year side, we have the academy, we have certification programs, we have also the training, the trainer programs. As we speak now, we are actually conducting a 5-year training, online training for our universities and the scientists and the PhD students in Ivory Coast, Kenya, and Gambia. And I got it as a surprise just an hour ago because I was asking some of my colleagues and they said that, yes, this is the training which is going on.
Okay, this is great, Chandra. Thank you very much. Joe, so what do you think you could do in order to accelerate this incubation and connectivity of the university with the real world?
Sure, I'll give you an example that really exists. So City of Poznan, which I also represent as well as my job, is the city had the idea of creating a city lab. Now, what does that mean? It means bringing all the right access together. Now, Poznan is very lucky in the fact that it hosts a tier 4 data center in terms of security with accelerated compute from NVIDIA. It also has one of the most advanced research laboratories in that part of Europe. It has 3 quantum computers, 2 analog, 1 full ion trap. So it's got all the right ingredients already for a miniature Silicon Valley. At the same time, it has local tech companies. It has incredible academic institutions, such as the Adam Mickiewicz University. Earlier in one of the keynotes, we discussed Alan Turing, who most British people would say is famous for cracking the Enigma code, because you know the British like to take credit for everything. But the real hard work was done by students from the Adam Mickiewicz University in the Cipher Bureau there. So it's a spiritual home of computing, really it is. And so we managed to start with an advertising of how do we get these people together, and then private companies were willing to join. And we created a foundation, so a non-profit, to organize this away from city funds, and people pay with a membership structure. And we have a base of operations, which was donated to us by an event space in Poznan. And we've used that to begin innovation. We've created, very similar to what Akila has done here. Akila are also partners of ours. We work together. We've created an immersive 3D digital twin of this building. And it's a beautiful glass aquarium-like building, but it came with its own challenges. It has a second floor that no one can use because the building is too hot. It's glass, so its sunlight makes it absolutely horrible to be in. The building operators do not want to spend money on air conditioning it, and I completely understand. But we want to use this space. So, we got a couple of tech companies together. We built a digital twin. We saw from the sensors what's going on, and we came up with a solution to cool the building easily in a way that generates revenue for the relevant stakeholders. And that was by chasing the direction of the sun. We created a billboard, advertising billboard outside that moves with the sun and creates perfect shade on the second level of the building, which is now being rented for office space. And it's paid for by the advertising on the billboard outside. And it's just by being able to see what these problems are, or where there is a gap in data, or if there's a gap in innovation, someone is ready to fill it. And that's where universities definitely step in.
It's by exchanging information and ideas and putting people together that you can win this type of ideas, that we can try to bring this into this university.
It's the same, it's the same with the Frugal idea. It's, we got a problem, how do we fix it as cheap as possible?
So, okay. Adrian.
Well, social data governance, I think, because it's not only in my personal case that I try to do some project, and it's not possible because there is no data available, but also in real projects, in professional projects. That's the same. I have listened to so many projects that they are really interesting, but there is no data available. And sometimes maybe...
Data for testing, you mean?
Yeah, for testing. For example, to develop some AI model, but not a big model, but a Frugal AI model. But there is no data available. For example, in this case, the universities, the cities, they have the capability to take all this data, and if they are able to manage all this data properly, they can provide this data not only, for example, in the university for the students, but also for the startups, for other companies, or maybe also for the citizens, because
anonymize the data, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe you can bring all this data to the open to the citizens, and maybe the first idea is this can be dangerous, but maybe not. Maybe you
Maybe
can
we need to ask
find
Professor Haya to agree on this one, to convince the university to allow all this massive data to be used for all the communities to do innovation.
yeah, maybe you can find something interesting in the data, something that your developers, maybe investigators, they can find, and someone in their house is able to find something interesting that can bring an opportunity for one company and a startup, the university. So I think data governance, the social data governance, is so important. I think it's the engine to develop more the universities.
I think we are done. Thank you very much for your time and your speed. We were a bit constrained, and everybody is very hungry. So thank you, thank you,
Thank you.
Merci. Merci à Monsieur Francisco Cano, ainsi qu'à l'ensemble des panélistes aujourd'hui. Alors nous allons maintenant marquer une pause pour le déjeuner. Je vous invite à rejoindre la salle Khawarizmi au premier étage et nous reprendrons dans 45 minutes s'il vous plaît. Merci. Merci. and Territorial Development, modéré par Monsieur Mohamed Khalil, professeur affilié à l'UM6P. Monsieur Khalil.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are still awake today, and we're gonna spend a very nice afternoon, okay? So during this morning, we have discussed so many interesting things about Frugal Social AI. We have seen amazing keynote speeches about infrastructure, about anthropological perspective, and so many other things. And there are so many layers of sovereignty AI. We can talk about hardware, we can talk about large language models, we can talk about applications. But maybe, if we don't know from what we start, let's get back to education, okay? And this is the main topic of this panel. So today we have an amazing lineups of speakers, and we're gonna talk about social AI and universities as drivers of human and territories. And we're gonna discuss so many important things. What's the role of universities within these big tech companies developing AI? And also how we can discuss and propose a new path like social AI and so many other things. And for this, allow me to introduce and welcome our panelists. And please allow me to welcome first Professor Michael Prange, Professor of Data Science at Akila University. A round of applause, please. Hi, how are you? Yes, please, yes, here. Okay, our second panelist is Wim de Kunderen, Program Director, European Affairs at Enol. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome again. Okay, our third panelist is Miguel Angel Veganzones, Head of AI at I2CAT. Please give him a round of applause. And let me join also Emily Silva, Professor at Presbyterian University, Research Coordinator, Viva Bern Project. Okay. And finally, Professor Marimutu Krishnavini, Professor at Avanishalingam University. Yes, yes, yes. So today, during this panel, we're going to discuss, as I told you, very important topics about the universities. Just to, okay, thank you. Okay, let me start with the context of the panel about, I would say, social AI and universities. So, dear speakers, we are witnessing a very special period in the advancement of AI. And I think that there are so many big tech companies that are accelerating AI technologies around the world. So my question would be to Wim. Okay, I would start with you, Wim. Do you think that the university still can play a big role within this ecosystem?
Good afternoon. Yes, I definitely think they can. I think we know from experience, or if you're just reading the news, that AI developed by big, large tech companies, they serve a goal. We're all making use of it. But it also brings along a number of dangers, which we're getting aware of slowly. And for example, in the European Union, the Commission is developing rules, etc., to fix the rules, to fix the situation afterwards. So we could have maybe prevented this, and I think that Living Labs, which I am representing today, so I am the president of the board of the European Network of Living Labs, which is actually a global network. We also have African members in Senegal and Kenya and Tunisia. We're actually approving a third Tunisian Living Lab next week in our General Assembly. And I'll be having a talk in a few weeks' time, second time, with the Arab network of city Living Labs, Audi. Living Labs are, you could call it methodologies, even infrastructures if you want, where the so-called quadruple helix co-creates innovation. So the quadruple helix, that is universities, that is private business, that is public authorities, and the end user, which is often, not always, but often, the individual citizen, so the user of AI, for example. And we co-create together. So this citizen is not just a test user. It's really somebody who contributes from the start and brings in own needs, framework conditions, and we could maybe have prevented a number of the issues that we're being faced with on AI today. So that's what Living Labs do. There are many variations. There is no one-fits-size-all, but the core is quadruple helix involvement, co-creation, always based on research and innovation, with the goal to create impact later in society. And that is what NL is bringing together. So I am representing a network of more than 200 members worldwide today. We are what the network does. We exchange information, we provide a platform, a place where we can learn from each other. What is also very important is that we provide courses, because this is a complex operation. We often say we de-risk innovation, because companies will actually discover earlier that a new innovation they're working on is maybe not so good, that they will not make enough money with it, so they can change the development or they can just stop it. So we de-risk innovation. It's a cost-saving methodology. But the fact that we often say we speed up innovation is actually not true, because by involving so many people, it's not speeding it up, but it's making it more profound and more sustainable. We give courses in doing this on a basic level, on a highly specialized level, whatever is needed for you, for example, for this university as a client. And we also label. That is very important, because if we are talking about Living Labs and we acknowledge there are many differences, we also have to acknowledge that there must be some basic rules and methodologies that we all share and goals that we share. So that is what we call the labeling, which is done through an assessment process, in which Arthur Serra, by the way, is one of our valued assessors. And that brings you, it's a quality label, which brings you further. And we're the only organization in the world who gives this labeling.
That's really great. So we think that, yes, the university can still play its role within this AI ecosystem. And Michael, how can university play a big role? Do you have any use cases, any AI projects within your university?
Yes, I can give you some examples from what we are doing in Germany. Everything starts with a strategy. So the German government developed his national AI strategy in 2018. And I'm coming from the north. Some of you may know that Germany is composed of 16 federal states, and the northern state where I'm coming from was the first federal state who had their own AI strategy. And one part of this strategy was to enable or to create an institute where I'm the head of for data science and artificial intelligence, financing all the employees on this institute and setting up a new interdisciplinary and international master's program on data science. As one part of this master program curriculum is in the second semester one so-called application project where we are working on real AI projects with our students, teams of 2 or 3, with different stakeholders in the region. That can be a hospital, that can be a bank, it can be some companies, startups, etc. So that means we develop solutions with our students together for practice. Then, typically, when we are coming to master thesis, I personally support master thesis also with the real-world AI solutions in companies. So this is the first step where we can bring AI knowledge to the regional ecosystem. The second thing, also part of the AI strategy, was to set up an AI transfer hub and actually now an AI application center where the state government is financing 36 employees that we have, all with a doctorate or professional researchers with AI knowledge, where companies can come with an AI problem to my employees, and they are doing feasibility studies and trying to help them how they can use AI to improve their business, or even if it's public institutions, how to make processes more efficient. So this is concrete part of this strategy, how a state government can support that universities are a catalysator for regional development. And I can, in the next step, I let the other ones may tell a little bit what we can do on a national and international level.
Of course. And I really like the AI project we are working on. And this brings me to Miguel. In fact, when we talk about developing AI projects, whether in universities, in companies, there is a main point that we have to address. It's the sovereignty. So how we can ensure the sovereignty through your experience at I2CAT?
Well, first, sovereignty is a very ambiguous and abstract word, very polysemantic depending on the interest behind. Yes, but if we assume that there is an ecosystem, could be a region, a territory, a city that wants to own different aspects of the technology that we call sovereignty. So we can talk about sovereignty of the things that we build. And Professor Said was talking about in the AI field the capability of building silicon chips. Yes, that's one part. The second part is about the capacity of building software models, of building AI models of some nature. Yeah, that's other kind of sovereignty. But then we need to talk about other two layers that are in the stream and that are related to this human-machine, human equation that Professor Serra was mentioned before in the beginning. We need to assess the sovereignty of deciding which are the priorities of that this technology brings to the citizens, to the industries, to the public administrations. So we need to discuss, we need to be capable of discussing what is the social value that we want to bring from this technology. And to make all of this possible, the first thing is that we need to be sovereign of the knowledge. And universities have a pivotal role in the 4 layers. And I will extend this discussion not only to universities, but to the whole education and research ecosystem, because I'm very convinced that we need to extend this responsibility also to schools, or even to I don't know what is the term that we use here. We used to call about professional schools, you know, and professional schools are so relevant as well to make technology transform society. Yeah, so I think that the 4 layers of responsibility, in the 4 layers, the whole education and research ecosystem should be a catalyzer of this transformation.
So that's really important, and also for the audience. So as you have mentioned, that the sovereignty is not one layer, different layers. For example, infrastructure, there is the foundation models, there is also the application. So each country or each state should invest according to its needs. And this brings me to Emily, because we've been talking about AI projects, okay, in general. Let's focus on one single domain of healthcare. Can you share with us a few examples?
Of course. First, I would like to thanks the University UMC6P for the invitation to come here to talk about our work in the RECODE laboratory in Brazil. So particularly in our project, Viva Bem project, we work with healthcare and wearables. And we have seen the possibilities to use the wearables in rural communities where the medical attention cannot reach very easily. So with the wearable technology and AI models, we can assess and monitor the health of the rural communities. And then when we go back to the specialists, we can understand what's happening based on those data that we have captured. So again, together with the medical system and the healthcare that is already in place, we can build systems that can be used for everyone, and that's one of the biggest pillars from social AI, I think. So
that's important regarding the healthcare sector. And as we have seen with our panelists, that there is the sovereignty of AI, there is many AI projects, but Krishna Vinit, don't you think that these new technologies will require new skills and new knowledge, as you have mentioned? So is it not the time to redesign and rethink our educational system?
Thank you, Professor Halil. Actually, the developed countries have a lot of technologists and engineers coming out of new solutions and new products for the implementations. But in developing countries, the universities at present seems to be only for learning and teaching. But we would like to suggest that the universities providing degree has to be converted into the place, a strategical place where the students has been involved for the social inclusion and economical development of the country and for the territorial development. For this, there are a lot of key components which we have to enforce within the students. First of all, it is to have our investment in human capital development, where we increase the leadership of the students and bringing lot of young talents so that they can acquire a lot of the scope of learning technology. The second could be bringing research centers in the universities for artificial intelligence, for cyber intelligence, so that the students can have their participations over their research work and project work with the centers, so that these research centers and the innovation clubs will definitely help them. Third, almost all the universities is practicing now a model called Helix model, where we have a triple combination of university, industry and governance. So much of the developing country like India and Morocco are all concentrating in this particular model where the government give a lot of funding, where the university takes up research and innovation centers so that we can improvise the quality of the students to have more conceptual ideas and new innovations. So basically, the next should be that not only the technology and the computer field should be only within the domain of computer science. It should be an interdisciplinary part where you have to involve the other domain, other chemist, physics, and nutrition and health, everybody to be together so that it could be inclusive. So we introduce all the different type of technologies to all the students. That should be a very important point to be redesigned in the curriculum. And of course, the social inclusion. We should always try to promote the students to have outreach programs. Now at present in India, all the industrial partners have come forward with a scheme called CSR, a community service responsibility, where they take the innovations and technologies to the villages and rural areas through the students' force. And the sustainability should be maintained. So all these things should be redesigned in the curriculum so that we will have a very good youth force of the country where the next generation could be one of the biggest capital of the nation to bring out the technology both in the developmental side as well as the user side. So this could be my suggestion for the universities where they can make a good growth of the world.
I will stay with you because you mentioned something very important regarding how to redesign curriculum. And usually when we are talking about redesigning education, usually we are still inside the classrooms. How to go outside and have an impact on the regions or country or society itself?
Thank you for the continuation. I feel that today's technology should be to improvise the student ability of knowing the recent technology, because they should not be a passive learner. They should go to the next level of being into real-time experience, having real-time projects. First of all, the artificial intelligence is used for product developments and smart cities and other things. So first of all, the AI should help the students to have a better learning experience by bringing personalized learning by the assessments and feedback, so that they will have a better experience of learning. And again, as I mentioned in my earlier talk about the university redesign, we should also have an Internet of Things for their own purpose, for their own learning. So this will help them for having a more interest in learning. So that should be the second in case. And virtual reality and augmented reality, the curriculum should change from learning from book to online. Instead of that, we started having subjects like Internet of Things and embedded systems and microcontrollers. So we teach through online, and we started to convert that online content into an interactive book. So this seems to be like we wanted to give the students lifelong micro learning. They should not stop with the universities, or they should not stop their learning only with getting a degree. So this type of interactive books will help them to learn more. So we do have another center called Center for Continuous Learning. We can also promote the alumni or for the other participants to come to the university to have some certification courses in recent technologies. So this will improvise with the emerging technologies. They can definitely have a very good innovational idea, and they can develop new products. In India, we have a scheme called Viksit Bharat, that is by 2047, we wanted to be a developed country. So what all the university faculty members and the university authorities are finding is, we want to align the mission of the university, the vision of the university with the country. So that we can make the nation to move forward to a developed country where we can have indigenous products with us. So this type of products, as I mentioned in a semiconductor presentation in the morning, so we can stop a supply chain by taking the products from different countries. We have to be self-sustained. So that's a more important thing for any country to get developed. So these emerging technologies should definitely help each nation to have their own developmental products and own technologies. Of course, helping the social, frugal, and economically, everybody should get a very good lifestyle. That's the important thing a technology have to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for reminding us of the importance of education. And sometimes we are talking about sovereignty. We discuss different layers of sovereignty of infrastructure, of technology, but we forget the sovereignty of talents and sovereignty of a human itself, which can get us to all the other layers. And this brings me to Miguel. You know that education is something very important, but I think that we can agree that education takes time. Okay, it takes time. And actually, there are some countries that are more advanced than the others. And there are some of them that are controlling more the others. So for the other countries, how they can adapt, for example, AI technologies to their needs, in your opinion?
Okay, so here we are talking about AI as a technology to be applied. Yeah, there is another discussion that is AI as a field or as a topic to study about. Yeah, and I think that in for this kind of questions, we need to properly address both points of view of AI as a technology that is part of the daily activities of almost any citizens, at least in the future. Yeah, and also how AI is something that is disrupting the dynamics of the established dynamics, for instance, in the university. Okay, so what I have my impression is that nowadays we are in this kind of measure and countermeasure dynamic where the use of AI in the schools or in the universities is seen by the professorship or by the administration of the universities as a risk. Yeah, so they are adopting measures to reduce this risk. Yeah, and the students look at this as constraints to their maneuverability, yeah, in their educational system. So they are trying to finding ways to outsmart the professors and the administration, and this dynamic is very pervasive and very little constructive. So I think universities should just habilitate spaces like living labs where different points of view about the usage and the study of the AI in this kind of dynamic situations could be expressed. That students, professorship, parents, governors, administrations could put on the table their different aspects, their opinions, their fears, their expectations, their goals, and try to find a reconciliation where we can together define which are the limits, which are the negotiable parts, yeah, and how we can find together solutions for not for the usage of a particular technology for AI, but what is the kind of dynamics in this particular society that is university life, yeah, that this technology is disrupting. And this is the same, I think it's the kind of the same discussion you can apply it to any environment, to any ecosystem. We can talk about the same difficulties, the same questions, the same problems, and also I think the same solutions for public administrations and the use of AI to bring closer citizens to public administrations. And we can talk about the family aspect of technology and AI. So I think in all the scenarios, we are talking about AI as a measure, countermeasure dynamic, while we should be talking about needs, fears, opportunities, risks altogether to find limits and potential solutions.
Yes, I really liked this approach because you mentioned that, in fact, this is the role of decision makers, because we don't have to start from technology. We have different AI experts. Okay, each country, each university, they have their AI experts. But what do we want at the end? What are our needs? And if we define correctly our needs, we can adapt the technology. And unfortunately, when we are talking about the sovereignty sometimes, and I would like to bring this to Michael, we think sometimes that the sovereignty is to get like close, and we don't have to collaborate with anyone. Just every actor can do an excellent job. Is it really correct, or we can open to collaborations and so many other things?
I think it's much more efficient if we join forces. So, and one part of the strategy, which is also part in this case of our state governments or also national strategies, is the question on open data, open source, and also open infrastructure. So, and if we want to share knowledge and we want to share applications, we can only do it if we agree to joint standards. So one thing is, on the one hand side, if we have open source solutions, we do not have the vendor lock-ins, that we have company-based solutions that we cannot easily share. So we are, for example, in our education as well as in our research, we only rely on open source stacks. We are building all solutions on open data platforms which are scalable. So Chandra was here just before the lunch break from the Fiber Foundation, which is one widely used tech stack. So that can be scaled horizontally in data centers, and the solutions that have been built up can be easily transported to other locations, knowing how to use this. Second thing, also AI is based on data. Having proprietary data stores will not enable to develop new AI models. So, for example, our state government has an open data platform with over 30,000 data sets, the largest in Germany, where nearly all data which is not personalized data is given out. And then if you make use of these huge data sets, you can develop new AI models. And these AI models, once they are trained, can also be implemented in other locations. And how can universities play a role as a catalyst for international collaboration? This is just working together in consortiums in large funding projects. So the European Union, for example, as other international donors, having a lot of tenders for different topics where you can apply what we are typically doing with several universities and public institutions and companies and large consortia, where we develop solutions that can easily be adapted somewhere else. And even within the consortium of, let's say, 5 or 8 or 10 universities and project partners, you share knowledge across from the north of Europe here to the north of Africa. So by just participating, working together in a typically 3 or 4 years project, and this is the way to go. And there are so many solutions in place. Even if I look at Germany, for example, they have funded in the field of smart city, because this is the topic here, 73 smart city projects throughout the last 5 years. They are nearly finished now, investing 860 million euros in 73 projects, where we developed a lot of solutions in the field of smart city that should be adapted to other cities. And the same is what the European Union is doing. They invest billions of euros in basically open source solutions based on open source platforms, which are compatible if you use the standardized data models, where we could make more use of as we do actually now. And it's a question on how we do this research collaboration, working together, and then bringing these solutions out into practice. So
you raised a very important points about data and open data, because I think also for the audience, we don't have to start from scratch. Yes, we have to build on what exists. And there are so many open data platform, open source platform, and so on and so forth. But this brings me to Emily. Don't you think that this open data could be a threat for some regions, because there will be a bias? How we can adapt it to our culture?
Right. I wouldn't say bias, but they are not inclusive, right? They don't include people with disability. They don't include another types of culture, right? So the AI model, it must be social, not just efficiently, right? Which brings me to a few years back in our laboratory, we were developing a model, an educative model for the deaf community. And we just launched the VR glasses, and we would want to try to generate AI avatars for the deaf community. And we spent like a month developing, embedding, and we called them to try on. And they hated, because it took away one of their sense, that is the eyesight. So even that the technology is good, is efficient, and is ready to use, if you don't include the user, in this case, the minority population that we are building for, it's not going to work. They are not going to accept it, and it's not gonna have any value. So we need to include the minority groups all the time, including in the database and even distributing the database with a variety of data.
That's really important. Inclusion is something very important, and I think that through the history, everyone should take advantage of this technology. Minorities, all kinds of people, because I think that we are witnessing a very unethical race of AI, and we should define the objective of humanity, how to serve the humanity through AI, and let's collaborate together, all the players. And I think also that there are so many actors that can play very important roles. There is the government, there is the private sector, there is the society, but as we are at the university, how can the university play this role to connect AI with and have an impact on the society?
I think, again, coming back to the first question, I think universities are really a good actor in this, because you are, hopefully, a neutral and stable player in the ecosystem. Not everybody is that. Companies have their own interests. That's normal. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But we need to work with them in a useful way. Like the topic of interoperability was mentioned. In the city where I'm working for, Eindhoven in the Netherlands, we have been working with Atos in our Smart City project in the previous years, and they have been helping us to make sure everything is open, everything is interoperable. You would think this is against their commercial interest, and on the short term it is maybe, but on the long term definitely not. And excuse me if I'm saying a few things just as a very distant observer. I landed after midnight, so I don't know anything about Benguerir, so I'm reflecting on what I hear today. On the topic of AI, I think what you're doing here is really great. You're working with companies, the students are actively involved, the government is involved through the funding, but the role of the government is not only the funding, it's also looking after the public value. So you have this microcosmos developing great stuff on AI and for the benefit of smart cities. So I think this is a perfect first step. But I would hope that the next step of the agenda of the university and other people involved is to cross the borders of the campus. And this is a reality. And in all, we have a working group on university campuses as living labs. But this group, so this is something you could join, for example, but this group is the first to acknowledge university campuses are not representative. It is all highly educated people. That is not representative of society. This is almost like the perfect world. Just step outside and you will discover, you're not discovering it, but we will discover it. It's probably a not so perfect world. If smart city is not only about developing AI, but also about, for example, contributing to carbon neutrality, the other people around in the city, in the larger region, in the world, will also be needing to apply the technologies that you develop. These environments exist all over the world. So you, the companies with whom you work, you will be able to deploy this worldwide, but maybe not in the majority of Morocco. While this should, from the societal mission that the university has, also be a goal, because these technologies will be applied in a non-perfect world. Technology in smart city or in carbon neutrality is actually not the problem. There's enough technology, it's behavior, it's knowing how to use this in a house which doesn't have the latest domotica, for example. So that is, I think, where a university has a key role to play You're doing it today as I see and hear it, but the next step should be going out. And that can be done on a project level, but you could even extend it on a regional government level. In my example in Eindhoven, we really have a triple helix governance model where local public authorities, businesses, and knowledge institutes together design the knowledge and innovation agenda and then implement it, each from their own interests and needs, and at the end we reach more or less a balanced goal, I think. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. If there is one thing that we can retain, that is that AI is a powerful technology, and we have to adapt it to our needs. And since it is a multi-purpose technology, is there anyone who can think of any sector where AI cannot be applied in? And I think that the next challenge is to choose correctly our priorities. So that was and we have to start with universities. So that was our panel, and I would like to thank all our panelists, and please give them a round of applause. And we're gonna take a photo of the group. What photo? Thank you again. Thank you. It was a pleasure. A pleasure. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Khalil, and the speakers for this inspiring discussion. The panel reminds that the role of universities is decisive. They serve as bridges between knowledge and action, between research and field, and between technology and the common good. Poursuivons maintenant avec le deuxième keynote session, modéré par M. Hicham Bahi, professeur à l'UM6P. Monsieur Hicham, je vous cède la main, je vous cède la parole.
Merci, Madame Ibtihal Abbasi. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that it is hard to manage this last session. I hope you still have a little bit energy left for what I believe will be unbelievable and extremely important conversation. After a full day of discussions, idea, innovation, and vision for the future, this final keynote session invites us to reflect on fundamental questions. How do we ensure that smart cities remain truly human-centered? Because ultimately, the success of future cities will not be measured only by the sophistication of their technologies, but by their ability to improve lives, create inclusion, strengthen sustainability, and generate equitable opportunities for communities. And this is precisely what makes the vision of the smart green city Benguerir and this Africa Forum so important. Through this initiative, we are witnessing the emergence of new vision, a vision where universities become strategic platform for territorial transformation, where campuses evolve into living laboratories, and where artificial intelligence and digital innovation are connected directly to social well-being and sustainable developments. Today's session brings together three distinguished international experts whose work spans healthcare, innovation, AI capacity building, and sustainable intelligence systems. So it's my great pleasure to invite our first keynote speakers, Professor Meta Akai, to join me on the stage.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Professor Mata Akai is the John S. Dan Indowat Professor of Biomedical Engineering at the University of Houston and Chief Ambassador of IEEE. Through extraordinary international career, he has become one of the leading voices in biomedical engineering, neurotechnology, and AI-driven healthcare innovation. His research spanned precision medicine, cardiovascular diagnostics, cancer therapeutics, and neurotechnology for pain and addiction treatment. What makes Professor Akai's work especially important today is that it reminds us that artificial intelligence is not only transforming systems, it is transforming human lives. Today, we will speak about AI-driven engineering, the future of healthcare, medicine, and biology. Professor Akai, welcome to Benguerir. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to thank Professor Hayar and Mohammed inviting me to speak. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the engineering innovation in medicine, healthcare. This is the first slide. This is a little bit old from the World Health Organization. If you look at it carefully, the first 4 diseases are chronic disease. I strongly believe that engineering innovation will help to take care of, not just manage, to cure this kind of disease. Second one is there is a large surgence of the cancer globally. So cancer is a global disease. And as of now, we do not have really sustainable solution except the managing the cancer, and we are not curing it. The third one, if you look at carefully, we are going to have more and more neurological disease, and because we are aging. And this in the United States right now, more than 30 million people are above 65. This is a globally living longer is a fantastic, but also is living longer. We are facing certain disease, dementia, Alzheimer's, and the people 100 years ago didn't have so much. So it's not important to live longer, it's very important quality of the life, I strongly believe. In 2001, I was invited by the Boston Globe, which is very prestigious, the newspaper in the United States, after my visit to Cuba sent by the President Bush in 2001. On the return, 25 years ago, I mentioned that we have to change engineering education or overall education, just the teaching from the books, from the classroom, turn it to like more critical thinking and design-based and activities. I think this is very, very important that we have to move in AI also. The world is not just to teach, but also expansionize. So they give them experience, give them internship, give them part of it, and also we have to change whole mindset into the turn it to like more heavily on entrepreneurship. This is also another slide. As you can see, number 1 cause of the deaths globally is cardiovascular, number 2 cancer, and you will see the neurological diseases are coming. There is something is inside, is if you look at carefully, pain and also related to mental disease. I strongly believe that next is going to be pandemic. It's not going to be another virus. It's going to be mental health we have to face, and we have to prepare for these challenges. In the United States, this number is slightly older, and if you look at this spending in bio-related area, we are talking about more than $1.2 trillion. Majority of the spending, if you look at carefully, in biofarm industry. It's biofarm industry right now, they are hiring people with biomedical engineering backgrounds and with computer science background, with data science background, because this is an important field to design, smart design, intelligent design, or repurpose the design using the AI. And of course, is the medical device is number 1 is orthopedic, number 2 is cardiovascular, and I also believe that within the next decade is the neurotechnology related device technologies will surpass the cardiovascular. And this is we used the first time Tom Skalak, he's right now Vice President of Virginia, and myself, we were invited for National Science Foundation panel on the biomedical education. Also, this is almost like more than a decade ago. I'm going to show you this. If you look at this carefully, this is the one entity I'm talking about that builds old slide, is more than 40,000 companies. They employed more than 5 million people, and they generated $2 trillion per year. Imagine GDP of India and also Italy around $2 trillion. This entity is Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This is one university I'm talking about. Also keep in mind that graduate students, more than 60% of them were not born in the United States like me, like Professor Akila. So it's this mindset, bringing best and brightest mind and educate them with concept. You have to translate your research must have an impact, otherwise no meaning, no impact is not going to change the world. That's the mindset I had 25 years ago when I was just junior faculty assistant professor at Dartmouth College. I was giving a lecture also in Italy. I think it was the Rotary Club. I was mentioning that is, we need to change the term biomedical engineering into the healthcare engineering. Everything has to focus on healthcare eventually. This is the department I built, biomedical engineering, from absolutely nothing. It was just a wire and dust, and I had 22,000 square foot place. I was able to hire 25 professors and build one of the most highly research funded department, and we had more than 60, 70 students with PhD, and I'm no longer chair, but we have the fantastic department chair right now. Dr. Larian is moving the department to the next level. One thing critical, in Houston, I'm from Houston, Texas. We are talking about the area, is every morning 150,000 patients, they go for the treatment. Every morning 150,000 medical doctors, healthcare professionals, nurses go there. This is the largest medical entity in the world, is a mecca for healthcare. So this was also best for the treatment, but is also, the vision is different right now, is innovation matters. So our Governor Abbott, is putting more funding to bring industry and also the medical hospitals and the research institutes and academic entities together to build a large hub and translate the research, build small startup, and I think this is going to be, we will see them, it will have a significant economic impact in economy. This, I mentioned to you before, that is biggest infection, is the biggest pandemic we are going to have, mental. This is in healthcare domain, it's very important that everything is going to the variable and is also the affordable and miniaturized, and this is also, it's going to transform the healthcare. It's remote healthcare matters. It's going to really have a significant impact with the advancement of the medical devices, but smart medical devices with smart biomaterials. There was a fantastic word this morning, I think Said mentioned, or our distinguished speaker is mentioned about the digitized versus digital health. I believe that we are moving from digitized health into the more digital. As you can see, the impact is significant, especially for treatment of chronic disease, because it's costing significant amount of financial burden. It's almost more than 190 million Americans suffers from the chronic disease. But I also believe that chronic disease will be managed within a decade. I think it's going to be less impact, less burden on the society because of engineering innovations. One area that's IoT is the connectivity matters. If you look at the connectivity, it's 2010, it's 300 million computers connected. Of course, connection of the computers is important, but the most important connection of the people. But if you look at this today, is 2026, I believe that right now we are almost like 20 billion the computers are connected, and connectivity matters is really opening up a new era. Treatment-wise in healthcare, big burden is everything, one size does not fit all. If you look at this left-hand side, some of the drugs, the effect is no more than 25%, in fact. So we need to change how we can be effective, the medicine-wise. Healthcare is not broken. Healthcare was not designed properly. We have to change how to manage the healthcare next decades. Let me go. This is one important example. The Dr. Ali Tnazli, who is the CEO of the Lifespin from Germany. One drop of the blood, we could get it. We can develop the medical devices. We can use the AI. From this one blood, we can, using gene profiling, using the AI, we can determine whether or not the patient will suffer from autoimmune disease or others. I think this is really game changer and is affordable, can be used everywhere in the world. But the important part, important discovery is, so the borders is really blurring. It should be. Because engineering is no longer just a solid engineering in the power lab or DSP lab. If you look at this IEEE, I'm an honored member of IEEE and Engineering, Medicine and Biology Society. We have members from physics, chemistry, and even social sciences with engineering. So we also believe, Ali and myself, that is, the more innovation will come as long as we have a fundamental understanding of the chemistry and also the digital world. Our research is, I'm going to share the two cases what we have done. One is in the area of the pain research and mental health, and the second is going to be really breakthrough treatment of the cancer. And some of them we have depending, we have companies, but I'm going to share what we have. If you look at the pain, is the chronic pain, we are talking about almost 20% of the population suffer from the chronic. This number is very low. In fact, more than 40% suffers from the pain, especially chronic pain, and mental disease is going to be very critical. The burden on the economy, we are talking about the billion and billion dollars. I think we have to pay attention. As of now, there is no cure for the chronic pain. These are some of the drugs, including the morphine, has been used widely, and there is also some side effect. And our research first time showed using AI that is morphine is not indeed effective after the first and couple trials, and body developed a resistance to the morphine. We have to do something different. And there is no approved, FDA-approved devices. This is some of them, they have been used for the depression. As you can, the TMS is create the magnetic field, is basically we are injecting current to force the neuron behave. So this is the pathway, is how the pain comes. We create the pain in our lab. We record from 32 locations of the brain at the same time, first time ever. So this information is coming from, legated from the leg or the sciatic nerves and carried to thalamus, and from thalamus and reflects to the ACC. Is ACC in the inner middle brain is the command control. Then also goes to the prefrontal cortex. As you can see that there are several locations inside the brain, not on the cortex. I'm talking about the midbrain. Everybody can record EEG. It's very easy. It's very important to go to midbrain, record with new novel technology. I will talk about the breakthrough in a minute. So this is what happens when the pain comes. The ACC becomes activated. The neurons, the acetylcholic neurons, the glutamatergic projection goes to the NAC and VTA. There's a two different location. Is shrinks the release of the dopamine. Dopamine is a life for the brain. Without dopamine is a happy neurotransmitters, we could not survive. So it's the pain is reduces the dopamine release into the prefrontal cortex, into the nucleic accumbens. We have recorded, this is a joint project with Japan and the Professor Masahiro and the Ohta, another Ohta, and Professor Yasemin Akashi is with us. And we created the pain model. Is initially is acute For acute, it's almost like immunoresponse, body reflected. But it's the important part to learn what happens from acute to chronic, what changes in neural dynamics, more than what changes in genomic structures, because we cannot understand the disease unless we look at the gene level, and unless we look at the neural level, unless we look at the organs, systems, and behavior. We have shown that is using initially matching pursuit methods, and we feed it to neural network, the AI, and it's, you look at what is changing. If you look at this, how we can, the matching pursuit is almost like peeling the apple. Those are in the field of the signal processing could easily figure out is each time we remove one atom. And this atom is a representation of the activities. And we can go back, we can reconstruct, we can get the originals. So those is the atoms we have used for the neural network. I cannot move the slide. Yeah, can you look at it? Okay, then I can continue talking and we're fixing. So what we were interested, we want to look at the latent space. It's use the latent space because latent space tell us how AI makes decision. Let me tell you something else. It's you can use the AI in education, you can use is another field. Medical field is the most challenging one. You must convince the physician that AI is not making a black box random decision. You have to tell, the AI has to show that is how the decision has been made. That's the only place that we can look at is the latent space. Okay. Wonderful, thank you. So we first figure out that is what happens when the pain from the chronic, from acute to chronic, within a 2 months time period, high frequency gamma activities significantly increase for the chronic one. So we were very much interested to also to look at the location because I will share with our vision how we are going to treat the chronic and mental disease in a minute. So this is the variational autoencoder. I'm sure that many of you know. It's the latent space is very critical. We were also limiting to the activities to Gauss distribution and the KL convergence is coming. So the architecture, matching pursuit, and run through the AI and get the latent space and use for classification. We were looking for the motifs, the biological biomarkers for this one, how it's changing. It was incredible, the change, and we can see it by using latent space, how from the acute to chronic has been changed. It's happening. I'll skip those, and if those are interested, because some of them are published already, and this is our biomedical health informatics journal that the student and postdoc they did the work, and this is our image. So the previous result, we were using field potential, using inserting electrodes inside the 32 spaces, which is, it's very challenging for surgeons to put them. But we move into something else. With the joint work with Japan, everybody should get all the credits, and we have developed CMOS imager. So we are not imaging the neuron, we are looking for the calcium activity of the neuron. Instead of going one by one and using this device, we can insert into the midbrain. We are mapping every single neural activity inside VTA, inside ACC, inside NAC. This is the first time someone was able to look and see this. And if you look at the device, the size goes from 200 micrometer to 400. For the newborn babies, we are very much interested to understand sudden infantile syndrome and addiction. But for the pain, we were roughly using 400, 600 micrometers. We are going to insert this inside the human, by the way. So this one is the published is the IEEE proceedings of IEEE, which has the impact factor right now is almost 30. And also there was the addiction was also put on the Lancet, the editorial and about our research. which is the impact factor 88.6, if I'm not wrong. So for the monitor, we were able to put this one, and right now we are recording. It's going to be a wireless system, and it's a awake and moving animal. We can go to the VTA. We will also develop the homemade of the genetics because we are going to subdue the pain using of the genetics. So the dream is in the future, I'll skip them because most of them are published and publicly available. We are, as of now, this recording 32 channels, we want to understand that is which area of in the brain, by looking for using the AI, these 32 areas, and needs to be, we have to inject the current. Injection of the current is going to be used of the genetic. So one day, our dream is to have compactly implanted chip inside the brain, and this gets the signal from 32 areas, and then determines that which areas needs to be modified, neuromodulated, and we can using our home develop is a part of this chip of the genetics, we can fix the pain, and even we are talking about a minute or so. And no medication, no morphine, nothing. So this is the ongoing research. I'm going to tell you this, 2 more minutes is very important, I think, about the cancer. Cancer is, if you look at the men and women, for triple negative, no treatment for breast cancer. Because there is no place for this chemotherapy or any other drugs to go attach. Even for GBM, it's also super challenging because blood-brain barrier and also life expectancy for both of them is very, very low. So this is the story that is even using chemotherapy, yes, we are subdue some part, but it comes back very fast, very quick. So we need to do something for them to completely stop coming back, stop having any side effect, no toxicology. We need to have engineering innovation because we engineer the new approach to treatment of the cancer. So our approach is based on of course, the AI and the mRNA, microRNA. This microRNA, we noticed that for the NIH large database, and those suffer from the different cancers, there's certain proteins level is high. With microRNA, we suffer those proteins and we lower them. Our animal experiments show the incredible result, as you can see, lower right-hand side in animals, and using microRNA, even using with the chemotherapy together, using AI, we can completely subdue. I'm talking about triple negative, we have a solution. So we build a company, Sibele, and jointly, Sibele is the Anatolian goddess, the woman goddess, to honor the woman. I think we are partnered with Professor Bülent Özpolat. I think he deserves the most of the credits. Dr. Yasemin Akay and 3 of us, we are partnered, and hopefully we will cure the disease. Let me stop here. It looks like you're ready for this. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you. No questions, I guess. Thank you so much. Thank you. I guess we will have a small panel if they have any questions, right? Yes. At the end of this session. Thank you.
Professor Akay, thank you very much for these inspiring keynotes. What is truly remarkable in your work is the way AI is helping move healthcare toward more predictive, personalized, and precision-based medicine, and perhaps even more importantly. Now, while technological innovation is essential, another major question emerges: who will build these intelligent systems? Who will lead them? Who will ensure that innovation becomes inclusive and accessible? This brings us naturally to our next keynote speaker, Professor Dasarathi Subhashini. Professor Subhashini, I invite you to join the stage. Professor Sobashini is Professor of Computer Science and Coordinator of the Center for Machine Learning and Intelligence at Avinashilingam University in India. Her work has played a major role in advancing interdisciplinary AI education, innovation ecosystems, and local talent empowerment. Beyond her impressive scientific achievements, Professor Sobashini has demonstrated strong commitment to inclusion, education, and social impact, particularly in empowering students, women, and local communities through AI literacy and innovation. Today, she will address a topic that is absolutely central to the future of smart societies, the role of universities in AI capacity building and local talent empowerment. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing team and UM6P for inviting us to be a part of this event. And from the morning, we were hearing a lot about the developments, deployments from the industry side, about the smart cities. And in the afternoon, we are talking or we are looking into more the capacity building and the role of universities in capacity building in terms of research and curriculum and projects, everything. So my side, what I am going to talk about is the role of universities in capacity building and talent for the local talent empowerment. So I have given just artificial intelligence, but whatever may be the emerging technologies, it started with AI long back, and whatever emerging technologies today, we are talking about IoT, machine learning, and all about the technologies which are involved in smart cities. But the role of university, it starts with capacity building about that empowering technologies, emerging technologies, I believe. So the capacity building of those technologies to the students, to the community, the society is very, very important as similar to the development and deployment, I believe. So the concept is capacity building. They actually fill up the gaps, provide skills, and develop the knowledge. The talent empowerment, which leads to economic and social upliftment of a nation. And basically, I believe that interdisciplinary learning is very, very important, because whatever may be the technology, we build for some kind of application, and the basic knowledge of that particular domain for which we are building the application is very, very important. So interdisciplinary learning is very much important, which leads to multi-domain integration, and startup incubation, which leads to innovation to enterprises. So this is the concept overview. Why this matters? So why the capacity building and interdisciplinary integration is needed? So this addresses the unemployment, and also it actually fills the skill gaps. It reduces the rural-urban migration. So in several countries, from rural to urban migration happens. So this reduces, promotes women empowerment, and builds regional innovation ecosystems. So we are talking about frugal and social AI. For the past 1 week, we are into various occasions talking about that. So to build regional innovation ecosystems, which leads to frugal and social AIs, this kind of capacity building is very, very important. The core framework, it lies in education. So the universities normally, they will educate the students, and which will, now they have started giving various skill trainings, which leads to innovation through real-time projects and industry institute collaborations, all those things. So they are given avenues for bringing up startups or working in startups, and which increases the employability of the students, and this will lead to economic growth of the nation. So for all these things, as I mentioned, integration of AI into other domains is very, very essential, because as developers, we may sit in one place, and we may, maybe we are collaborating with institutions or a small community to develop the tools or the products, whichever we wanted to deploy. But the user community the society or the students, they have to understand what is that actually, and they should have some kind of knowledge, domain knowledge, the basic knowledge about for which it is built or on which it is built and how it is built, all those things. So interdisciplinary curriculum, bringing interdisciplinary curriculum into the universities is very, very essential. For example, AI with agriculture, which brings smart farming. AI in healthcare, which brings maternal health prediction. AI for business, which brings digital marketing, especially for self-help group of women. AI in education for personalized learning. So such kind of interdisciplinary learning for talking about or for dealing about the smart farming, maternal health predictions, digital marketing and personalized learning is very, very essential, I believe. So the skill development among the students, it starts with basic, like digital literacy should be given first and then AI literacy. So I wanted to quote an example from our country. Long back, some 10 years back only, we started to introduce digital transformation of all transactions, all documentation, everything into digital transformation to the entire society and to the entire community. When the government decided to start about that, they actually tied up with the universities to talk about, to give literacy about those kind of digital transformation to all the villages. So through universities only they could able to start such kind of literacy and awareness to the society, and step by step they taught like what it is first and how it can be done, and they deployed a small team of people to go into that to talk about that, as well as to show them, demo them how it can be done, and slowly they withdraw the demonstration, slowly they withdraw the persons who they have employed for that. And now every citizen in India is good able to do the UPI transactions, all these things. The industrial transformation is completely successful in India. So similar to that, the AI literacy has to be given. And in intermediate level, the AI, IoT and data skills has to be taught. IoT data skills has to be taught in the universities. Then in advanced domain-specific AI applications in each domain. So normally in our universities, we are doing like combining one or maybe a team of people from computer science and another team of people from any domain. For example, biochemistry or chemistry or mathematics or economics or business. So we will be putting as a team, we integrate AI as well as the other domain into the application. So it becomes easier for them as well as for us to apply AI into the other domains. So in that manner, advanced concepts can be, the skills can be developed. So by means of AI research tools. Changing, okay. So the startup incubation, it starts with an idea, and it should be developed as a prototype, and it should be mentored and funded, and it can be scaled. So universities should provide laboratories, mentoring and industry linkage. So with that, the community engagement can be done. So universities should connect all these things into the villages, schools and self-help groups of women by conducting the trainings, awareness and digital literacy programs. So as a whole, the industry and government should collaborate with each other by giving CSR funding. For example, community social responsibility funding through internships and real-world projects. The universities can play a major role in developing such kind of collaborations. The research should be of local impact, whatever the universities do, for maternal health, for drone-based agriculture monitoring, for AI pricing for self-help group products, all those things should be done. And through this, the women empowerment is also possible by giving awareness, skill training, income generation for them, entrepreneurship and leadership. So some examples are voice-based AI tools and digital marketplaces. This is possible. So normally such kind of collaborations and integration of emerging technologies with the curriculum or with the research perspective, the impact and outcomes will be normally academic, like publications and patents. When it comes to economics, it improves the jobs and also brings up more startups. And in social side, women empowerment will be done and rural upliftment is done. So as a whole, the role of university is to act as a hub, transformation hub, not only for learning hub and for skill hub. As a skill hub, it has to improve the skills, and it should actually encourage innovation, and also all these things put together, they should move into as a community hub, which actually brings the emerging technologies into the community by means of this learning, skill, and innovation. The strategic vision is AI-driven regional innovation ecosystem to bring up the emerging technologies by means of all these things into smart cities, local solution with global collaboration. That should be the strategic vision of any university. So I just wanted to show some example from our website. As I mentioned, the interdisciplinary courses are to be offered. For example, the prompt engineering, augmented reality. So when you see this Android programming in Tamil, in regional languages, we are offering how Android programming can be done for the students who are learning in regional languages. And when you see certain courses here, for example, artificial intelligence for home science. There is a domain called home science where the fashion technology, then home development, child development, then food technology, nutrition, all those things are there. For them, artificial intelligence for home science and artificial intelligence for business. For food technology, 3D printing, 3D food printing technology. So we are bringing in certain curriculum, we are bringing in such kind of integrated, AI-integrated courses to the students. Say multidisciplinary courses and interdisciplinary courses, machine learning, Python for mathematics, for chemistry, then for people who are learning humanities, G Suite for front office, then for biochemistry, chemistry. These are some of the examples where AI can be integrated in the curriculum along with other domains. So not only that, we have to give faculty development programs also. Some of the examples I'm showing: life science using artificial intelligence, AI for engineers, tools, techniques, and sciences, for healthcare sciences, for education, personalized education with AI. All these things are some of the faculty development programs which we actually offered to the faculty members. So these are some of the images. You can see the women entrepreneurial skills are given, training as given. And we have the farming, which is explained to the students. We have smart farming like this. And not only that, the facilities which are available in the universities has to be provided, not only to the students who are learning in technology or applying the technology, but also for the students and the researchers and the faculty members by providing the GPU facilities and other facilities, so that, because this is also a successful model in our university, we provided the GPU facility and other data analysis facility along with the training to the students and researchers of other life science, particularly life science scholars and researchers. They made use of this, and they have published so many publications, and it is interdisciplinary kind of activity. And if you look into the students project, real-time students projects has to be given. So you can see these are all artificial intelligent integrated students project we have offered to them. So these are some of the example which I just wanted to share, so that this kind of capacity building is very, very essential by the universities to bring in more number of students and researchers into technology-oriented projects like smart cities, to understand and to make themselves involved into that kind of activity. So this is one such kind of sponsored project from the government, Microbial Consortia and its biomolecules in rice ecosystem. It is again integrated. We are working with Agricultural University, and also evolving AI-based hedonic price index for laptops and mobile phones. This is along with the economics department we are working. So these are some of the interdisciplinary projects which we are actually doing now. And so thank you so much. This is what I wanted to share. So my idea is interdisciplinary capacity building is very much required by the universities to the students, and also through the students to the community, to make this kind of projects, smart city projects and whatever may be the technology oriented projects, more successful in the near future. So thank you. And I just wanted to share with you the photograph of this. You can see energy, like the solar panels. It looks like a small flower, which we have actually imitated from Irison, which is nearby. It is a energy research center. So we have taken from that and we have deployed in our university also. I'm happily sharing with you all. So thank you so much.
Professor Sobashini, thank you very much for this powerful and inspiring keynote. We now move toward another essential dimension of the conversation, which is sustainability. As AI systems continue to grow in scale and complexity, an important question arises: can intelligence also become more efficient, more responsible, and more sustainable? Our next keynote speaker has been working extensively on this challenge. So please, Professor Ismail Khalil, join me on the stage. Professor Ismail Khalil is professor at Rwanda Kepler University Linz in Austria and director of the International Center of Artificial Intelligence in Indonesia. His research spans artificial intelligence, cloud and edge computing, intelligence systems, mobile technologies, and digital ecosystems, with strong focus on the broader societal implications of emerging technologies. Across academia, research, and international collaboration, Professor Khalil has contributed extensively to advance sustainable and scalable intelligence system. His work introduces very important perspectives: how to make artificial intelligence more frugal, adaptive, and environmentally responsible. Today, he will speak about scaling frugal AI for sustainable, from efficiency to impact. Professor Khalil, welcome to Benguerir. The stage is yours.
So, good afternoon. I would like to thank Professor Hawataf, not only for inviting me to come here, but also for introducing me to the concept of frugal AI. And since my talk is the last, I will address the last elephant in the room. Does scaling intelligence mean scaling infrastructure, or we can solve the problem of the elephant in the room by frugal, sovereign, and social AI? So I'm going to actually start with the paradox of AI, the paradox of our success in AI, the environmental, the computational cost of the modern machine learning and deep learning systems. Then I will introduce a framework we developed at our university, Johannes Kepler University Linz in Austria, which consists of 3 pillars. The first pillar is the pillar of data efficient training. And the second pillar is the automated model. And the third pillar is the pillar of energy-aware training algorithms. Then I will come to some conclusions. So, in the beginning, I want to address the paradox of AI success. There are two extremes. The first is the extreme of unprecedented performance of AI systems. And on the other side, we have the extreme of unsustainable cost. Success of AI depends on three dimensions. The first dimension is the massive data consumption. To train generative AI, we need to consume a lot of data. The second is the number of training clusters to train these models is huge and consumes megawatts of power. The third dimension is the dimension of the environmental impact. And as Saeed mentioned this morning, the carbon footprint of cutting-edge natural language processing model rival the lifetime vehicle emissions. This brings us to the conclusion that we cannot scale intelligence by just scaling the infrastructure. We need to think about other smart solutions. And these smart solutions need to be not only effective, but also efficient. Here is an example that the hidden cost of the architectural search is around 300 kilogram of CO2 equivalent, which is the equivalent of the carbon emissions from the lifetime of 5 cars, including the manufacture. So I want to address the first pillar of our framework, which is the pillar of the data parsimony, which means that we need to minimize the dependency on massive, manually annotated data set through two approaches. The first approach is the self-supervised learning, and the second approach is the few short learning. And the problem with data is three-dimensional. The first dimension is the annotation bottleneck. Data need to be labeled, and people who label the data are expensive. This means that the larger the data we need to use for training, the more expensive, the more cost we need to spend to label this data. The second dimension is the long-tail distribution, meaning that the real-world data is not uniform, meaning that rare events or edge cases lack sufficient label examples. We need to cover all this possible data in order to avoid bias in our systems. And the third dimension is the dimension of geographic bias. The current massive data sets represent the global north. The global south is less represented in our artificial intelligence systems. And other solution, as I mentioned, is the use of self-supervised learning. And self-supervised learning can be done in two ways. The first way is the contrastive learning. For example, the SIM-CLR and MOCO learn by comparing data points and bringing similar data points together and bringing dissimilar data points apart, which means that the learning process, the self-learning process, will be much easier than by finding labeled or annotated data sets. And the second thing is the masked autoencoders, which we have been using in generative AI for some time, the autoencoder approach, in which we mask part of the data and train the other part to unmask the masked mass of the data. And this is some example. As you can see in the example, that in the case of the supervised learning, if we only label 1% of the data, we get a performance, a very poor performance of 25.4%. In the case of the use of SIM-CLR, with labeling only 10% of the data, we get a performance of 92.6%, which is a huge difference. And we have implemented this at our university in one of our research projects, and it proved to be very efficient. And in the case of few shot versus zero shot context, as you can see in the table, which we have also implemented at our university, in the case of using standard fine tuning, which uses 10,000 examples, and the cost is very high. When we move to zero shot, which is using the Eclipse system, we used 0 examples as our target label data, and the cost dropped to a very low cost with the use of a single forward pass. If you are interested, the basic idea is based on the loss function. And the loss function here doesn't take into account only the difference between the target output and the expected output, but takes into account issues like, for example, the consumption of power, etc., etc., etc. The second pillar we built our Frugal AI system on is called the automated model design. So instead of searching manually for the base model to be deployed, we try to use the machine neural architecture search, or NAS, to find the base model that fit the available data. And as the State of AI Research report states, that the next decade of machine learning will see a definitive shift from feature engineering to architecture engineering driven by algorithmic automation. And this is the progression or the evolution of the network design. In the beginning, we started with manual design, trial and error. And most of the projects implemented nowadays in the field of machine learning and data deep learning, they use manual search, which costs not only money, but also in terms of the suboptimal performance of the system. Then we move to the standard NAS using reinforcement learning, searching the fastest space or the fastest space to find the great model. In this case, the performance is improved, but the problem is the search cost, which requires thousands of GPU hours. And the third step is what we call the Frugal NAS. We share the weights of the different layers of the architecture and use zero-cost proxies in order to find the optimal hardware-aware architecture in hours instead of weeks or months. And we, as I mentioned, that the early usage of reinforcement learning in the NAS cost 2,000 GPU days in order to find the optimal architecture for the network. And this is not something simple that can be accommodated by some other superficial measures, but it requires a lot of resources, and this will not lead to our vision of sustainable development of AI systems. And the solution is, as I mentioned, by using the weight sharing. We have a supernet, and we train the supernet with all the possible architectural choices, and based on the performance of each one of these choices, we decide to choose the one that is most performant. And the second is the zero-cost proxies. So instead of training each network independently, we train the whole, we call it the master network, and then based on the learned weight from this master network, we try to train the what we call student networks. And this is the evolution. So we started with ResNet, manual design. We moved to MobileNet. We use the depth-wise separable convolutions for the edge devices. Then we moved to the efficient net in 2019, where people started using NAS in order to scale the depth, the width, and the resolution of the network. And nowadays, most of the people are using the mobile net V3 Plus, which is a hardware-aware NAS directly optimizing for the specific mobile chips. And as you can see here, the differences in the usage of the compute. In the standard 3x3 convolutions, almost 85% of the compute infrastructure is used, while when we move to the depth-wise and point-wise convolutions, we reduce the amount of compute to almost 15%. This happens by decoupling the spatial and the channel filtering and using the less flops through this automated design. And by doing this, we can target the edge, meaning that we can move the heavy weight training and deployment from the cloud to the edge devices. And this can be optimized for different architectures and different cache sizes and different models. The last pillar we built our Frugal AI framework upon is the energy-aware training. In this pillar, we try to implement algorithmic and system-level innovations to minimize the energy draw during the model training and inference. And as Saeed mentioned this morning, there is a gap between Moore's law and the requirements of AI models. Saeed mentioned that the hardware capability doubles every 24 months, which is the Moore's law, while the machine learning model compute requirements are doubling every 6 months, which means that scaling the infrastructure will not result in scaling the intelligence. And as you can see here, the gap is exponentially increases over time. So in order to solve this problem, we try to apply 3 approaches. I'm sorry. The first approach is the quantization. So we reduce the precision of the network weights and the activations from 32 bits floats to 8 bits integers, and we maintained the same results. The second approach is the network pruning, which is not actually a new approach for improving the performance of deep learning networks. It is an old approach, but we tried to apply it in a massive scale. So identifying and removing the non-critical connections in the network, or almost removing the entire neurons from the network, creating a smart matrix, but with the proper hardware support and choices, we execute much faster. And the third approach is the knowledge distillation. What I mentioned in the second pillar, training a small, efficient student model to mimic the output of the massive, power-hungry teacher model. So we try to transfer the accuracy while shedding the bulk of the network. And when it comes to precision versus sparsity, we use 2 approaches. The first approach, we used the mixed precision training, where we use a combination of floating point 32 and floating point 16 and for speed, and the tensor cores or modern GPUs to accelerate this cut in the precision of the weights and the mathematical operation used in the network. The second approach we use is called the lottery ticket hypothesis, which shows that there are large, dense networks exist, smaller sub-networks. We call these sub-networks the winning tickets that, when trained in isolation, separately, match the accuracy of the large networks. And this is the example of the energy impact of the quantization. So in the case of, which is the baseline, in the case of the use of floating point 32, the memory footprint, which is our baseline, was 4 GB, while when we use int4, which is the extreme quant, we reduce the memory footprint to almost 0.5 GB. And the second approach is at the system level, or what we call the energy level training. Sometimes you can try to temporarily shift the training until the solar or the wind generation peaks on the local grid, or what we call follow the sun. The second approach is the spatial shifting, routing the compute jobs to data centers where the renewable energy is currently abundant. And the third approach is the stranded power, utilizing energy sources of the main grid that would otherwise be wasted. This is actually the core of the objective functions of the pruning in order to achieve the energy-aware training. So we reached the conclusion that in order to achieve the objectives of Frugal AI, you need to combine both the data, the design, the hardware into a unified framework, and we called this framework the Unified Frugal Framework, which consists of 3 layers. The first layer is the data layer, in which we use self-supervising pre-training locally to minimize the need for massive data transmission and expensive human labeling. The second is the architectural layer, in which we use the hardware-aware NAS to generate compact model tailored for edge devices running on limited power envelopes. And the third layer is the execution layer, where we applied extreme quantization, integer 4, and pruning to execute models using a fraction of the milliwatts required by the standard architectures. As a conclusion, I would like to emphasize that frugal and sustainable AI is not a constraint on performance. It is the primary innovation driver for the next generation of the scalable intelligence. Thank you very much.
Powerful and inspiring keynote. And I invite all keynote speakers to join me on the stage, Professor Metin Akai and Professor Parthasarathi Subhashini. We may perhaps take 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Yes? Yes?
Thanks a lot for the inspiring talks. I have 2 quick questions. The first question is to Professor Metin Akai. I saw that you worked also on brain in neuroscience. Nobody can deny the fact that the brain is extremely efficient. It consumes 20 watts, but it does very complex tasks. And one of the major concerns we have today in chips and computers is the energy. What are the top 3 features you think we can learn from the brain, be inspired by the brain, and deploy them in hardware in such a way that at least to try to reduce the energy efficiency? That's a question for you. I have another question to Professor Ismail Khalil. I showed clearly that the trend today, that you showed in your slides, that the trend today is bigger, better. The more parameters, more cost, more energy, etc. As you mentioned, this is not scalable. What's the next way? How to solve this issue? What should we figure out? Which path we have to choose in order to make it at least scalable for the next 2 decades? Thank you.
Maybe we can take all questions and then we move to our experts to give their remarks and their answers.
Hello everyone, thank you. So my question will be for Professor Akil. So welcome, and by the way, I'm Cougar too. So I studied at University of Houston, and I lived in the innovative and well-developed ecosystem of Houston, especially in healthcare. So and now being part of UM6P, my question is, what does it take from emerging research institutions like UM6P or other institutions in Africa to take into consideration in order to become like leaders in innovative biomedical and smart health care, and also how we can be leaders in these technologies rather than simply being adopters of the technology. Thank you so much. And for the Professor Ismail Khalil, no, I don't know if you heard about a big project that Morocco is launching, which is the Igudar data center in Dakhla with a capacity of 500 megawatts. So it's really a big project. So my question is, what needs to be taken into consideration by Morocco in order to make this big project frugal and social project? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I give the floor to Professor Akai.
Yeah, first, the recording from brain is extremely challenging, especially 32 locations. It's almost a miracle. It takes 6 hours to 9 hours to do experiments. And also our CMOS chip is the first ever we were able to see the whole area first time in human history. So that's why our papers have been extensively cited, and one of our paper in IEEE Explorer is downloaded close to 200,000 times. It's one of the highest loaded. When it comes to the challenges, battery is a critical issue, as you know. I mean, you're an expert in the field. Before 2010, the people, they were using inserting battery or using the battery just above the cortex. Recording cortex, recording EEG are super easy these days. But it's going to inside the brain, and first time Brown Group with the support from this institute, and they started using the almost nanotubes. They use they push the data, they get the inductive power in. That's the first without any battery recording, and they built a company, and I think it's very successful. But for features, what we need to look for, harvesting the energy internally. That's one of the area. I did not present it, and we are working it. So as I mentioned, and dream is to have almost micromillimeter level chip inside the midbrain and detect the pain and immediately injects the optogenetics using technology and subdue the pain, even the patient without knowing they have been going through. This is going to be incredible effort, and we have group in NICE Institute working, and also our collaborator NICE, and also the Tokyo, and our group, and we are talking about somewhere 50, 60 people at the same time. And it's sponsored by the National Science Foundation of Japan. So we are working on this. And when it comes to what happens, so this, I want to talk about a little bit the field of neural engineering. I coined the term neural engineering. Like someone coined the electrical engineering, chemical engineering. I was just assistant professor. I wanted to have, first time, to have engineer the focus on brain. And I'm sure you're recording, I had the proposal to have the first conference in Capri Island. And since I was junior faculty, nobody was paying attention, and the society twice turned down, and the third time I went with the check, open check. I said, look, if you lose the money, I'm going to pay personally. So this is started the whole field of neural engineering. Right now, there are more than 200 neural and rehabilitation engineering departments in the world. Those people attended the conference in Capri. First time, Professor from Hertz showed how the neuron communicate with the chip. And we have 8 press releases, and those junior young professional, junior scientists, and students. They are distinguished professors. They are the CEO of the neurotech companies. So it's really inspired and changed the whole world. It's just one small step by someone. Right now, it's not approved. I'm hoping that to be approved on Monday. Is the largest IEEE initiative ever. We are members of IEEE. We have 500,000 members, and we have like almost 1 billion plus the investment on this. So I propose AI-driven cancer and immunoengineering. This is going to be linked with the old biopharm companies. It's going to link all the clinical institutes, cancer institutes, MD Anderson and the A-Star or all over. And we want to build a huge platform to really guide the engineering, the medicine for the future. We engineers right now, my student, he designed right now vaccines for cancer in Moderna. So we are not typical traditional engineers anymore. We should have the vision, energy, and the dynamism and never ever give up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Akai, for these powerful and insightful insights.
Okay.
Yes, Professor Khalil,
thank you
the floor
very
is
much.
yours.
Thank you very much. Regarding the question from Saeed, which approach works better in order to scale up the Frugal AI? In our case, 2 approaches worked best. The first approach is the quantization and the extreme quantization. Despite the fact that the performance in the first experiments deteriorated, but with time and with patience, we managed to improve the performance significantly. So the first approach, which worked better than other approaches, is the quantization. The second approach, which worked again in a very good way, I cannot say it is better or the best, is the minimization of the number of labeled data from 100% to 10%. And this improved the performance of the system almost 2 times, which makes the system works better than in the base case scenario. Regarding the other question from my friend on the left, actually, I mean, we are trying to get rid of the cloud infrastructure. We are trying to get rid of the need of big, sophisticated data centers. So we are not concerned about what is in the data center and how to improve the energy efficiency or the consumption of natural resources in data centers, but to move the scaling to the client, to you as a developer, as a client, in order to reduce the need of a data center. I didn't hear about the data center in Dakhla, but I love to look into it and to see what is available over there. But the idea of my talk is to move the burden from the data center and its associated carbon emissions, energy consumption, etc., to the client, to the developer who is developing the AI model and will be deployed in the real life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ismail Khalil. Professor Subashini, you would like to add something?
If I have any question, I would like to ask.
Okay.
Okay, what's the best way to teach our students artificial intelligence?
It's for the students of science and technology or for other students, for anyone. So experiential learning is the best way to teach the students, I believe. So in universities, they have to bring in living labs like somebody was telling in the previous, that is the best way, I believe. So they will get some experience out of sensors, what they are getting, and the domain, if they go into the particular field, and if they get to know about what are the people and the concepts and the field, all those information, then they will get some knowledge about the domain knowledge on which they are going to study. So all these things, they will get some experiential learning. That is the best way, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Subashini. So I think it's time to wrap up this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe what we heard today goes far beyond technologies itself. We heard about AI transforming healthcare, universities transforming societies, and sustainable intelligence transforming the future of innovation. But what connects all these perspectives is one essential idea. Innovation must create meaningful human impacts. On behalf of the Smart Green City Benguerir initiative, I would like to warmly thank our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Metin Akay, Professor Parthasarathi Subashini, and Professor Ismail Khalil. Please applaud our experts. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Hicham Bailly, et merci à nos keynote speakers pour cette dernière session de contenu. Avant la cérémonie de clôture, j'appelle Monsieur Khalil pour lire les recommandations, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are enjoying this day, this conference. It was really enriching discussion through different topics. And I'm here to read the recommendations prepared by the scientific committee through the different debates and discussion during the panels and the keynote speech. So the scientific committee has prepared 10 recommendations extracted from the discussion of today's event. So the first recommendation is to promote human-centered smart cities rooted in local innovation and citizen inclusion. So we can underline the local innovation. The second recommendation is to strengthen multi-stakeholder collaboration for sustainable urban ecosystems. We cannot start from scratch. We have to build on existing platforms and technologies, and we have not to be closed on ourselves. Let's open our collaborations worldwide. The third recommendation is to leverage AI in digital infrastructure for better governance and quality of life. Again, human-centered approach. The fourth one is about empowering citizens to co-shape inclusive and future-ready cities. The fifth recommendation is to advance technological sovereignty. The term sovereignty has been repeated so many times through local AI and semiconductor development. And we have to mention here the keynote speech of Professor Said Hamdiwi, who has influenced the scientific committee. The sixth recommendation is to optimize cities with data-driven and real-time intelligent systems. Again, when we are talking about AI, we are talking about data. We have to govern it and use it correctly. The seventh recommendation is to integrate sustainability infrastructure and social services in urban design. Again, the social dimension is very important. The eighth one is to promote open, interoperable, and sovereign digital ecosystem. The ninth recommendation is to position universities as hubs for inclusive and ethical AI innovation. And there is one last recommendation. You know that AI is a multi-purpose technology that can be used in every sector, and the challenge is to choose the priorities. If we have to choose only one sector, the scientific committee has been influenced, especially by the last keynote. So they have chosen one single priority sector, which is healthcare. So transform healthcare through AI-driven prediction, prevention, and personalization. Thank you so much.
Pour un mot de clôture, j'appelle Madame Professeure Awatef Hiyar.
Okay, so we come at the closing of this very rich and interesting day of smart green city of Benguerir. I want to take more time. You are tired. You stayed here till the end of the conference. I want just to say that I'm very happy because when we put this frugal, social, sovereign universities as catalyst of frugal, social, sovereign, inclusive smart cities. This is a new vision, by the way, especially the sovereign and social part, because I'm working on frugal smart cities since 2014, so it's like more than 12 years. But the sovereign, especially the frugal vision is new. We developed this social AI during the last 2 years. And I'm very happy to see that through the presentations, we have seen already implementation of these 3 dimensions. Frugal AI, we have seen with the Professor Khalil that it's already in the models. They are working on that. We have been a few days ago in Benguerir with the Professor Filali, with Professor Khalil, and we have already with Professor Bahi. We have already a network of Moroccan professors and academic working on developing new frugal AI models at Moroccan universities. So I'm very happy to see that these ideas are now starting to be implemented in the context of cities, of smart cities, and for developing territories. Also, the recommendation insists on that everything needs to be human-centered, and even by design in the urbanism, and we have here our experts in architecture and urbanism from the SADV. So we see that the idea that emerge in the brains of researchers in the university, they pass very quickly to the society, and we are very happy to see that. Now we want to consolidate the ecosystem, and we are very happy today to have the main or the key players of the ecosystems with us. We have the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, we have the Prefecture of Benguerir, and we have the SADV or the Society of Planification and Development, Aménagement et Développement of the green city of Benguerir. And the big companies, our partners, and also the funding organizations. And so the whole ecosystem is here. Now we need to federate our efforts and work on integrated projects from the chip, and we have the experts from the chip till the mathematical model, of course, going through all the chain with the services, the apps, the capacity building, and everything in this chain from, as I said, chip till the model. So I would like, before finishing my closing words, to thank the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, the SADV, and the Prefecture of Benguerir for supporting the organization of these events. And I would like also to thank the ambassadors, the two guest countries, Spain and Rwanda, for being with us today and bringing also their experiences and the ecosystems. And I want to thank our partners, industrial partners, and funding partners for supporting us in this journey. And especially that now we have these contacts with SADV and the prefecture, and we will work with all of you, by the way, with all of you, because this is our ecosystem to develop the smart campus. We have already started. You have seen demo, but I hope that next year we will have a demo from the smart city, green city of Benguerir. So thank you to all of you. I want, before closing, to call Madame Mounia El-Helou, peut-être Monsieur Ali Shkroun, لكن معنا Monsieur Tariq Zoubdi, to join me for a photo, final closing photo of this event. Before moving to the photo, I want to thank the reporters, the one who write the report and recommendation, Professor Bahi, and his PhD students, with also collaboration with Professor Khalil. Thank you very much for this great job. Thank you. Thank you. And inshallah, of course, we see you next year with a concrete demonstration from SADVI.
Merci. Merci.